Chapter 473. Shadow of the Past. After getting up, Sun Jialong waved his hand, and a halberd appeared in his hand, shining with innate laws. Superior level innate treasure, thought Li Jun. This guy is worthy of being the son of destiny. The superior level innate treasure is equal to an emperor artifact from a second-class emperor, and without its harsh conditions to use or possible backlash. The reason that innate treasures are so valuable is that they have low requirements for the users. Whether it is emperor artifacts, Dao artifacts, or immortal artifacts, a certain level of strength cultivation level, and even chi luck protection is needed to use. Otherwise, cultivators will suffer terrible consequences when using these immortal-like magical weapons. The only exception to this rule is when the artifacts are ideally suited for a person's physique. A perfect example is Su Ya's 7 Emotions 6 Desires books, and her physique, or Wang Wei and the 8 trigram turtle shell. However, this rule or logic does not apply to innate treasures. Their owner can use them easily and without consequences, and they are great teachers of laws. Of course, no cultivators can use the real power of these weapons without the appropriate cultivation level, just like emperor artifacts or other immortal-grade weapons. Nevertheless, they are still better and more potent than quasi-emperor artifacts. With a calm look, Li Jun placed his spear away before a blue one with Qilin designs all over its shaft. The spear was a middle-level innate treasure that he received from the trial. Although it was 2 grades lower than his opponent, he could use his overwhelming strength to make up the gap. Not long after having this thought, Sun Jialong's armor also changed from golden to dark purple. With a glance, Li Jun knew that this new armor was no longer a quasi-emperor tier, but another superior grade innate treasure, so his lips twitched lightly. Furthermore, the human destiny sword was still enhancing the armor with chi luck. Son of destinies can be disgusting, he thought to himself. From what he knew, even his big brother, who is a person with tremendous luck, only has 2 innate treasures, and all of them are only high-level ones. But Sun Jialong has 2 of them with higher grades, and this may not be his limit. So, after shaking his head before rushing toward his opponent, midway through the fly, Li Jun had to stop before teleporting away. As he floated in the distance, he looked at the space tear in his path. Void storm. A natural phenomenon with a 0.00001% probability of occurring outside of the space's turbulent regions. And yet, it appeared today, and right in front of his flying path. Suddenly, Li Jun raised his head to see hundreds of thousands of meteors falling from the sky toward his position, and he squinted his eyes. The myriad emperor world is protected by a natural barrier that would destroy all the debris from the endless void. Although sometimes some things could pass through, but those occasions are also considered statistical anomalies. So the advanced use of luck Dao is probability manipulation. He stabbed his spear into the sky, creating a powerful shockwave that atomized all the meteors. And before Sun Jialong could react, another Li Jun appeared from the ground behind him, and kicked him into the sky towards the original. The original Li Jun then stabbed Sun Jialong. Will invasion. When his clones kicked Sun Jialong, Li Jun had determined the level of the defensive power of that armor, and he concluded that it would take him a great deal of effort to penetrate it using usual methods. So he used the technique he learned in the trial. Will invasion allows him to refine his opponent's equipment forcibly. He can't take control of an innate treasure from someone on the level of Sun Jialong. However, the confrontation between the two's imprints will temporarily reduce the effect of the artifact. And that split moment is all Li Jun needed in any battle. Blood riot, Sun Jialong screamed, his voice echoing in the heavens. He felt his blood rushing out of his body without his control, painting his armor a few more shades of red. Additionally, a terrifying slaughter aura invaded his primordial spirit, destroying his mind and spirit. All he could hear was the scream and terror of billions of people dying. He could feel their pain, anger, hatred, and reluctance to leave the mortal plane, along with their loved ones. Boom. Sun Jialong landed on the ground, creating a large crater and a massive shockwave from his landing place. A golden dragon then appeared to surround his primordial spirit, nourishing and protecting him. However, Li Jun did not want to give his opponent any time. So he activated all the poisons and cursed his attack contained to drain Sun Jialong's vitality and further weaken him. Furthermore, he stabbed his spear once more to create an enormous blood spear that would incapacitate his opponent. Unfortunately, right before his attack landed, a shield appeared to block his attack. Li Jun looked in the distance to see an ordinary older man floating in the sky. An unknown quasi-emperor. "I don't know who you are, nor do I care," said Li Jun, who was very disgusting with the son of Destiny's luck. "But if you intervene in this battle, you will be the enemy of the Tao opening sect and be hunted down until you and your family are utterly annihilated." "Youngsters nowadays have no respect for the elderly," muttered the older man as he caressed his beard. "The crown prince saved my life, so I owe him karma. No matter what, I have to take him away." Li Jun did not say anything else but threw his spear with all his strength, making the older man's face become very ugly. He barely reacted to raise his hand to block the attack. However, a hidden talisman on the spear suddenly activated and opened a space crack to send him to some faraway and unknown destination. Then Li Jun spread his battle will in the entire domain to block the space. Finally, he looked at Sun Jiaolong. A third eye appeared on Li Jun's forever before firing a black beam full of the power of destruction. Sun Jiaolong resisted the attack with his armor, while squirming on the ground. Subsequently, he used all the origin essence in his divine sea, which was Li Jun's goal all along. Without energy to power up the innate treasure, Sun Jiaolong has to use his spiritual power or his lifespan. Li Jun stood in front of the defeated Sun Jiaolong, observing the human sword destiny in the latter's sea of consciousness. He tried using his primordial spirit to take the weapon away forcibly, but it resisted his action. So, Li Jun pondered killing Sun Jiaolong to take the sword away. However, he also discovered that the sword was connected to the latter's primordial spirit. Even if he destroyed the latter's fleshly body, the sword could run away with Sun Jiaolong's primordial spirit, just like it did against Jian Wushuang. Freebnovel. CM. So, the current issue is whether his means were enough to prevent this from happening. After thinking about it for a moment, Li Jun decided to be cautious. He took out a talisman and contacted someone. A few minutes later, he felt an unimaginable force break through his space blockade. Then Wang Wei appeared next to him, making Li Jun's lisp twitch. He thought he had somewhat made the gap, but understood he still had a long way to go. Nevertheless, he was more motivated. He still had a long way to go to ultimately pass the hidden trial, and could still participate when needed. Meanwhile, Wang Wei looked at the surroundings as the entire battle flashed in his eyes. This kid's strength has greatly increased, especially his battle IQ. Wang Wei believed that he was leagued above Li Jun in terms of raw power and ability, but in terms of battle awareness he was outclassed. So the competitive side of him appeared, and he decided to test whether that was true later on. Finally, his eyes landed on the pale Sun Jiaolong on the ground, who had a smirk on his face. "So what if I am defeated? The human sword destiny chose me, and only me. There is nothing any of you can do about it." Wang Wei remained calm while Li Jun shook his head. "In the end, you are the same as all the other Son of Destiny, always cocky and overconfident." Wang Wei did not waste time and activated his ability to become a Son of Destiny. In an instant, he forcibly removed the position from Sun Jiaolong, and used his enormous spiritual power to pull the sword from him. "No, no, no," yelled Sun Jiaolong as he watched the golden sword slowly coming out of his body. So he tried to resist, but it was to no avail. In the end, he gritted his teeth before screaming, "What are you waiting for? Don't forget our agreement." Then, to the surprise of Wang Wei and Li Jun, a fourth person suddenly appeared not far from them, and none of them realized that they were there. "Jisoo," said Li Jun as he looked at the pale-looking middle-aged man with messy hair. His appearance changed so much that he was almost unrecognizable. "I have been waiting for this moment for a very long time," said Jisoo as he looked straight at Wang Wei, ignoring Li Jun or anyone else for that matter. "Chi of Calamity," thought Wang Wei when he first looked at Jisoo, and a very powerful and hidden one at that. Then he frowned as he realized that something or someone secretly protected Jisoo, so he could not see his fate line or even his future. So, he looked at Sun Jiaolong on the ground and read his fate line. He learned that the latter used a luck Dao technique called Path of Victory, which allowed him to see ways he could defeat his opponent. And apparently Jisoo was the solution. Wang Wei was interested in that technique, so he remembered it to learn for later. Unfortunately, he did not know how Jisoo would win against him. So billions of thoughts flashed across his mind in less than a nanosecond. Could he be my trial? Chapter 474. Falling Dynasty? So, you're not going to say anything? Asked Jisoo. Unfortunately, Wang Wei ignored him and continued to pull the sword out of Sun Jialong's body. The process was not a peaceful one. You should understand that the path of emperor is cruel. If you do not want to lose people close to you, don't participate, said Li Jun. You shut up. This has nothing to do with you. My brother died unjustly before he could grow and develop. He had his entire life in front of him, but you people took it from him. Unjustly? There are no just people who participate in the throne battle, scoffed Li Jun. Furthermore, your brother would not have ended in that situation if you people kept your words and handed over the token. Ro Alpha? Alpha? You cannot even keep your words, and yet you're talking about being unjust. What a joke. Jisoo looked at Li Jun with red eyes while veins kept popping on his forehead. He then removed it from his eyes before looking at Wang Wei. Is that how you feel as well? Don't you have any remorse for your actions? Wang Wei frowned slightly. He diverted part of his spiritual power to destroy Jisoo's primordial spirit instantly, but an invisible force seemed to block his attack. Moreover, he could not feel, see, or sense what kind of power it was. On top of that, he did a few simulations to kill his opponent before he could react. However, in all the timelines he saw, that invisible power prevented him from succeeding. Would it matter if I felt any remorse? Wrote Wang Wei back in the air. What do you mean? Forget that your hands are also stained with numerous lives, but you never regret them. So, would it matter if I felt remorse? In your current state driven by hatred, would that matter? Jisoo quieted down for a few seconds before saying, maybe you're right. All that matters is that I get to avenge my brother. He then took out a sword and drove it into his heart without hesitation. Jisoo coughed a mouthful of blood, and while his vitality slowly drained away, he smiled as he reminisced about his brother. Jisoo was the kind of person that was very aware of his strength, limitations, and flaws. So once he started cultivating, he knew he did not have the talent and, more importantly, the ambitions to become a great emperor. After all, not everyone had the desire to pursue immortality and eternity. The emperor path is long and tortuous, a path full of blood, death, and loneliness. After sitting on that throne, one can acquire glory, wealth, power, and everlastingness. However, not many people can remain the same person they were at the beginning of their journey. The final winner usually must sacrifice their morality, humanity, and even their friends and loved ones. So, although the throne is the most desired position in the endless void, not everyone can or are willing to compete for it. And Jisoo was one of these people. So when he held Ji-song for the first time, he finally understood his innermost desire. He wanted to be a supporting role in that great competition, not the leading role. It was a perfect position. He could one day achieve immortality while not having to go through all the trials and tribulations. So he dedicated all his life to making his brother a great emperor. He began to focus on strategy so that he could be helpful. Jisoo also ensured that his brother had a happy childhood. As a heaven-chosen born with the heavy axe physique, Ji-song has many people praising him and expectations placed on him. Growing up in such an environment was not ideal and could affect most children mentally. And the only reason he could have a childhood at all and develop normally was because of Jisoo. He was the only person who never showed his expectations, goals, dreams, and hopes for Ji-song. Jisoo treated him like his little brother, nothing more and nothing else. At some point, Jisoo did not know whether he was doing all this for his brother's state of mind, or because he genuinely wanted him to have a great life. After Ji-song's defeat in the Chi Luck trial, Jisoo watched how much he pushed himself beyond his limit, especially to temper his body. He had never seen his brother in such pain, both physically and spiritually, and a significant part of him wanted to convince Ji-song to give up the competition and focus on living his life normally. Anyway, with his physique, he could become a great cultivator and live for a few million years. Unfortunately, he knew that this was pointless. Ji-song was not like him. He had ambitions, drive, and talent. Not to mention that the entire dynasty was counting on him. So Jisoo motivated and supported him instead. He ensured that Jisung did not let a few defeats affect his state of mind and Dao heart. Then came the fateful day. Jisoo watched as someone tore his little brother apart in front of trillions of people, before being refined into a pill. What's worse was that his father and Great Wu's people did nothing. They bowed their heads to his brother's killers to appease them. This act was unacceptable to Jisoo, so he took things into his hand. While blood dripped from his mouth, Jisoo smiled viciously at Wang Wei. Li Jun took a small step forward, wanting to stay in front of his big brother and protect him. However, after seeing his calm and composed demeanor, he stopped and observed while being on guard. Then, black marks started to appear all over Wang Wei's body. He glanced at them before words appeared in front of him. A curse? You're gravely mistaken if you think this is enough to get your vengeance. Jisoo laughed aloud like a madman before replying. No, I know this would not be enough. I never underestimate an enemy, let alone a monster like you. He then crushed a talisman from his space ring. Immediately afterward, an enormous multicolored dragon appeared in the distance, visible throughout the entire myriad emperor world by all cultivators. The dragon roared to the heavens. Its roar was full of pain, sadness, and reluctance. Then, it shattered into billions of motes of light of different colors. That's the Great Zhou's Qi Luck Dragon, said Li Jun. What have you done? His words had not finished before the black spots on Wang Wei's body turned purple and spread to 95% of his body. Li Jun's face became pale after seeing this. However, before he could react, Wang Wei appeared in front of Jisoo. His instinct told him that this guy was no longer protected. He grabbed the latter's head and searched his primordial spirit. Curse of hatred? Another curse that can affect a person's existence? They should be from the same creator. He understood many things. Jisoo was crazy enough to sacrifice the luck of the entire Great Zhou dynasty to power, and strengthen the curse to a higher level, just like Suya did. Luckily, he was not Lin Fan. Suddenly, Wang Wei split into two. One side of him still had the markings on their bodies, while the other was intact. Bone clone. A divine ability he received from tempering his body to perfection, which would allow him to redirect things like curses, reality erasure, or weird and unpredictable abilities that are impossible to guard against. So far, he only had to use this ability thrice. The first time failed him, but that was because his enemy had a similar ability and knew how to nullify it, and the second time saved him from death. Luckily this time, this divine ability did not fail him. On top of that, he anticipated this possible outcome when he saw the Qi Luck Dragon. After all, he witnessed what happened to Lin Fan. So instantly he reverted his Qi Luck Dragon to the black state to reduce the effect that luck has on him entirely. Secondly, he used his status as Sacred Son to connect to the Dao opening Sect's Qi Luck and block most of the boost that the Great Zhou's Qi Luck would have on the curse. He also felt the Sect's Luck Dragon did not resist letting him borrow all its strength, most likely because his father gave him that authority. Nevertheless, Wang Wei knew that he was not safe yet. So he sat cross-legged beside Jisoo's dead body as he began to focus on his Duyi realm and protect his existence. Great Zhou Dynasty. You guys dare, roared a beautiful woman's voice. A mighty aura emanated from the direction of that voice, which shook the entire myriad emperor world slightly. Then a mysterious and unknown power appeared to prevent the Qi Luck from completely dispersing. Then about 30 people floated in the sky above the dynasty. Among these people, 5 had Dao rhymes emanating from their bodies as if they were the messengers of the great Dao itself, while the remaining ones had immortal lights flowing from their bodies, displaying their nobility to the world. These 30 cultivators stood in 2 groups, all dressed in dragon robes. One group had 3 Dao ancestors along with 17 immortal venerables, while the smaller group had 2 Dao ancestors with 8 immortal venerables. Why did you guys do this? Asked the female Dao ancestor, who led the other 2. You know why we did this, replied the purple-eyed Dao ancestor, who appeared to be the rebel group's leader. Billions of years of cultivation, and not a single progress. This is the worst kind of torture, he said with a sigh. You knew what you signed for. Immortality in exchange for protecting Great Zhou until it perished. Yes. And now that that dynasty's luck is scattered, Great Zhou has perished, so we are now free. Ji Xiran gritted her teeth as she looked at these traitors. This stupid crown prince. She looked in the distance to look at Ji Su's dead body. And after seeing Wang Wei, she finally understood how this situation escalated to this point. Their entire Great Zhou dynasty was probably being used as a chess piece for someone outlaw's trial. For as long as she lived, she understood the saying, "Heavenly Tao is cruel and treats all living beings as dogs." The only exception is great emperors and only second-class ones and up. Otherwise, no one can escape this cruel fact. Even immortal beings like them. Ji Xiran looked at the traitors but did not say anything. She understood that even with numbers, they were still outclassed in battle strength. So Ji Xiran looked at the people behind her and said, "Let's go recondense the dynasty's luck." So, all the remaining 20 immortal cultivators rushed to use their ability to recondense as much luck as possible before it was too late. However, they also knew that from now, the Great Zhou dynasty will suffer countless catastrophes, both natural and artificial, because of the dispersion of luck. As for the remaining 10 people, they did not intervene. Instead, they all disappeared as if they had never existed in this world. Meanwhile, after a few hours, Wang Wei opened his eyes with a pale face. He looked at Ji Su's dead body while thinking. So he was just a pawn to weaken me before the real trial. What a shame. Chapter 475. Ambitions. Wang Wei wanted Ji Su to be his trial since things would be simpler. Unfortunately, his nexus of fate is still the same. Nevertheless, he did learn a few things about this experience. For example, he guessed that the saber wielder might not be someone he knew very well, but most likely affected by his actions. So he prepared to find them using that conjecture. Secondly, he learned that the curse of hatred and the bloodline curse were from the same source. The creator's purpose seemed to be to give people, no matter the cultivation level, a chance at killing their enemy if they were willing to pay a specific price. And after this experience, he decided to study curses in depth to have ways to block them. Furthermore, he will also spend a lot of time cultivating or improving his bone clone ability. This divine ability can save his life in the most dangerous situations. "Where is Sun Jiaolong?" gestured Wang Wei. "I'm sorry, but he ran away while I was protecting you," replied Li Jun. He had a very powerful void-breaking talisman. Wang Wei nodded his head before looking in the distance. He headed for his new hideout while sending a clone back to the sect to see his father. He wanted to know about the situation of Great Zhou. Wang Wei found his father waiting for him in Tianwei Peak. "You should return home. Your mother is worried sick about you. If all three of you can swear the most restricted oath not to use that formation, I will be more than happy to return home." Wang Tian became quiet for a moment before saying, "At least, let your clone go see her." "Fine." Wang Wei knew that time was ticking for him, so there was no point in remaining mad at his family for now. For all he knows, the time he has to see them is limited. Although he will try to enter samsara if he fails this trial, there is no guarantee of success. And if he succeeded, he would not see them for countless millennia, if not millions of years. What happened in Great Zhou? Although he felt the presence of the immortal grade cultivators in the distance, he could not hear their conversation, and he had to focus on blocking the curse. Wang Tian explained everything that happened regarding the rebellion of these people to attain freedom. They probably want to go to the world that all great emperors ascend to. This should be the perfect place to help cultivators of their level reach higher heights, commented Wang Tian, and Wang Wei agreed with him. Doesn't our sect have to worry about similar things? Not really. One of the advantages of powerful emperor lineages is that our emperors can create and leave behind resources in secret realms that help immortal tier cultivators. So although their cultivation speed will not be as good as that place, they can still progress. Wang Wei nodded as he finally understood why the sect strictly controls resources at the level of innate and above. These resources are reserved for the Tao ancestors and immortal venerables, to ensure that they do not have any rebellious thoughts like the people from Great Zhou. In any case, you should be on the lookout if something happens, warned Wang Wei. Then the two went back home together. Yu Yan was happy to see her son again, even if it was a clone. She knew if he decided to be stubborn and remained angry, she would not see him for at least a few hundred years, if not more. After meeting his mother, the clone went to see Li Jun and Su Ai. She still looked normal as the pregnancy was in the early stage. With her bloodline and the sex resources, this baby will not see the world in another few hundred years. Immediately afterward, Wang Wei's clone and Li Jun went to the battle tower to fight. Wang Wei wanted to test Li Jun's battle awareness and skills, so he gave the clone the same physical strength, origin essence, and spiritual strength as him. The result was that he was mistreated. Li Jun quickly destroyed him. And that was even though his Fate Dao still gave him an advantage since it was a Dao more powerful than Slaughter Dao. The way Li Jun could see flaws in his opponent, predict attacks solely based on instinct, and use all his techniques, spells, or divine abilities to their full potential and beyond, Wang Wei was no match. Wang Wei thought he made up the gap in combat awareness with Di Tian during their battle, with the help of the pagoda. However, he realized how wrong he was after fighting Li Jun. He reviewed that battle again and learned many things. Di Tian held back quite a lot. Based on his movements and actions, Wang Wei knew that he was constantly on the lookout for something during their battle. He most likely feared that Wu Hong would suddenly show up and destroy him. And because of this constant vigilance, Di Tian could not use all his powers and skills during the battle. After making this discovery, Wang Wei's eyes began to shine. Since he found his weakness, he will change and improve it. He went to see Wang Ju as he had a task for her. He gave her a list of the people he thought he had wronged during his cultivation journey, and asked her to check and assassinate them. And if there is a saber wielder with notable strength, she should inform him immediately. Through the power of karma, Wang Wei could deduce this kind of information. So he began from the Spirit Road trial to the present. Although he knew he could not find everybody, he was satisfied with 95% of them. Hopefully he can find the person from his trial. If not, his actions can be considered a way to deal with possible future troubles. After that, he headed to the time acceleration formation with Li Jun. He wanted to absorb the latter's skills and battle awareness through constant battles. And in just 5 years, he learned everything Li Jun did during his hidden trial, which made the latter speechless. "You're truly a monster," said Li Jun. His physique granted him a terrifying talent for battle, but he still took thousands of years to reach such a level. Yet, someone else took just 5 years to catch up and surpassed him. Wang Wei did not say anything. He did not even use his future Buddha self, relying only on his comprehension to achieve this feat. "I need you to do something for me," wrote Wang Wei in the air before explaining what it was to Li Jun. "You want me to create a technique to increase battle awareness and skills," muttered Li Jun. Wang Wei's idea is very simple. Divide the might into 2. One part controls the normal function of daily life, while the other part is constantly in a dream world. And in that world, they can simulate their opponents and fight with them. They can simulate their previous opponents and the fights they have watched, even from recordings, or simulate themselves. After all, there is no better opponent than yourself. After a couple of thousand years, their combat awareness would increase to an unimaginable level with the constant, never-ending battles. I should be able to recreate the simulation aspect after studying the battle tower, but I don't know anything about Dream Dao. The sect has a few books from the Eternal Dream sect. Furthermore, there is no need to start from scratch. One of the top 30 Heaven Chosens, the one called Lazy Suave, has a cultivation technique that allows him to cultivate in his sleep. Get it from him and modify it. "That should work," replied Li Jun with excitement. This dream technique is perfectly suited for his physique. And once he creates it, he can simulate his trial and decrease the time it takes him to pass. What a perfect training method. He could imagine how both his and Wang Wei's strength would increase once he created this technique. So, without wasting time, he left to track the Lazy Suave. In a slightly dark and poorly lighted place, Sun Jialong opened his eyes. He grunted in pain before looking around. Even though he had night vision with his cultivation level, everything was hard to see. The only light in the room seemed to come from a glowing golden spark from the distance. Sun Jialong swallowed a bunch of pills after ensuring he was in no danger. A few hours later, he could now move properly. So he headed in the direction of the light source. Because of his injury, this short walk took more than 30 minutes. Then he saw an altar with a blue sword with an azure dragon design on both the hilt and the edge. Suddenly, Sun Jiaolong began to laugh aloud, forcing him to stop when he started coughing and leaking blood. Roalpha? Alpha? My plan seems to have worked, he muttered. The Demon Destiny Sword. He has been searching non-stop for this sword for thousands of years, but to no avail. So he decided to gather luck to use a spell to find it. Sun Jiaolong was prepared to gather luck for a very long time. However, when Jisoo sacrificed Great Zhou's Qi luck, he took this opportunity to steal a lot of it. And when he used the void-breaking talisman, he used his luck to guarantee his escape and find this sword. Excitedly, he ignored his injury and the pain before rushing to take the sword. Unfortunately, a shield appeared to push him away. How I forget. Only the demon race can fully use the power of that sword. Sun Jiaolong sat on the ground to meditate and accelerate his recovery. A few days later he returned to his peak state. Then he took out a bright red pill with veins engraved on its surface. I spent a lot of money and time to get this quasi-emperor tier bloodline modification pill. Hopefully my plan can work. After swallowing it, he fell to the ground as he began to twitch. Blood started to ooze from every corner of his body. At some point, hair grew unconditionally from Sun Jiaolong's body before falling off. During the excruciating process, he did not scream a single time. To be precise, he could not scream even if he wanted to, since most of his bodily parts did not function properly. A few days later, the process ended, and Sun Jiaolong got up from the floor. He clenched his hands as he felt the strength flowing through his veins. An illusory monkey appeared behind him before he punched in their air. Boom! The entire secret realm shook for a moment before stabilizing itself. The Battle God Ape bloodline is truly remarkable, he muttered. He once acquired this bloodline from a demon race's secret realm. A Battle Saint Ape tribe member wanted to purify his bloodline to a height never seen before to one day lead his race from human oppression. And he succeeded somehow. Unfortunately, he died in the process, leaving it for future generations of the demon race. After checking his power, Sun Jiaolong walked to the blue sword and quickly picked it up. A feeling of nostalgia rushed through him as he felt the power of luck. I am the man destined to unite the myriad emperor world and recreate the glory of the great Qin dynasty, he declared. And this is just the beginning. The next step in Sun Jiaolong's plan is to search for the destiny sword of the sea race. From the records he searched, there has never been any news about the existence of such an item. However, he was confident the sea race had a luck-condensing artifact, but they hid it even better than the demon race and the human race. The ocean is as vast as the central and eastern continent, so the population of the sea race should be the second largest in the world. With their sword of destiny in my hands, I should be able to compensate for the previous loss. Sun Jiaolong looked in the distance with killing intent. Wang Wei, you just wait. One day, I will pry that sword from your corpse. Sun Jiaolong then left for the sea. For a moment, he hesitated whether to search for the destiny sword of the spirit race. However, considering their low number, he concluded it was not worth it. Chapter 476, Solution? Blood Earth Forbidden Land. Wang Wei's real body made a small cottage next to the old beggar, who was not home at present, most likely searching for an innate treasure related to the Tao of Heaven. In one of the large rooms with a space extension array, he activated the unseen cube for extra protection before taking out a few golden orbs that instantly fused upon interaction. With enough merit, he made the divination that would decide his fate. Where was the absolute chaos physique in the endless void? Uncalculable. Wang Wei sighed even though he expected this outcome. So he changed his question. Would I be able to find one before the trial? No. Why? Dead. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. A while ago, there was still a chance for him to find other people with that physique. And now, even after refining the human destiny sword to bless him with luck, he learned that all of the remaining absolute chaos physiques were now dead. So, what changed? Thought Wang Wei. He did not know that there were only 9 absolute chaos physiques in the endless void. Lin Fan absorbed 7 of them during the slaughter trial. And as for the remaining 2, the Emperor Enlightened Academy have already caught them for Susure. So he was too late. Wang Wei took a deep breath to calm down. He was now back to the starting point. He had to find another way to survive. So he closed his eyes to enter a deep state of meditation. All his billions of spirit particles worked together in harmony as he strategized. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei concluded the way to survive this trial was to use a method that a great emperor could not calculate. The reason his physique plan failed was because of how predictable it was. A few outlaws probably already used this method to pass the test. So Heavenly Tao should be able to calculate that Wang Wei will reach this conclusion and plan ahead. So, if I want to survive, I need a method that a great emperor-level figure could not calculate? Wang Wei frowned after coming to this conclusion. He did not know how mighty the deduction power of great emperors was, but it would never be something even a genius like himself could fathom. So Wang Wei understood that in a direct confrontation of deduction, he would lose, especially since the Tao of Heaven involved knowing everything in existence. Although he knew that even if Heavenly Tao couldn't reach the true level of omniscient, he knew that he had already lost in the information/knowledge department. Wait, knowledge? I have knowledge from Earth, a completely different civilization and culture unknown to Heavenly Tao. Wang Wei has tried to divine the location and existence of Earth a few times to no avail. So he theorized that it was either very well hidden by some influential individuals, or did not exist in this universe. So, this could be my advantage, he thought, his mind working at trillions of miles per hour. He found a few things wrong with this theory in less than a second. First, he assumed Heavenly Tao did not know about Earth and had no proof of such. This assumption could be fatal to him if he wanted to use it to pass the trial. Second, many of his odd behaviors since he reincarnated in this world revealed that he reincarnated. Even his family was aware of this fact, but they never mentioned it to him. However, sometimes he would blurt out some terms or slang from Earth, and even explain certain concepts to Li Jun or Yan Liling. Many of these concepts are now known to the upper echelons of the sect. Furthermore, when speaking with Wu Hong, he would talk more casually about certain things on Earth. Fortunately, she seemed to know about it since Wang Wei did not have to explain anything, and she would naturally understand what he meant. It was as if she's been there before and experienced the culture. Of course, Wang Wei knew that future him could have recreated Earth from memories and shown it to her. Or she could have visited with him. Nevertheless, Earth might not be the solution he needed. Wang Wei pondered and reviewed everything he ever said or muttered about Earth. The information revealed was not as much as he anticipated. Even when he created things like trains, cars, etc., he only mentioned their names and functions. He discovered that he was never willing to talk too deeply about it, and did not even officially talk to his family about his reincarnation. Even though he knew they knew, Wang Wei does not know why he did not reveal it. He was not guilty of taking over his mother's baby since he reincarnated as a baby. He knew his family would still treat him the same nonetheless. After all, reincarnation is more common among cultivators. He still did not do it. It was like a subconscious decision that he made without knowing the reason. Maybe this is the reason. To prepare for this occasion, for this trial. Wang Wei understood that his actions might be the result of his intuition acting in a passive way to protect him. Or his future self was influencing his past self. Logically speaking, void-shattering realm and above cultivators should be considered true fourth-dimensional beings or higher. So they should not experience time in a linear fashion, but they do, unless they comprehend the laws of time. And Wang Wei knew that he would comprehend the laws of time. So it is not far-fetched for his future self to subtly influence his past self in small ways. He shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts and focused on the task. He had a feeling that he was heading in the correct direction. So, after focusing on all the information he revealed about Earth and treating them as things Heavenly Tao knows, he focused on the things he did not disclose. He hoped that something would help him for this trial. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as an idea popped into his mind. Without hesitation, Wang Wei began to lay an array inside the room. He took out many high-level resources from his space ring to refine formation flags and place them in the correct position before using his spiritual strength to write the divine runes needed. It took him a few months of trial and error before creating the formation he needed with the help of the future Buddha self. Then he activated the array. Wang Wei found himself on a journey into the microscopic world. He saw atoms and subatomic particles as small as quarks before going even smaller. He thought that going smaller than this, he would discover the fundamental laws of the myriad emperor world, but he found something else entirely. Spiritual qi, the essence of spiritual energy. Because he once visited the source qi space, he could feel that these particles came from an undetectable place. But he could not pinpoint the location nor dare to try. With this discovery, my energy control will reach a new height, but this is not what I wanted. I need to go even smaller. Wang Wei was glad that he did not discover laws after his journey in the microscopic world, as this increased his plan's feasibility. As such, he contacted his clone back in the sect. The latter proceeded to lay the same quasi-emperor tier array, except for this time, he modified it to borrow the power of the sect's emperor formation to boost its strength. Wang Wei shook his head in disappointment after seeing the result. He could now better see the spirit particles, as he called them, and how they function. However, he could not see anything smaller. To ensure absolute success, I must reach the quantum realm, a dimension so small that even an emperor cannot easily detect. Unfortunately, Wang Wei could feel that he had reached a limit. No matter what he did or how he tweaked the formation, he could not go any smaller. So after making a few deductions with his future Buddha self, he gave up on thinking of another idea. Since cultivation cannot help me, I can use science and technology. Logically speaking, cultivation has a greater advantage than science and technology. After all, based on his recent discovery, cultivators began their journey by using a subatomic particle like spiritual qi. However, Wang Wei could feel the limitation that cultivation civilization has because of how powerful it was. This is the very reason for the existence of heavenly Tao. Without wasting time, Wang Wei began to deduce whether a pure science and technology world exists, and he received a negative answer. Finally, luck is on my side. Rho Alpha? Alpha? He was genuinely relieved at this news. If science and technology existed in the endless void, then this information should be available to heavenly Tao, and his plan would be useless. However, there is another problem. He has to develop a science and technology world from scratch to help him reach the quantum realm, which is not an easy task. Although he remembered all the scientific knowledge he learned from his past life, this did not change the fact that he was a business and communication major. So even if he used his comprehension and future sight, it would not be an easy task to recreate an entirely new civilization. Not to mention how time-consuming and the other difficulties he will face in the process. So I need people to help me. Preferably an entire world. Countless thoughts flashed across his mind as he planned how to achieve his goal. Wang Wei looked in the sky with a frown. I need to enter the void-shattering realm first to have a chance to succeed in a relatively short time. After thinking about it for a moment, Wang Wei entered seclusion to make his breakthrough. This time he did not use the future Buddha self to deduce whether his plan would guarantee success and survival, or whether he could kill the saber wielder. He truly feared that heavenly Tao had a way to see whether the method he thought of could kill the saber wielder. However, he knew that with the cube, it should be impossible, but he could not control his paranoia. So he will only use his future sight to get knowledge from his future self to accelerate the pace of creating this science and technology civilization. Chapter 477. Final appearance after entering seclusion. Wang Wei did not immediately break through. He first ensured that the recent rise in cultivation did not affect his foundation. And in the process, he also began to light up the remaining spirit particles. With many soul-increasing pills and the soul strength stored inside his 3 immortal soul, the process did not take as long as expected. So, in just a few dozens of years he lit up all 269 trillion spirit particles. And once he finished with that, he condensed his spirit flower. The power ancestor Wuqing left in his body activated to purify Wang Wei's soul, but it could not find any impurities, So it left. Then a transparent lotus appeared above his divine altar where the 3 flowers crown existed. The lotus contained 12 petals, meaning it was a grade 1 spirit flower. Then Wang Wei checked his ability and was quite satisfied with it. It can come in handy. Even in this trial, the spirit flower filled in the final spot of the crown. However, the 5 jewels on it were still dimmed. Luckily, it was not for long. All of Wang Wei's 5 zhang organs suddenly glowed different colors like a rainbow. Then each color lit up the 5 jewels. Once the process ended, Wang Wei felt the crown's power baptizing his entire body, soul, and energy. His foundation was now more perfect than ever, and he even felt his cultivation and fleshly body talent slightly elevated, not to mention his general strength. Is this the state of 3 flowers gather on a crown, 5 qi towards the origin? How fascinating! He could feel this secret technique would give him a lot of help in his future cultivation path. So he nodded in satisfaction. Alright, now let's break through. As he closed his eyes to cultivate, Wang Wei found himself in his sea of consciousness with a table with tea in front of him. And sitting opposite Wang Wei was a pale-looking version of himself with an eerie atmosphere. Not happy to see me? Asked the heart devil. What do you think? Well, it does not matter. If you can leave here intact, this should be the last time we meet. After entering the void-shattering realm, cultivators will still have heart demon, but they will not be so obvious and show up in a physical form. Instead, they will show up in the form of constant doubts or a drastic and sudden change in personality. It is similar to what happened to Wang Wei after killing someone for the first time, but even more severe. What do you want to talk about this time? Gestured Wang Wei. Oh, so many things, but today's theme is once again your hypocrisy, replied the heart devil in a slightly flamboyant voice. Tell me, why didn't you take Heavenly Daos deal? What do you mean? After Grandma's death, you have personally witnessed what death and departure can do to your remaining family. And yet, when Heavenly Dao showed you a way to pass the trial and live, you rejected it without hesitation. All because of your selfish desire to control one of the supreme Daos. The heart devil paused momentarily before waving his hand to display a picture. It was one of a beautiful young woman crying in the middle of the night. Mom, thought Wang Wei as he looked at it. This poor woman has spent countless nights crying alone, thinking she might lose her son right after losing her mother. What's worse is that there is nothing she could do about it, nothing she can do to help. But you couldn't you? All you had to do is use an innate treasure to use fate laws, and all the trial's trouble would have been avoided. And this poor woman does not have to suffer like this. I have found a way to pass the trial, gestured Wang Wei with bloodshot eyes. Luckily he could not talk. Otherwise his voice would be very hoarse right about now. But you don't know for sure if it would work or if you will have enough time to succeed. So, why not take the easier and already available method? The method guaranteed to succeed? Wang Wei looked in a daze at the crying recording of his mother. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed before shaking his head. I have decided to pursue the path of being free and unfettered, and I would rather die than cut off my path forward. This was why he did not use the other methods that Heavenly Dao showed him. If he did, he knew he would never achieve the ultimate freedom he desired. So, you are choosing yourself over your parents? I thought you loved them dearly. How hypocritical. I do love them more than anything in the world. And I know they would understand. I'm sure this is what you say to yourself so you can sleep peacefully. Humans are inherently complex individuals, not to mention cultivators with their godlike powers, wrote Wang Wei as he took a sip of his tea. So, it is possible to be selfish and love someone else simultaneously. I love my parents and would not hesitate to sacrifice my life for them if the situation arrives. However, I also have dreams and ambitions, dreams that I will also not hesitate to place my life on the line for. All I'm hearing are excuses, replied the heart devil with a sneer. Okay, then let's look at the situation logically. If I did settle and choose survival over my ambitions, then, what do you think will happen in the future when I'm confronted with the absolute truth that I cannot become free and unfettered? Ro? Dash? The devil did not answer. I'll tell you, continued Wang Wei. I'll grow bitter, blaming my family for ruining my future, even though it was my choice. How do you think the dynamic amongst us would be then? Or you could simply accept the result and move on with your life, replied the heart devil. Since you know better than anyone else, what do you think is the most likely possibility? So you have no qualm about making your family go through the same pain that you went through? You're dodging my questions. Furthermore, I could flip your argument against you. What do you mean? Isn't the fact that you and my family's desire for me to take the easy way out proof that none of you have faith that I can pass this trial perfectly? We are talking about a probability of less than 0.0000001% if not more. It is understandable, replied the heart devil. My mother and father taught me never to take the easy way, especially when it comes to cultivation. Isn't it the reason that she wanted to sacrifice themselves with that formation instead of encouraging me to use the innate treasure or control a lesser fate Tao? They know of my ambitions and support me heartily. The heart devil squinted his eyes at Wang Wei. Rho Alpha? Alpha? It often bothers me how easy it is for cultivators to sacrifice their lives for anything. It's like they have no fear of death. In this world of demons, gods, and immortals, death is not the scariest thing. What is truly terrifying is losing yourself in this long journey called cultivation. I understand that notion, but as a person from Earth, shouldn't you be different? Shouldn't you have some fears of death? I have lived in this world for over 4,000 years. It is normal for me to be assimilated in some ways, replied Wang Wei. Maybe for the dying aspect, but about the other element, regret. As a person who died before, you should understand how painful it is to be full of regrets. In your childhood, the issue plagued you constantly. You kept thinking about your family back on Earth, your friends, and what your life would have been like. You thought of everything you never had a chance to see or do. And one of the driving forces behind your desire to become free and unfettered is to correct all these regrets, not to have any of them anymore. So you're telling me this has changed? If you die in this trial, will you not have any regrets? That you can accept passing a second time, full of remorse? Wang Wei looked in the distance before writing. Of course I'll have regrets, maybe even more than in my first life. Then why not take the easy path of survival? Because in the future, I would be even more remorseful. The heart devil understood his meaning. Most people cannot pinpoint when their lives deviated from their desired outcomes. However, Wang Wei will be able to if he makes that decision. So from now on, he will live the rest of his life thinking and reminiscing about that single moment in time when he made the wrong choice, the choice that shattered his dreams. This level of remorse is enough to drive most men insane, twisting their minds and personality. And with Wang Wei's talent, intelligence, and possible achievement in the cultivation journey, who knew what he would do in his madness? So that's it. You're really choosing an uncertain path. Because of possible future remorse? Wang Wei smiled before replying. I am. Honestly, I believe in myself that I will succeed. The heart devil paused for a moment before muttering. Maybe you're right. After all, in the darkest time when you had no hope and death came knocking at your door, you never gave up. Even I have to admire your conviction. Is that a compliment? From you all parole? What can I say? This is my last appearance and am feeling a little emotional, replied the heart devil, who began dissipating slowly. One last piece of advice. Watch out for your recent paranoia. Although it has not reached the point of becoming a heart devil, you're treading on thin lines. Thank you and I will. Well, it was nice to meet you. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same. But you were quite useful. Ha ha ha, I'll take that as a compliment. The moment the heart devil disappeared, Wang Wei felt the weight of the world lifted from his shoulder. His mind and spirit reached an unprecedented peak. He was ready to attack the next realm. And someone gave a 500 coins gift, so here is an extra chapter. Chapter 478. After dealing with his last heart devil tribulation, Wang Wei knew he was ready for the next stage of cultivation. So he did not waste time and continued his seclusion. The first step to entering the void-shattering realm is to pass through the road of the heart. And to do so requires cultivators to enter a profound realm of meditation, unlike anything they have experienced. Then they have to understand the concept of emptiness, which does not refer to the state of nothingness, but the idea that there is a distinctive idea between how things are and how they appear. Cultivators must understand the meditative method that focuses on perception, and how cultivator views the world and their experience. Cultivators have to look at the world with no preconceived notions or bias about what they think it is or functions. They have to look at the universe through a void, or empty mindset, then they can find the road of the heart, and discover their true self. And the process of discovering the self and sublimating it is called void shattering. In the past, this knowledge was common among cultivators, especially in the ancient emperor era. Unfortunately, over time, most cultivators think that void shattering refers to the ability to use law to break the space and teleport. Although most Saint Land and above should know the truth, no one cared enough to spread the truth to loose cultivators. So, Wang Wei theorized this is one of the many reasons the current new emperor era is so weak and a general failure compared to the other eras. Void shattering is a difficult step that stopped many cultivators. So many people have found shortcuts and other methods to avoid this step over the years. And the result of that is that these people do not temper their Tao hearts in the process, leading to some of them becoming great emperors with weak Tao hearts and pseudo-emperors. With Wang Wei's comprehension and the Origin Sutra, that has detailed information in each realm, he soon found his primordial spirit standing on a long road. Upon closer examination, everything around the road seemed highly dark, making the environment a little eerie. As soon as he stopped paying attention and focused on the road, he instantly forgot about the atmosphere. Is this the road of heart? Thought Wang Wei before beginning to walk. The moment he took his first step, he felt like a powerful gravity weighted on his soul, making each step arduous. At the same time, Wang Wei heard countless voices telling him that if he stopped walking and gave up, the pain would disappear. At first, he could only hear murmurs. But the further he walked down the road, the clearer the voices became, and the more powerful their charming ability became. Of course, Wang Wei ignored these voices. Visit. For a better user experience with his Tao heart tempered in the pagoda and recent events, this temptation is nothing to him. Additionally, Wang Wei discovered that his oath of silence is perfect for tempering the mind and Tao heart. Without the ability to express his voice, he values his mind and thoughts even more than before, allowing him to understand himself, his thought process, and ideas even more than before, thus sublimating his state of mind and Tao heart. Furthermore, as a person who wants to be free and unfettered, having restrictions placed on him is another form of tempering. So Wang Wei passed the first stage of the road with no difficulty. After walking a certain distance, something changed. Wang Wei saw a beautiful woman lying on the floor, bleeding to death. In terms of beauty, even Su Shi could not compare. Moreover, her frail body on the ground seemed to amplify her charm. Wang Wei bent over her body before placing his hand on her injury, which so happens to be a stab wound on her chest. Using his spiritual strength, he healed her. A few seconds later, the woman opened her eyes. "Did you save me, benefactor?" Wang Wei did not answer. So she lowered her head before continuing. "Ear has nothing to offer but this daughter's body. If the benefactor wants, I will dedicate my life to repaying this debt." Wang Wei looked at her as he felt the charming aura emanating from her body. He shook his head before continuing walking. As he did so, he could hear her pleading cry followed by a sob that could melt the heart of the most heinous of criminals. But his footstep did not stop. He knew that there were many choices he could take after encountering this woman, and each option represented a different path or mindset. If Wang Wei chose to ignore the woman completely, that meant he was walking the path of ruthlessness. He would abandon most emotions as he continued to walk the path of cultivation. From now on, he would have no real tether in the world as he pursued power and longevity. Of course, another meaning behind this choice is that he walked Taoism's path of inaction, which was the idea that things happened in the universe for a reason. Visit. For the best know_vel_read_ng experience. So, the woman's death was because her time arrived, and interfering with her fate was interfering with the universe's workings. Although he could do so, this would result in karma between them. So most Taoist priests would choose this method, unless they were from another school of thought. The choice that Wang Wei made signified he would not abandon his emotions just for immortality. He would follow his heart and ensure that his consciousness was clear. At the same time, he will also not let the temptation of the flesh block his journey. Another choice would be to allow the woman to follow down the road. However, she will constantly tempt cultivators to stop their journey, and they must resist. Additionally, they also have to support her with their strength to allow her to continue on the road, thus bearing even more weight from the road's gravity. And once they give up, they would fail the tempering of this road and have to start over again. Honestly, Wang Wei pitied the fools who chose this method. Even if they can resist all the temptations and support her, they will have to wake up at the end of the road and realize that she is not real. And this can be considered another form of tempering, especially if a cultivator developed affections for her. As Wang Wei continued to walk down the road, he encountered many beautiful women. They all seemed to be the epitome of beauty, and were designed especially for his preferences. As such, he could see many of Wu Hong's qualities among these women, especially the long legs and beautiful feet. On this section of the road, he encountered many cliché scenarios. Someone would chase these women, and he would save them. Some offered him unimaginable wealth and power as long as he stayed with them. One of them offered him immortality and even to become a great emperor. Typically, a child would consider this kind of promise nonsense. And yet, deep in the back of his mind, he believed it to be true. He believed that this woman could give him either immortality or the power of a great emperor. Nevertheless, Wang Wei ignored all the women until he reached close the end of the next stage of the road. He saw Wu Hong lying on the ground with blood all over her body, just like the first woman. Looking at her injury, he could tell that healing her would severely weaken him and decrease his ability to support the gravity of this road as quickly as he used to. But he did not hesitate to do so. And once Wu Hong opened her eyes, joy appeared all over her face. The latest _AP_SODIES are on the website. I know you would save me, she said with a smile. Can you help me up so that I can continue walking? Wang Wei looked at her eyes, which seemed even more charming than usual. This was the first time he saw her in such a weak state, and somehow, this fact made her even more attractive to his male ego. Nonetheless, Wang Wei ignored her as he walked away, and as he heard her sob and cried for help, he stopped briefly before continuing walking. And with each step, his mind and Dao heart sublimated. He loved and adored Wu Hong with all his heart, but also knew how to control himself not to lose himself or his sense of identity in the relationship. And the same goes for her. At the exact intersection of the next stage, Wang Wei saw Wu Hong again. This time, however, she was perfectly fine, without a single injury. I have something for you, she said as a bright orb appeared in her hand. Upon inspection, Wang Wei could tell this orb would replenish his lost spiritual strength and return him to a peak state. No, it would even increase his power, and allow him to ignore the ever-increasing gravity and tempting voice that kept asking him to give up. Instantly he understood the purpose of this test. So far, his relationship with Wu Hong has been one-sided, with her always helping and supporting him. Wang Wei did not mind such help since he did not have that much ego when it came to things like this. However, there is the possibility that he becomes too over-reliant on her, which would affect his future. Luckily for him, the outlaw trial forced him not to rely on her, so the issue has not become a genuine problem. After realizing this, Wang Wei once again felt a slight sublimation in his state of mind and Dao heart. So he walked to the third section. This part of the road involved enduring pain and suffering. With his training in the pagoda and masochist treatment, he often placed his fleshly body in. He quickly passed this section. He even took this opportunity to cultivate his pain-innate talent. However, when he stepped into the fourth section, Wang Wei's body trembled slightly. He had to stop for a moment because of what he saw. I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so I owe you guys 2 extra chapters, which will be released throughout the week. Visit for a better user experience. Chapter 479. Wang Wei gazed at the floor where numerous bodies lay motionless, blood scattered all over their bodies and the room. He could see pain, despair, and longing on these people's faces. It was so vivid and clear that he wondered what they went through before their death. After taking a deep breath and controlling his slightly trembling body, Wang Wei walked forward. With each step he would recognize the bodies. He first saw his mother. She died after being stabbed with thousands of blades. The second person he saw was his father. His blood was green, his tongue very dark, and blood spilled from his eyes. He died from a fierce poison. His grandfather had his skin removed from his body, along with all his innards. Li Jun and Yen Liling had part of their bodies missing along with bite marks. Some beasts ate them alive. Wang Wei even saw his grandmother Yin Zaijin's dead body, and everyone he cared about. And all of them died differently in gruesome ways. He looked at this carnage and clenched his hand before continuing walking on this road. What he saw in this section truly affected him. Previously, he only saw his family's dead body. But this time, he watched the gruesome ways that they died. In the middle of this section, he had a chance to fight his family's killer. Unfortunately, he couldn't defeat this opponent because of how this test functioned. So he had to watch as his family was slaughtered in front of his eyes. And there was nothing he could do but watch helplessly. Boundless and uncontrollable emotions almost overwhelmed his mind and made him fail the tempering process. With a new determination for power, he walked forward. As he stepped forward, the image of his loved one's torment flashed across his mind, but he did not stop. He would never allow this scene to become a reality. What he saw almost drove him insane again. This time not out of hatred but anger. He saw Wu Hong in a bed naked with another guy enjoying the harmony of yin and yang. He did not know who this person was. However, the moment Wang Wei laid eyes on him, he felt this person was more handsome than him, had a better personality, had more wealth, and even was more powerful. Additionally, he felt that he could treat Wu Hong better than he could. At this point, Wang Wei knew that this stage of the road of heart is related to a person's innermost fears. Unfortunately, even if he figured things out, it did not mean the process would be easy. So, with his terrifying will, Wang Wei controlled himself not to become insane, and rushed out to fight both that man and Wu Hong. Then he continued walking. What he saw next also made him pause. He saw a version of himself dying on the ground with Wu Hong looking over him with cold and indifferent eyes. The latest _AP_SODIES are on the website. Why? As intelligent as you are, you should have expected this outcome, she replied. Does our love mean nothing to you? All these years spent together? No. Then why did you do it? I am Empress Wu. Why would I be with a weak mortal if it was not because you had value? After saying that, she killed and sealed him. The real Wang Wei looked at this scene calmly before continuing walking. His Dao heart and state of mind were not affected in the least. And as he continued the road, he saw many of his greatest fears. He saw that he had died, and this fact devastated his family. His mother was sad that she eventually took her own life. Meanwhile, his father was affected by Heart Devil, and went on a slaughter spree worldwide until an immortal tier powerhouse killed him. What's worse, the sect did not respond and let it happen. So Wang Wei had to experience his family and friends having devastating life after his passing. Although he knew this outcome was unlikely, he could not control his irrational fears. It took him a while to continue walking down the road, especially after seeing his family sacrifice themselves for his survival. And soon afterward, he experienced the reverse side of this fear. All the people he knew died, and he lived a life of loneliness and regrets. In the end, Wang Wei reached the 5th section, which was the part that focused on failures. He saw an entirely different version of his life. First, he failed countless times on his journey to becoming great emperor until he died immortal. And in the instance he did become an emperor, Wang Wei saw his life was still miserable because he failed in his attempt to become free and unfettered. So he lived in mediocrity while lamenting about what could have been. After passing the 5th section of the road, Wang Wei did not continue. Cultivators in the void-shattering realm only have to pass 3 sections to make a breakthrough, 5 sections to enter the Saint realm, and all 10 sections to enter the Supreme realm. And they also can temper their Dao heart further by going through mortal dust. The latest _AP_SODIES are on the website. So he stopped at the 6th section, and the moment he decided to stop, Wang Wei opened his eyes in his sea of consciousness. The road of the heart is very interesting, thought Wang Wei. The trials are designed for each individual personally to temper their Tao hearts, so even an individual like himself can benefit after going through it. After experiencing the road, Wang Wei understood why the culture of the myriad emperor world had involved the current state of not focusing too much on Tao heart tempering methods. It's because they already have the perfect method. Furthermore, the sect was so excited about the pagoda because they thought it could allow him to become a young emperor. Additionally, he now has a newfound respect for his ancestor, the Qiyuan emperor. The origin system he created is truly unique in its own right. Immediately, he could see myriad chains-like objects in the middle of a sphere. He used his spiritual strength to observe one of them, and information appeared inside his mind. Laws of water, a subsection of the 5 elements law, can be further divided into the law of rain, law of mist, law of waves, etc. Wang Wei knew cultivators could comprehend lesser Tao rain, mist, and fuse them into greater Tao water. Or they can cultivate these lesser Taos to be as powerful, if not more, than greater Taos. Of course, not anyone can see the different classifications or subcategories of laws as clearly or easily as Wang Wei. Without extraordinary talent, basic understanding, and a previously established foundation, cultivators can only vaguely sense the laws and spend a lot of time searching for the one they want to comprehend. Heaven chosen from strong backgrounds has a significant advantage over other people. All the esoteric scriptures they had to memorize and learn in childhood will become very beneficial to finding the laws that they want and identifying their different components. Not wanting to waste time, Wang Wei activated the law fragment in his fate puppeteer physique, creating a direct connection to the laws of fate. He then identified many subcategories of fate law, which include life and death, destiny, luck, time and space, along with many others. These subcategories are considered great Taos by themselves, but are only some parts of fate. Well, considering it is one of the supreme hidden Taos, it makes sense, thought Wang Wei. Of course, Wang Wei did not have to understand these laws. He could just comprehend fate laws directly. Visit for the best no_vel_read_ng experience, but he planned to create different incarnations to cultivate these laws while the main body cultivated fate law. He wanted his incarnations to cultivate these laws to a level as good as fate before combining them into one, thus elevating his fate law to a higher level. However, he must pass this trial first, otherwise his incarnations would become outlaws and complicate things. So he began to comprehend fate law. At the same time, he wanted to use his future Buddha self to bring comprehension from the future to accelerate the process. Unfortunately, he realized that he needed to comprehend time laws before accomplishing such a feat, so he had to rely solely on his comprehension, which was not a problem given how terrifying it was. Additionally, the law fragment from his physique boosted the process and helped a great deal. So after an unknown amount of time, a seed fluctuating the power of fate condensed in Wang Wei's divine sea. He found a nice place in his divine altar, which looked like the temple of heaven from his past life. And the moment he planted the seed, myriad Tao rhymes appeared all over the temple, making it nobler and more divine. After the fate law baptized the altar and transformed it into a law altar, it also began to affect other things. Wang Wei's divine sea expanded more than 1,000 times in just a few minutes, and his origin essence and primordial spirit became purer. Even his fleshly body had a slight increase. Unfortunately, it was not enough to make much of a change. However, Wang Wei knew that the increase would be drastic if it were an ordinary cultivator. When the process finished, he entered the first stage of the void-shattering realm. Law comprehension. Void-shattering is divided into 4 stages: law comprehension, law path, law body, and law manifestation. Each step was crucial for cultivators and increased their strength drastically. Wang Wei opened his eyes before checking his body and calculating his strength increase. He was delighted as he felt like he could do many things that he previously could not do. Finally, he checked the law seed in his law altar to ensure no problem. Now he must increase his understanding of fate law to nurture this seed into a towering tree. He then proceeded to calculate how much time passed during his retreat. 3,200 years, not bad. Visit For a better user experience, most Heaven Chosen will take between 800 to 10,000 years to make their breakthrough. However, fate law is inherently more difficult to understand than others, so even with his comprehension, he still took this long. Chapter 480 Soul Network. After making his breakthrough, Wang Wei walked out of the cottage and looked in the sky, waiting for something. After not seeing anything, he walked out the range of the heaven hiding array. Nevertheless, nothing occurred. It seems that the unseen cube has no problem working. Cultivators still have to undergo heavenly tribulation after reaching higher realms. However, the cube is now hiding Wang Wei's existence, so heavenly Tao cannot sense his breakthrough and lower tribulation. Wang Wei pondered for a moment. He wanted to release news of his breakthrough for a brief moment. And that was because the previous generation's path of Supreme would officially open after a certain number of Heaven Chosen reach this realm. He wanted his father and mother to reach higher realms. However, considering his current situation, he decided otherwise. Anyway, there were still a few more thousand years before a second person in his generation could enter the void-shattering realm. So his parents could wait since they still had plenty of lifespan remaining. After deciding, he returned to the cottage to check some information about what had occurred in his absence. The first thing Wang Wei did was to receive numerous memories from his clone. Not long after his retreat, Li Jun created the dream training art, and the clone has been using it to fight himself and many of his opponents, mostly Tian, non-stop to train his battle awareness. So Wang Wei took a few minutes to digest thousands of years of non-stop constant battles. He learned a great deal about using all his strength or divine abilities to their full potential and beyond. Then he used the technique to simulate a battle with Tian with his current strength and use of fate laws. He lasted more than 3 hours than his previous highest record, but he still lost miserably. Everyone calls me a monster when he's the real problem. Many thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind. He knew that although he had a higher talent than Tian, the latter made up and surpassed the gap with time, knowledge, and experience. And unfortunately, these are all things that cannot easily be made up with just talent and effort. I need to create these 9 incarnations as soon as possible, and maybe even find a way to surpass my limits. Thinking about this, he could not help but caress his temples. The incarnations are already a time-sensitive issue, along with many other problems. So he did not know whether he could surpass its restrictions or limits. But he will try anyway. Wang Wei shook his head to remove these distracting thoughts from his mind. He then sent the new update of his strength and abilities to the clone, so that it could continue the simulations with the updated stats. Finally, he focused on the crucial information that Wang Ju sent. So far, there are only 3 main important things. First, Li Jun decided to seal Su Ai and the baby until Wang Wei's trial was over. Wang Wei shook his head after hearing this. He knew that Li Jun worried that Heavenly Tao would manipulate his child to deal with him. However, Wang Wei knew he worried for nothing. It would take too long for this child to grow and become a problem for him. Unless some time-related shenanigans occurred. Even Heavenly Tao cannot easily mess with the river of time. The second news that Wang Wei paid attention to is Wang Ju has managed to infiltrate the ancient aristocratic family and the sea race. Many members of the Fate Shadow Guard have now occupied some level to middle-level positions in these 2 places. Wang Ju even found some news about Huofeng Huang, as rumors are circulating that she broke the clan's taboo and stole another person's bloodline. So they imprisoned her. Although the shadows only discover rumors, based on what happened to Yi Bo after the beach party, Wang Wei guessed that was the truth. Her parents must be very powerful and influential if they could save her life. In ancient clans like these, breaking the taboo laws and regulations often results in death. Even if the Wang clan and the Dao opening sect, some things are considered taboo, so Huofeng Huang could only survive if her parents or lineage were powerful enough to guarantee her life. Most likely, her parents are this generation's leaders of the Hua clan. The last important news that Wang Wei focused on was the rise of a new Heaven Chosen called Tong Ruobing from Great Talisman City. She defeated many of the newly rising Heaven Chosens before challenging the old one. She defeated Mo Xingyun and Zhang Xian before tying with Huang Yuan, who completely fused with the Life and Death book. Wang Wei remembered the information he had on Tong Ruobing and Great Talisman City. Great Talisman City is an emperor lineage with 6 great emperors. Their creator was the talisman ancestor in the ancient emperor era. They are considered the forefather of talisman Dao in the myriad emperor world. The Great Talisman City created more than 80% of the world's talisman. As for Tong Ruobing, she is the young talisman lord of this generation. In the profession circle, she is pretty famous because she became a saint talisman maker while in the divine body realm. A feat only accomplished by 3 other people. Yang Liling, Chun Chun from Origin Weapon Mountain, and Wu Ming from the Origin Rune Mountain. These 4 people were the stars of the profession world. And the addition of Lu Chung brought a new level of prosperity to professions like talisman, pill, weapon refining, and array master. Although Wang Wei knew of Tong Ruobing before, he never thought of her as a competitor for the throne. Usually, it is more difficult for people who cultivate Daos related to professions to become emperor, especially in a very competitive generation such as this one. So he guessed that she must have acquired quite the fortunate opportunity to rise so quickly and suddenly. However, she has not yet reached the level of concern if she is only on par with Huang Yuan, even after his recent improvement. So he focused on his trial. Wang Wei activated the new divine ability he acquired after condensing his spirit flower, Soul Network. Immediately, he saw a map floating in front of his primordial spirit inside his sea of consciousness. On this map, he could see countless cloud-like shapes scattered all over the place. They were everywhere. But many human shapes also shone brightly on the map, and some shone brighter than others. Are those souls? Thought Wang Wei. Moreover, this is a map of the central continent. Wang Wei could tell that he could connect to all these souls and communicate with any of them. But he did not immediately do so. Instead, he zoomed out to see the extent of this map or network. In a few seconds, he could see the entire myriad emperor world. Interesting, he thought before doing a few more tests. He tried to contact Li Jun in the sect, but something blocked his ability as expected. Albeit a little disappointed, he did not mind that much. Wang Wei then connected to one of the shadows in the main city at the foot of the sect's mountain. So, as long as a person is not inside a place with an immortal level formation, I can connect with them? Wang Wei then tried to see if he could use this method to discover some hidden secret realm, but he failed. After shaking his head, he tested the scope of this network. Soon, the map changed to more than 1,000 floating orbs, with 4 different colors. Are these worlds? He soon learned that copper was for mortal worlds, bronze for low thousand world, silver for middle thousand world, gold for greater thousand world, and purple for the myriad emperor world. Wang Wei's eyes lit up before he used all his spiritual strength to expand the scope of this map. As a result, more and more worlds appeared, and he could zoom into these worlds and see a map of people's souls. Regrettably, he knew that he could only see worlds from this community. It appears he needed some other criteria or method to connect to other world communities. Or he needed to develop his divine ability further. Wang Wei pondered for a moment on how best to use this ability. He could think of myriad ways to benefit from it, but he now had to focus on things that could help him with his trial. So he focused on his ability to create a filtering system or a search program. He wanted to find specific people that met the criteria. He searched for people above the Saint Realm who cultivated an outlaw Dao. Then, Wang Wei found that the map rapidly changed as it searched for a soul that met the requirements. And it did. In one of the Great Thousand Worlds, Wang Wei found a soul on the verge of extinguishing. He was not surprised that he only discovered one. Outlaws are already rare, let alone the ones that can survive until the Saint Realm. So, he knew he was lucky and prepared to connect with that person to see whether he could learn something from them. And, sorry if this chapter has more grammatical errors than usual. I'm having problems with my laptop, and Grammarly is not working correctly. And, someone gave a 500 coins gift, so here is an extra chapter. Chapter 481 Sudden Complications Before Contacting That Single Soul. Wang Wei divided to make things a little more official and grander. So, he used his spiritual power to create an imaginary space. He created a table with many seats in the space with him at the head. The background was dark and dim, with rivers floating on top. He recreated the river of time, the river of fate, and a river of stars. No matter their background, anyone who came to this place would be slightly surprised at the scale. Although these rivers were nothing but projections, with Wang Wei's understanding of these concepts, some people could learn a great deal from them, especially the river of fate. However, after creating everything, he realized it was too grand for the occasion since he would only meet one Saint Realm cultivator. So he reserved the Soul Conference Palace, before creating another scene. He first created a palace with immortal lights emanating from it, along with Tao rhymes and sounds that not only made people awe with their beauty, but could also help wash the mind and help people with their enlightenment. In the end, he also did not use this design. He decided to use that one to fool some sons of destiny in the future. Finally, he controlled his cells to turn into an old geezer with white hair and beard, eyes brighter than the light at the beginning of the universe, and a kind face that elicits trust from anyone who sees it. He created a tiny cottage behind him as he sat cross-legged on a cushion while another manifested in front of him. Then, he used his soul network to summon the poor soul from another world. As he closed his eyes to die, Lu Ren found himself sitting in front of an older man with a sage-like appearance and eyes as bright as a child. Where am I? Is this samsara? You are not dead, at least not yet. Lu Ren read the words that appeared in front of him. Although he could not recognize the characters, somehow, he understood their meaning after reading them. P-0. Lu Ren concentrated before observing the person next to him. With his strength and cultivation level, he could not detect anything from this gentleman, not his aura, cultivation, soul fluctuation, or energy. It was like a mortal stood in front of him. No, a mortal would not look so ordinary to the point that it is abnormal. Sir, thank you for saving me. How may I address you? You are not saved as I just summoned your soul to this place. As for how to address me, names hold no meaning to someone like me, so call me whatever you please. Alright, no more wasting time. Tell me in detail how you ended up in your current state? Lu Ren was confused by this request but did not overthink it. He figured some mighty might want to save people who suffer in their lives or just want to take pleasure in it. No matter what, this was his only chance at survival. So he told Wang Wei everything that had happened to him since the beginning of his cultivation journey. And the story was the typical cliché of envy and betrayal. Lu Ren grew up with one of his closest friends in a small village. Then one day, a powerful cultivator passed by and detected that he had an excellent talent for cultivation. So the elder wanted to take him back to the sect. Lu Ren then asked if his friends, whom he treated as a brother, could come. Although the latter's talent was mediocre, the elder accepted his condition. Then, as Lu Ren grew more powerful and successful, his friends became jealous of him while also developing an inferiority complex. Even though Lu Ren provided him with many resources with his state of mind, his cultivation progress was meager. P-0. Despite how he felt, Lu Ren's friends never did anything against him, even though many people tried to use him against his sword brother. However, everything changed when a woman came into the pictures. The woman saved Lu Ren's friends during a secret realm trial. She only did it because she was a kind soul, but that single act of her doomed Lu Ren. As expected, she eventually met and fell in love with Lu Ren, not his brother, who had become madly in love with her to the point of obsession. So this was the last act that broke the camel's back. Not long ago, Lu Ren's brother tricked him into one of the world's danger zones, almost killing him. Lu Ren only lasted a few days out of sheer willpower and hatred. Wang Wei thoughts about many things after hearing Lu Ren's story. First, he detected the laws of gravity in this man's soul. From what he knows, gravity is not one of the outlaws' Tao. So he concluded that each world has slightly different Taos that are considered outlaws except for the 5 supreme ones, and a few others like time. And maybe in some worlds in different world communities, even the Tao of time is not considered an outlaw Tao, albeit this possibility is very low. He also learned another method to pass the trial: contacting an unknown and extremely powerful being, and having them secretly intervene. In Lu Ren's case, as long as Wang Wei helped him survive the danger zone, he will pass the outlaw trial. Wang Wei learned some secrets from the incense era from Feng Heng and Wu Hong. He knew that so many objects related to Buddhism survived the absolute beginning emperor's magic because of a ceremony that contacted a being known as Maitreya Mother Buddha. Wang Wei even suspected that she was the one who wanted to sow karma with him through the future Buddha scroll. So if he wanted to, he could contact her to intervene in his trial. With their already existing karma, it should be possible. However, after thinking about it for a moment, he decided otherwise. According to his theory, this Maitreya Mother Buddha is at least an empyrean if not a paragon. As such, nothing good would come from a mortal like him having deep karmic connections with such powerful beings. Although he did not know whether his plan would work, it was better to rely on himself than on others. So now the question is whether to save this Lu Run or not. After thinking about it for a moment, he decided to help, so he wrote in the air, "Mortal, I can save you, but you must become my ambassador in your world." Lu Ren immediately became excited but quickly controlled himself. What is ambassador and what do I need to do? However, Wang Wei just calmly looked at him without saying a word. So Lu Ren gritted his teeth after a few seconds and accepted the proposal. Wang Wei waved his hand to condense a gray ball that fused with Lu Ren's soul. Immediately afterward, his pale and transparent primordial spirit returned to normal, as it was his body. Moreover, Lu Ren could feel that it was purified, thus making him stronger, and even increasing his comprehension. Wang Wei waved his hand, and a jade talisman appeared in his hand before handing it to Lu Ren. After the latter refined it, his eyes lit up as he knew it was a void-breaking talisman at a level he saw. With this, I can easily break free from the danger zone. Lin Yi, you wait for me. I will make you pay. Lu Ren bowed deeply to Wang Wei before returning to his body. Meanwhile, through the connection, Wang Wei watched how the latter escaped the danger zone. P-0. And the exact moment he did, his cut-off fate line connected, and his fate changed. Immediately, Wang Wei could feel that his understanding of fate increased slightly. Alright, time for my plan. Should I use a greater thousand world or a middle thousand world? A greater thousand world has a higher population, so the development of science and technology would be faster, thus saving him time. However, because of the cultivation ceiling, there are bound to be more variables. With his strength, as long as he acted fast enough, he could swiftly conquer the world. However, heavenly Tao in that world might also act speedily and create a world lord. Or some Tao ancestor who previously was a world lord might be secretly hiding in whatever world he chooses. Too many unknown variables and possibilities. So let's choose a relatively large middle thousand world. He activated the soul network to find many worlds and filtered them to focus on souls in only middle thousand worlds. Finally, he divined the largest and safest ones. Wang Wei did not immediately go there. Instead, he refined a space treasure to place the heaven hiding array inside, so it was still effective while moving around. Finally, he activated the unseen cube to its full power before heading to his destination. After flying out of the myriad emperor world, Wang Wei felt the power of law inside his body was drastically decreased. He knew it was because he left the world, and this problem would only be dealt with temporarily in the Saint Realm, and entirely in the Supreme Realm. He turned into a gray rainbow to fly at maximum speed to his destination. He realized he had to understand space laws to travel to that world instantly. Setting up a transplanar transmission array would take too much time and resources, and he did not want to go home to use the one there, just in case. As he flew to his destination at hundreds of thousands of times the speed of light, numerous portals will also appear in front of him to teleport him at large distances. So, in less than 5 hours, he arrived at his destination. As he looked at the barrier that protected this world, Wang Wei sealed his power before entering. He did not want to alert Heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, he still needed time to adjust the laws inside his body. So he created a hole in a mountain, and spent the next week comprehending the laws of fate of this world and modifying his laws. As a middle thousand worlds, most of the laws were incomplete, so the process did not take that long. So, after adjusting, Wang Wei acted. He appeared in the sky before waving his hand. Large magic circles appeared to surround the entire world. All the people, mortals or cultivators, raised their heads in shock and fear. They all knew something big was about to happen, and they were right. The few primordial spirit realms cultivators felt the effect first. The spiritual chi between heaven and earth suddenly decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye. In just a few minutes, the entire world did not have spiritual chi as Wang Wei sealed and controlled it. Then, with another wave of his hand, all the cultivators in the divine sea and above disappeared before reappearing inside his space ring, leaving only the mortals. Finally, Wang Wei summoned the river of fate of this world, and used it to modify the entire world. He controlled the fate of the world to change it into a world more suitable for science and technology. To be precise, he seemed to be adding a brand new law to this world. The process was more complicated than Wang Wei expected, as he only had the memories from his past life to go on, and they were not enough. Then something unexpected occurred. The entire world suddenly turned gray as everyone froze in time. A gigantic eye suddenly appeared from the river of fate and locked straight at Wang Wei. His intuition suddenly went awry as it alerted him of his upcoming doom. And as Wang Wei gazed at that cold and indifferent gaze, he understood how insignificant his strength was in the scope of true power. I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so I owe you guys 2 extra chapters, which will be released throughout the week. Chapter 482 13 Taboos. As Wang Wei watched that single eye, he was powerless. His so-called unparalleled fleshly body, unmatched paragon quality soul, or unique willpower, were all useless in front of that entity. Although sad about this fact, he already knew this distance between himself and immortal tier powerhouse, let alone this entity whose strength he simply could not understand or fathom. So he waited to know what his final fate was. All his secret attempts were useless as he could not even move. His mind barely functioned as he processed what was happening. Nevertheless, he never stopped thinking about how to get out of this situation. As he gazed at the eye, some information popped into his mind. There are 13 taboos in the universe, and science and technology are one of them. Then he saw a dark light gathering in front of the enormous eyes. P-0. As he saw the light, he could not feel or sense any power from it. However, his intuition told him that he would be annihilated once hit. I guess it's time to go crazy. As for the consequences, I'll deal with them afterward, thought Wang Wei. However, something odd happened before he did whatever he was planning. He saw a barrier appearing out of nowhere to surround the middle thousand world he was in. And as a result, the humongous eyes stopped their attack. Wang Wei did not know if it was true, but he felt that it looked in the distance, but he was not sure. His mind or normal senses were not working as usual. It was as if his spirit could not efficiently process interacting with such a higher being. He even guessed that if it was not for the quality of his soul, he could not even think a single thought against such an individual. A few seconds later, the eye looked at him again before disappearing, leaving Wang Wei in confusion. Meanwhile, in the Eternal Ascension world, when the Eye of Grand Tao appeared, no one noticed in the slightest. However, 2 people suddenly woke up from their slumber when the shield manifested. Their act alerted the other 7 as they wondered why these usually low-key bosses took action this time. P-0? Did you feel it? Asked a male voice. Yes, but I cannot find the source, replied a female voice. Me too. I thought I was mistaken for a moment. Since even you felt it, then something odd did happen. Then the other 7 contacted these 2 and asked, Is there a problem? This not something you can involve with, replied the male voice, making the other 7 quiet for a moment before they returned to their slumber. Finally, the 2 searched for the weird fluctuation, but to no avail. The Eternal Ascension world is the higher dimension where immortal beings usually live and cultivate. And beyond this world is primordial chaos, the source or beginning of all things and life in this universe. Many worlds, known as chaos worlds, exist with different cultivation systems, cultures, ideologies, and religions. And chaos worlds are divided into 2. Source world and normal world. Source world are worlds that can create heaven wills, and thus give birth to great emperors, empyreans, and eventually paragons. Normal worlds have different power systems similar to the path of Tao ancestors, and immortal venerable, or completely different ones. Although normal worlds are weaker than source worlds, some are so unique that they can create powerhouses on par with great emperors. Essentially, they are worlds that can easily cultivate insurgent heaven chosen. Amongst these many worlds, one of them is very special as it seems extremely difficult to discover, if not impossible. The people of this world can leave and return, but foreign individuals, no matter how strong, cannot find or enter that world unless invited by its habitant. P.0. A purple palace floated in the primordial chaos right outside of that world. Inside, an older Taoist sat cross-legged in cultivation. Suddenly, he felt something and opened his eyes. He waved his hand, and 3 pictures floated in front of them before looking at one of them. This was a picture of Wang Wei when he was back on Earth. The power of destiny flashed across this Taoist's eyes as he looked at Wang Wei's pictures. Another one is committing the taboo, he muttered. Should I help him? He hesitated to take action as he thought of the possible consequences. Then he remembered the lone soul he saw floating in primordial chaos, using its own willpower and dedication to absorb world essence to survive. He was a unique individual, even amongst all the people he chose, accomplishing unimaginable feats. According to my deduction, these 3 are the only chance this world has to survive the upcoming catastrophe, so I cannot let them die like the others. So the Taoist took out an axe that was pieced together. It appears it could be destroyed at any time. He activated it before connecting to the eternal ascension world, ignoring the infinite distance between them. Then he used a strange power from the axe to create a barrier between the middle thousand world and protect Wang Wei. So, Grand Dao, I looked at the old Taoist. It no longer attacked and disappeared as it gazed at the axe in his hand. Taboos are only for 999% of all living creatures across all chaos worlds. As for the 0.00001%, they get a pass as long as they are strong enough. Then the old Taoist looked at Wang Wei and instantly could calculate his current situation. But he did not plan to intervene. Of all the 3, if he had to place a bet on who is the one he is waiting for, he would put his bet on Wang Wei. In that case, let's sow some positive karma first to prepare for the future. So, he said directly to Wang Wei's mind. Fellow Taoist, Hongjun is waiting to meet you one day and discuss the Tao. After saying that, he removed the connection and all traces of his existence or presence in this world. He glanced at the awaking people for a moment before leaving. Although these 2 people were in the same realm as him, the Pangu axe gave him an overwhelming advantage, so he did not fear they could find his trace or connection to Wang Wei. After Hongjun's mind returned to his body, he suddenly coughed a mouthful of purple blood. His single action suddenly shook the entire prehistoric world and turned the sky blood red, an act that would last for at least 3,000 years. His eyes then saw the 6 people outside of his palace and said, "You don't have to worry, just a slight injury." Shock appeared on these people's faces after hearing this. As the one and only saint in this chaos world, they all knew how powerful their teacher was. But someone or something could injure him. However, they did not ask since the latter obviously did not want to say anything. So, all 6 bowed before returning to their cultivation abode. In the lower dimension of the eternal ascension world, Wang Wei also looked shocked after hearing the message in his mind. Ancestor Hongjun? As in the one in mythology? Doesn't that mean Pangu, the 3,000 innate demon gods, and all the saints were real? Something then clicked inside his mind. He always thought there was something odd about his reincarnation. The first one is the space crack that swallowed him. The thing happened right inside his apartment next to him. Additionally, his intuition was very late to warn him. To be exact, the moment he felt something was wrong was also the moment the crack swallowed him. However, this was not the main reason for his suspicion. The main reason was his family. Being born as the son and heir to a family like the Wang clan and the Tao opening sect is a manifestation of extreme luck. And based on his understanding of luck, he should not be reincarnated with such a strong background. Wang Weiss had 2 theories to explain this situation. The first one was that maybe before Earth, he had a previous life where he was a powerful cultivator, and his luck from that time helped him be born into such a prestigious clan. His second theory was that someone blessed him with tremendous luck. Now he understood that ancestor Hongjun might be the reason for his reincarnation, and the person who blessed him. Additionally, he also theorized that he was not the only one who reincarnated into different worlds. He had these suspicions long ago with the human emperor, but now he could confirm this. So, why is Hongjun sending people from Earth into different worlds? What is he planning? Although he thought of many possibilities, he could not think of a real answer because of the lack of information. So he concentrated on the situation at hand. He realized he had contacted 2 of the 13 taboos so far. The first one is the Tao of nothingness that almost killed him, and science and technology. Why is science and technology a taboo in the first place? Thought Wang Wei. Based on strength, it cannot compare to cultivation in the early and middle stages. As for the late stages, it should be on par. However, Wang Wei was not too sure since he could only theorize based on the fictional books he read back on Earth. He had no concrete proof of how high science and technology can reach. Maybe, Earth is unique in some ways. He also wondered what the other taboos were, and whether he would meet or have any connection to them. Somehow, he had a feeling that he might. Finally, he looked at the middle thousand world before him, sighing deeply as he somehow survived intact. At the last moment, he planned to remove the chains in his primordial spirit and get access to all the spiritual strengths from his reincarnation. Although Wu Hong warned him not to do this, he would not hesitate in this moment of life and death. Furthermore, he prepared to sacrifice all the spiritual power to the future Buddha self, to see if he could tap on the strength of his future self. Wang Wei gambled that some future version of him had the strength to compete against that and save his life. And if he was wrong on his gamble, he could only accept his fate. As for other consequences, he would deal with them later on. And I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 483 Scientific Age After what happened, Wang Wei was a little scared and even hesitated to continue his plan for a moment. In the end, he chose to continue but became more careful. His original plan was with the help of these aboriginals and his comprehension. He could raise the scientific civilization from scratch to the quantum realm in a few decades, if not 100 years. However, he decided to take things slow and let them develop independently. He was somewhat paranoid that the I would come back, so he would use the excuse that these people were the ones committing taboo and not him. Although he knew this method was useless, it was reassuring, so he ignored all the illogical and nonsense parts. So he first finished modifying the entire world to fit the laws of physics that he knew and understood. He stopped for a few minutes as he looked in the sky, prepared to run away. Well, at least try. After not seeing any reaction, he sighed in relief before thinking, "This is the last thing I will do to help." He activated the soul network divine ability to connect to the souls of all the people of this world, including the previously disappearing cultivators. Then he preached to them. Wang Wei did not preach about the Tao or cultivation, but about the knowledge he knew about science and technology. Using this method, he opened the mind of these ancient people, gave them knowledge, and essentially turned them into modern people with modern knowledge and concepts. Then, one sentence riveted in all the trillion upon trillions of people in this middle thousand world. "Go build my utopia, and you shall be rewarded. Fail and suffer the consequences." The people all over the world woke up in confusion. Now they all knew how to read and write while also containing much unknown knowledge in their heads. But they still did not know what to do. Although they now have a basic understanding of the universe works, creating the machines and construction that God wanted them to do was not as easy as stated. P-0. Furthermore, they had just woken up from the sudden change of the world with the disappearance of most cultivators. Wang Wei expected this outcome. There is a difference between science and technology. One revolved around discovering knowledge through methodical methods, while the latter is the application. With his knowledge he could give and comprehension, Wang Wei could give a lecture on advanced physics. But ask him to build a particle accelerator, no, even the simplest of toy, he could not do it, unless he used his cultivation. But that would defeat his original intention. Additionally, these people needed a leader to guide them. Otherwise, chaos would ensure worldwide. So he disappeared before reappearing in his space ring, where he placed all the cultivators. The ring could house all of them since it was as big as a greater thousand world. As all these people watched him floating in the air, most of them could not keep calm. Even the few with a strong state of mind. But who could blame them? They just saw a being who sealed the spiritual chi of their entire world, and instantly teleported all the cultivators in this place before communicating with them through their souls. No one amongst them can fathom how powerful such a being is, nor did they want to know. Without saying anything to these people, Wang Wei waved his hand, and 5 people floated in the air. One was a middle-aged man in the primordial spirit realm, while the remaining 4 were young men and women in the divine altar realm. All 5 had dragon robes and crowns, signaling their status as royalty. While changing the fate of this world, Wang Wei knew the name of this middle thousand world was Martial Divine World, and the Martial Divine Dynasty ruled the world as a whole. P.0. With the entire world's resources, they cultivated the most primordial spirit ancestors and ruled the world with an iron fist. Only a few other sects could barely maintain their autonomy. They even cultivated a few void-shattering realm powerhouses that ascend to greater thousand worlds. The middle-aged man was this generation's monarch of the Martial Divine Dynasty, while the other 4 were all his most excellent children. Then, Wang Wei's words appeared in front of them. Each of you will get a region to rule and ensure order. Make sure that what I want is accomplished. Monarch Wu Minji bowed to indicate that it would be done, and the princes followed suit. Immortal sir, what can we get in return? Asked a delicate voice, making everyone almost gasp. These cultivators would have also gasped if not for fear and rapidly controlling themselves. They all looked at the person who spoke, which turned out to be the 17th princess Wu Fun. Wu Minji wanted to curse his daughter for not knowing how to read the situation. Wu Fun, right? Wrote Wang Wei. Yes, she replied without stuttering, trying and failing to control her shaking legs. I like bold people like you. If you can accomplish what I want, you can get cultivation techniques, pills, treasures, or things you could never imagine. Even if you want the Martial Dynasty, I will hand it to you. The other cultivators' eyes lit up after hearing this, but Wu Fun was not impressed. Instead, she asked, "Can you revive people? You mean your mother?" Yes. Wang Wei had already read the little girl's fate line, and knew she was born from a mortal woman after his father had too much to drink during an outing. For most of her life, she did not know she was royalty until her mother's death, and awakening a secret bloodline of the royal family. Then, her status was finally acknowledged. Wang Wei did not answer but showed her. He found her mother's fate line from the River of Fate, and followed it through a dark space. The line separated into 2 sections, leading to 2 different areas where Wang Wei saw a bunch of cloud-like substances floating and waiting. Is this samsara? He thought before proceeding. He knew he could not stay here for long. Following the 2 lines, he found 2 different souls. From his understanding, Wang Wei knew that souls in the primordial realm and below faced different outcomes after entering samsara. The souls of mortals and cultivators up to the divine body realm will be divided into their 7 physical souls, and 3 immortal souls after death. Then these aspects will combine with others to form new souls and enter samsara. P.0. Only in the primordial spirit realm, where cultivators open the sea of consciousness and connect all aspects of their souls, would this not happen. So after finding the physical and immortal souls of Wu Men's mother, Wang Wei separated them from the new souls they formed before yanking them out of samsara. He then fused them before gathering all her memories from the River of Fate, and instilling it into her soul. He waved his hand to manifest the soul to her. Yes, I can also revive the dead. Then he placed the soul away. Wang Wei understood that fear is not always the correct way to motivate people. So, even if Wu Fun did not say anything, he would have mentioned the reward. Ignoring the shock, fear, and awe of these cultivators, or even Wu Fen's determination and excitement, Wang Wei stated to the 5. You can choose some of your subordinates to aid you in your endeavor. Suddenly, one of the primordial spirit realm cultivators flew slightly above the air. SS Sir Immortal, could us sects have a region of our own? Wu Minji almost cursed aloud after hearing this request. He knew these sects wanted to take advantage of this situation to arise again. Unfortunately, there is nothing he can do now but hope that the immortal refuses the request. Regrettably, he was wrong. Wang Wei understood the need for competition, so he agreed to their request. Finally, all 6 factions took many of their subordinates before teleporting to their designated area. As the remaining cultivators, Wang Wei had other plans for them. Wu Fan opened her eyes to see she no longer was in that strange world with a vast amount of spiritual qi. As a result, she immediately noticed the lack of spiritual qi around her. She asked one of her supernatural realm followers to fly and check the surroundings so they could recognize their current location and head to the nearest city. Your Highness, I have made a discovery. What is it? My origin essence is replenished on its own. Wu Fan knew that without spiritual qi, cultivating or replenishing their energy would be impossible. She thought it would be a problem for their actions, but it's evident that the immortal planned for everything. Soon, the group traveled to the nearest city. She took over the city using her identity as a royal family member. Although the people had knowledge of science and technology in their minds, they did not have societal concepts like equality and many more, so they still respected royal authority, albeit not as much as before. After taking over the city, Wu Fan discovered another strange thing: a transmission array. She was shocked because this array could teleport almost anywhere in her region. The Martial Divine Dynasty only had 5 transmission arrays, and all of them had a limit on the distance they could teleport people. Plus, they were all strictly controlled. After thinking about it for a moment, she understood the reason for this array's existence: to make transportation more accessible and ensure better communication. With these problems solved, building this so-called science and technology civilization will be easier. Without wasting time, Wu Fan ordered all her subordinates to gather all the blacksmiths and craftsmen in her region, no matter their skill levels. She understood that from now, they would be the cornerstone of this world. Wu Fan was determined to do whatever it took to revive her mother and maybe, finally have a chance at avenging her death. So, she will not waste this once-in-lifetime opportunity. Chapter 484 Scientific Age 2 Wu Fan and a bunch of her associates stood in a room looking at an apparatus that generated electricity using magnets. One of the primordial spirit elders sighed deeply. I cannot believe that mortals can master the power of heavenly punishment without any cultivation. The others nodded in agreement. As powerful cultivators, they always looked down on mortals, thinking they were weak, ignorant, and stupid. But now, they understood they might be the reason mortals never developed on their own. One of them said, "This is nothing compared to heavenly tribulation." But no one argued with him. Some people have a hard time accepting that ordinary people instead of cultivators will lead the new era of this world. Wu Fan ignored these people's arguments before heading to another experimental facility. How are things going? She asked the head developer, which was an ordinary-looking woman. We have been trying to recreate the internal combustion engine with no success. Not to mention, there is still no material that can be used as petroleum yet. Wu Fan became lost in thought momentarily. Your Highness, would it not be easier to start with the steam engine, then develop electricity before starting with the internal combustion engine? Asked one of her followers. I already made a decision. But according to our spies, the people of Region 6 might be very close to developing the first steam engine. I already explained to you all. The Immortal does not want to watch the world develop from the steam age to the information age. He wants us to reach the information age as soon as possible. So there is no need to develop the steam engine since we know they will be abandoned by time. She paused for a moment. In fact, we could probably skip the internal combustion engine altogether and focus on developing electricity and other forms of energy like solar and wind energy. Then we can delve into nuclear power. Based on the information in her mind, Wu Fan classified the history of technology into different ages: the steam age, the electrical age, the oil age, the nuclear age, and the information age. And each age had different technological advancements that defined them. However, thinking about the entire situation again, Wu Fan realized that the oil age should have been temporary until other forms of energy developed to replace petroleum or other forms of oil. However, that was not the case. Although she did not know the exact reason, she could guess. The elites or powerful ensured that petroleum remained the primary energy source, since it was such a profitable industry. Wu Fan concluded all of these things because of a theory she has about the immortal. She theorized that the immortal once saw a world of science and technology, but could not access it for some reason. So he decided to recreate it. Your Highness, this is very risky. I know, but if we want an advantage over the others, we have to take risks. Just as Wu Fan said these words, all the cultivators felt something change in the sky, so they rushed outside. Then they saw an enormous scroll that covered the sky with the words, "Congratulations to Region 6 for creating the steam engine." Auspicious clouds and immortal sounds reverberated through heaven and earth for at least half an hour. Then the scroll divided itself into two parts. One contained a list of all the people who contributed to this invention, and a number next to their names. The second scroll had the title Exchange Lists with many options, including pills, cultivation techniques, increase in lifespan, etc. Each item had a price on them. So the immortal wants to use this method to motivate the different regions. And with this method, the cultivators can't take credit for the mortal's work, thought Wu Fan, and she was not the only one. Your Highness, we continue with the plan, said Wu Fan with determination and calmness. Despite her outer appearance, she was under a lot of pressure. It has been only a year, and Region 6 has already made such a groundbreaking accomplishment. Logically speaking, she knew the reason for their success. All the primordial spirit ancestors of the royal had to choose sides, thus dividing their powers. However, the sects in Region 6 grouped together, giving them an advantage. PN0 Moreover, Wu Fan discovered that many of her people had not changed their mindset and realized that a new era had come, and its rise would be in the ashes of the old one. It may be that the people of Region 6 are adapting better than us, thought Wu Fan as she sighed. She headed to her palace to plan some things. The first thing she focused on was education. When the immortal enlightened all the people of this world, he also included the children. However, the amount of information sent to their mind was based on their age. So Wu Fan planned to create schools to teach these students so that they could become scientists and engineers in the future. Furthermore, she planned to make a place for all their knowledge and discovery. It would be a place where the most outstanding scholars of her region could gather and discuss theories and findings. The second aspect she needed to focus on was the mechanical engineering field. She believed it to be the cornerstone of the rapid development of technology, so she will focus on developing it with all her strength. She will even force these cultivators to use their power to accelerate the growth of this industry. Wang Wei watched Wu Fan's actions from a cottage he placed in this world's river of fate. He discovered that changing the fate of this world quickened his understanding of the laws of fate, so he settled here. Then his eyes focused on Region 1, where Wu Minji was the leader. He saw a room protected by the power of law. It seems that I slightly underestimate the royal family's heritage. However, did these guys think a mere heaven-tier artifact could stop me? His sight easily penetrated the room as he watched their conversation. So it failed? Asked Wu Minji, who sat in a golden chair in the middle of the room. Yes, Your Majesty. Our formation stopped working, so we could not contact the upper realm. The martial divine dynasty has cultivated a few void-shattering realm cultivators throughout its history. They have ascended to a greater thousand world, and even created another foundation in the upper realm. So Wu Minji wanted to contact them to see if they could help in the situation. So what do we do now? Asked one of the officials. Keep trying, but in the meanwhile, we'll have to do what this immortal one, replied Wu Minji. Wang Wei then removed his gaze as he ignored these people. He could tell that this world was suddenly invisible and inaccessible from the outside. So even if these people could contact the upper realm, they would not be able to reach here. Furthermore, even if they could contact them, Wang Wei could suppress anyone who came as long it was not an immortal tier powerhouse. He then subsequently checked the progress of the other regions, and most of them were sub-para-Euro, except for Region 3, Controlled by Prince Wulong. Wulong was a man that was the definition of a tiger's back and a bear's waist. He stood inside a building with his arm crossed, displaying all his muscles. Standing there, he released an aura that made the workers afraid. Then one of his associates came to hand him a piece of paper. After looking at it, he nodded his head. Soon we should have enough guns to start a war. Focusing on developing gunpowder was a great idea, Your Highness. Soon, we can conquer the other regions and take their discoveries and inventions. Wulong nodded his head. He had this idea after discovering that cultivators could not attack mortals, or chains would appear on their bodies to seal them. In some severe cases, thunder would fall from the sky and instantly kill those cultivators. So Wulong realized that he had to fight wars in the most primitive ways while relying on mortals. Then he remembered the weapons used by the mortals in his memories, guns. He quickly had the idea of developing gunpowder, to make guns to conquer the other regions and steal their technology or talented individuals. Should I stop him? Thought Wang Wei as he watched Wulong's plan. However, he quickly denied that idea. War is an important aspect that leads to the rapid development of technology. So it is in his interest to let things develop independently. A year later, Wulong began his invasion. In a relatively short time, he conquered regions 2 and 4. The mortals under him could only make guns at the level of the 1800s, but the cultivators under him could use their divine sense to make modern guns. So, Wulong's army only needed some small training before overwhelming the other 2 regions that never thought of developing guns or modern warfare equipment. Using the transmission array that Wang Wei left, Wulong used a tactic similar to Blitzkrieg. He achieved an overwhelming victory. Then he focused on Wu Mingyes Region 1, Wu Fen's Region 5, and the Sex Region 6. These regions reacted in time by also building guns. However, Wulong had both the technological and population advantage, so his war of conquest continued. With more scientists and engineering in his hand, he created better and better guns, which fastened his conquest. Finally, Wu Fen negotiated an alliance between all 3 regions to combine their military and technological strength. Under this alliance, this world gave birth to the first mechanical factory that could mass-produce guns. With this discovery, the alliance recaptured most of their lost territory. And when they were about to counterattack against Wulong, his side also made their first factory to mass-produce guns, creating an equilibrium in this war. At this time, Wang Wei intervened and limited the transmission array's use. As such, the region leaders discovered a significant issue. The world was too vast, so transportation became a problem, especially when they needed to transport materials for the war. As such, a brief peace enveloped the world as these factions focused on developing their transportation systems. Engineers created things like cars, trains, planes, and helicopters in just a few years. Even tanks appeared on the battlefield. The world entered the Oil Age, according to Wu Fen's descriptions. Inside the River of Fate, Wang Wei looked at everything that occurred. In just over 20 years, they have reached the technology level of World War II. As he gazed at the different factions, he could see that both sides were not trying to develop the atomic bomb before the other, and enter the nuclear age. Chapter 485. Scientific Age 3. Wulong was in a deserted area with many people around him. However, he was slightly distracted as he felt the power surging inside his body. He could feel the origin essence and the spiritual power inside his sea of consciousness. In just a few decades, he broke through the supernatural realm. Wulong knew this would typically be impossible. Amongst all his children, his talent was mediocre. The only reason he had any power in the royal family was his mind and military tactics. Typically, his brother, the ruler of Region 2, would have been the next monarch, not because of his ability or talent. Wulong knew his sister, Wu Fun, had the best cultivation talent, and had one of the best political minds amongst the royal children. She should be the best option to become the next sovereign. Unfortunately, her status as a bastard child and being a woman greatly hindered her path forward. However, this was not the main reason she could not rule over the martial divine dynasty. The main reason was that their father loved their 5th brother very much to the point of being biased. So he would definitely pass the throne to him. Although his talent was not the best, the fifth prince would eventually enter the primordial spirit realm with the resources of the dynasty and secure his position. Luckily, the intervention of the immortal gave the genuinely talented and capable members of the royal family a chance to become the next monarch. Your Highness, everything is ready. Then let's begin. P-0. A few minutes later, Wulong saw an enormous explosion that created a mushroom of clouds thousands of meters high. We succeeded. Yes. The power of this bomb is equivalent to divine altar realm. With 100 of them, it is possible to kill supernatural realm cultivators. Wulong nodded in satisfaction as his eyes lit up with excitement. With this weapon, I can quickly conquer the other regions and receive enough resources to reach the primordial spirit realm, he thought. Although he did not participate in creating this weapon, as one of the 6 leaders, he can receive exchange points based on his leadership capabilities. Although it is not as much as some top scientists and engineers, it was still amongst the top echelons. Go check the nuclear radiation, ordered Wulong. A few minutes later, someone came to report back to him. How is it? The radiation is a scary thing. It can even affect the origin essence of supernatural realm cultivators if not careful, replied one of the primordial spirit ancestors with a slightly uncomfortable tone. He did not like this kind of weapon that destroyed nature. Can it be purified? Yes, but it will take time. Excellent, replied Wulong, who wanted nothing to go wrong. We will target the other region's research sites to delay their bomb creation. Then we will manufacture more bombs to conquer their territory rapidly. A few seconds after Wulong said these words, the sky changed as auspicious clouds and music reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Congratulations to Region 3 for splitting the atom and creating the atomic bomb. Wulong frowned as he did not like that this announcement revealed his region's secret to his enemy, but there was nothing he could do about this. Then he suddenly felt the ground shake slightly. So he and others flew into the sky to check what had happened. Then, all the cultivators saw another as marvelous as what happened more than 20 years ago. A mysterious power divided the world into 3 sections. Region 3 along with all the conquered territories, Region 5 and 6. As for Region 1, governed by Wu Minji, Wang Wei divided it into 2 and fused them with Region 5 and 6. As for the monarch, he disappeared along with all his followers. Wulong floated in the sky as he looked in the distance. All he could see was the endless vacuum of space. Prepare to focus on the space program, he ordered. But, Your Majesty, it is obvious that the immortal does not want us to continue fighting, replied his associate. If that were the case, he would have completely banned it instead of using this method. Wulong knew that his strength was military conquest. So if he used other methods, he believed his chance of succeeding in this competition would exponentially be reduced. Although now he has the advantage of population and resources, he did not think these advantages would last long. The associate opened his mouth to say something but gave up. He understood that the prince had always been like this. He believed deeply in military might to the point of being hard-headed. It's almost like he has something to prove to others, to show that his ideas, which his father previously scoffed at, were correct. With Wang Wei's intervention to separate the different regions, a long period of peace enveloped the world. Each region then focused on developing science and technology. Someone developed the whole wide web along with computers to bring forth the advent of the information age. Not long after this, Wulong's region developed sublight speed engine and entered the interstellar era. However, the technology is still not developed enough to reach the other regions since many problems would occur during all the attempts. Finally, Region 6 created the first particle accelerator to study atoms and molecules. Wang Wei looked at the scientists gathering data from the accelerator, and a smile appeared on his face. All this accomplishment in only 100 years, not bad. He knew that this progress would have been faster if not for him. His knowledge of science and technology is limited. So he missed or lacked many things when he modified the world. So he had to make up for the deficiency based on the research and discoveries of each region, thus slowing down the progress. Suddenly he felt something, so he focused his gaze on Wu Fen's 5th region. Have they succeeded? He thought with interest. Inside a laboratory, Wufan looked at a baby in nutrient fluids while a scientist dressed in ancient clothes and a modern white robe reported to her. After many trials and errors, we can now genetically enhance children to be stronger, faster, smarter, and an average lifespan of 120 years. Excellent. With this technology, we can now manufacture a batch of scientists and engineering, thus accelerating the development rate of our region, replied Wufan. Her earlier plans fell apart before they could even begin. But this time, Wufan knew she was heading in the right direction. According to my analysis, after information age should be the interstellar age. However, what comes after that? The genetic age. While deep in thought, her watch suddenly ringed, and she checked her message. Then, without saying anything, she rushed to a room located deep underground. You succeeded? So quickly? Asked Wufan to a pale scientist who looked like he had not seen the sun for decades. Ha ha ha, I did succeed. Even I could not believe I succeeded so quickly. Wufan took a deep breath before saying, Academician Shining, why don't you calm down and explain the data? Shining took a deep breath also to calm down. Although he looked young and had no cultivation, he was over 120 years. He used all his exchange points to increase his lifespan and intelligence. Although most mortals would use them to embark on the path of cultivation, he detested cultivators because of a past event. Nevertheless, he wanted their powers, so he looked to science for the answer. As I proposed to you decades ago, I studied the genetic structure of a cultivator in the body refining realm. Then, I created a method for ordinary people to change their genes to evolve. And this is the result. Xing showed a video of two people fighting. One had blood qi flowing through their veins while the other looked ordinary. And yet he could still keep up with the cultivators in terms of strength, speed, endurance, and other physical stats. I plan next to replicate the genes of Divine Sea cultivators, followed by Divine Altar to create a brand new cultivation system of genetic warriors. Unfortunately, so far, I've been stuck on this step. We have plenty of time, so there is no need to rush, reassured Wufan with excitement. She wanted this genetic warrior to flourish not only because it could help her region but because she wanted her mother to have the strength to protect herself after being revived. In the River of Fate, Wang Wei watched this interaction with intrigue. He was responsible for the reason that Shening succeeded so quickly. He placed all the remaining cultivators of this world in deep slumber, before linking their brains and soul, to form a spiritual biocomputer. Then he granted unimaginable calculation powers to some gifted individuals to accelerate their research. So with this aid, Shening could succeed in his research in such a short time. It's a shame this computer could not help comprehend the law since his calculation powers were many times more powerful than it. Moreover, he felt that his soul resisted any connections to the computer. Let me continue helping him. While Shun Ying lamented the difficulty of his research, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Energy is the main source of the power of cultivators, so the same can be applied to genes. Instead of using origin qi, genetic warriors can condense and use bioenergy. His eyes lit up after having this idea, but he had other confusions. The problem is where to store the energy. The Dantian is an idealistic concept not applicable to the materialistic idea of science of technology. A frown appeared on his face as he contemplated how to deal with this issue. Then, another inspiration flashed in his mind. The cells. An average human body has over 30 trillion cells, not to mention first-stage genetic warriors. The bioenergy can be stored in the cell. Furthermore, I can create two different paths of gene evolution. One relies on amassing bioenergy for evolution, and the other is by imitating the genes of each cultivation stage. Maybe one day, I can understand the genes of a primordial spirit realm ancestor, and create a genetic warrior of that level. Without wasting time, Shining returned to his work. Meanwhile, Wang Wei smiled in the River of Fate. He hoped that science and technology would develop to the point of analyzing the genes of a great emperor. He felt that this might be his chance at surpassing the 9 incarnations limits. And, someone gave a 500 coins gift, so here is an extra chapter. Chapter 486 Scientific Age Finale. Damn it, why is it not working? Cursed Shining aloud. Then he realized that Wu Fen was with him, so he quickly said, I apologize, Your Highness. It's all right, she replied calmly as she looked at the experiment. It is normal for you to fail. Cultivators will undergo a qualitative change from the divine Altair realm to supernatural realm. Shining was aware of this fact since the complexity of supernatural realm's genes was 100 times more complex than divine altar. As such, although he created third-stage genetic warrior on par with divine altar, he has not yet found a way to make the fourth stage. P-0. I'm sorry I could not help with the upcoming war. There is no need to blame yourself, replied Wu Fen. The fourth stage was only an additional guarantee. Wu Fen left before heading straight to the military headquarters. Everyone saluted her upon arrival, and she took the central seat. A screen projected in front of her showed numerous spaceships. How is the situation? So far, our fleet has suffered a few defeats at the hands of Region 3, but the situation is still under control. Has the 111th Regiment properly trained? Yes, Your Highness. Then send them. Under her order, the 111th Regiment departed for the interstellar battlefield. In their first encounter with Region 3, their fleet decimated the enemy. As a regiment made of genetic warriors, their ability to maneuver any spaceship was nothing compared to the ordinary people of Region 3. The Immortal forbid cultivators from participating in any conflict. However, this limitation did not apply to genetic warriors. So, in just a month, they annihilated all the fleets of Region 3. Subsequently, this new regiment landed on Region 3's soil before beginning an invasion. With the overwhelming strength, Wu Long's army did not have a chance of retaliating. Moreover, Wu Fen targeted all the necessary military bases in the region without giving the latter a chance to react. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned as Wu Long did fire a nuclear bomb killing many of the genetic warriors. Luckily, the third stage ones had an intuition for danger, so they ran away from the blast radius. Nevertheless, this was nothing but a desperate attempt of the latter. In over a month, Wu Fen conquered Region 3 and captured Wu Long. Following this, she did not waste time before attacking Region 6 and conquering it as soon as possible. She learned from her previous mistake, and did not give the sectarian factions the chance to respond as Wu Long did. As such, 5 years after Shining created the first stage genetic warrior, Wu Fen conquered all 3 regions. Wang Wei wanted to act and fuse the regions again. However, he decided otherwise to motivate Wu Fen to develop spatial technology. So far, these regions still have to use his transmission array for many things. From the River of Fate, Wang Wei observed the change over time. 2,000 years passed in this world, and science and technology indeed developed to meet his expectation. Wu Fen did develop spatial technology for travel, and with Wang Wei's secret manipulation, Shining created 4th to 6th stage genetic warriors. The key to the 4th stage was developing the brain and the mind to see and control the magnetic fields of the body and universe. Then, using the universe's magnetic field to evolve the genes to a high level. Controlling the magnetic field of the universe is the scientific version of controlling the power of heaven and earth. The transition process required enormous energy, so bioenergy came to the stage. Because of this discovery, energy genetic warriors and body genetic warriors were no longer 2 different paths but one of the same. They all need to condense energy in their body to prepare to reach the 4th stage. Afterward, Shining used exchange points to ask for the blood of void-shattering realm cultivators to create the 7th stage. Unfortunately, he has been stuck in this stage for a few hundred years with little progress. Void-shattering realms and above cultivators are considered pseudo-conceptual beings, so analyzing their genetic structures is not easy. As for Wang Wei, he did not care too much about genetic warriors for the time being. They were an investment for the future, but his main priority was still the trial. So he focused on the discoveries involving the micro-universe. In just a few hundred years, with the constant modification of the Middle Thousand World, scientists discovered particles like gravitons. Then they went even further in the microverse and reached the same stage that Wang Wei did with the quasi-emperor array. Unlike him, who discovered spirit particles, the scientists found two bonded particles related to space and time. Although a fantastic discovery, Wang Wei did not care as this was not what he wanted. So he pushed these people to continue their research. During this stage in the research, Wang Wei felt a limit. It was like going further was entering a forbidden zone that no mortals should. Luckily, the core ideology of science and technology is to allow ordinary people to accomplish godlike feats. So, after 2,000 years of coming to this world, Wang Wei finally made a breakthrough and reached the quantum realm, as he called it. It was a multicolored world where the laws of physics seemed very chaotic. Despite this remarkable discovery, the scientists knew nothing of this realm and how to use it. Even Wang Wei could not make sense of it as well. Furthermore, he discovered he could not reach this realm in other worlds with spiritual qi. Even in mortal worlds where spiritual qi has almost vanished, it was impossible to reach. He tried again removing another world's spiritual qi, before fusing it with the martial divine dynasty world, to enjoy Hongzhen's protection. Then he brought the equipment to that world to find the quantum world, but it did not work, so he realized that without modifying the world's laws, his actions would be in vain. Nevertheless, Wang Wei did not focus on these anomalies. His primary purpose was to use technology to create something as small as the quantum realm, so that even a great emperor could not easily detect it. So he focused on achieving his objective. After spending another 2,000 years, he finally succeeded, which placed a genuine smile on Wang Wei's face. Many things changed for him in the 4,000 years he spent in this world. First, he condensed the first black hole inside his acupuncture. He finally reached the next stage of the true power realm because of this, the Dragon Elephant Force stage. One dragon force was equal to the strength of one middle thousand world. So one dragon force equals the power to destroy a middle thousand world with one punch. However, one dragon elephant force equals 1,000 middle thousand world. So, with his current 2 dragon elephant force, he could destroy 2,000 middle thousand world with one punch. And previously 1 dragon force equaled 1 quintillion ton of force, but now I'm retconning this fact. The second change is that Wang Wei reached the peak of the law comprehension stage. Typically, it would not be so fast, but his manipulation of the entire world accelerated his comprehension of the laws of fate. However, he did not care since he still needed to understand 9 more laws before entering the law foundation stage. Unfortunately, unlike the laws of fate which are easier to comprehend because of his physique and the river of fate, it is complicated to understand other laws in middle thousand worlds. And that's because the laws are incomplete. Hence, void-shattering realm cultivators cannot appear in this world so easily, and have to ascend to higher realms to cultivate. After accomplishing his goal, Wang Wei gathered all this world's cultivators and essential individuals. He gave them a choice. They could either stay in this world to continue living and developing science and technology, or he could send them to a great thousand world to continue their journey. However, the people who choose to leave will have their memories and knowledge of science and technology wiped out of their minds. In the end, most cultivators decided to leave. They all long knew this was not their world. As for the previous rulers, 2 people stayed, Wu Fun and Wu Long. And they even chose to change to the genetic warrior system. Without saying anything, Wang Wei sent these people to another world. Then he activated the formation surrounding the world to put the entire world into a small orb. So Wang Wei floated in the endless void holding an orb that contained an entire world. He smiled before putting it away in his space ring. He had a lot of expectations for this civilization, even though it could not show up in the real world. Finally, Wang Wei squinted his eyes with determination before flying home. On his way, a powerful and mysterious force swallowed him to an unknown location. And during the entire process, he had a calm look on his face as if he expected this. I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so I owe you guys 2 extra chapters, which will be released throughout the week. Chapter 487 Fated Enemy. Wang Wei opened his eyes to find himself in an ample space where everything seemed slightly blue. A man with a mask and a saber hanging on his waist floated not far from him. The moment he arrived in this place, his body acted in instinct without thinking as he took out a stone and activated it. A golden light as brilliant as the first dawn of the universe swallowed the masked man. Without hesitation, Wang Wei used the trump cards that saved him from DT on with the intent of instantly killing his opponent and not giving the latter a chance. With this Emperor Tier attack, the masked man should have been annihilated, but a shield of similar strength enveloped and protected him. Nevertheless, blood trickled down from the mask, signaling he was somewhat caught off guard and injured. No matter how much I think I overestimate your capabilities, I'm proven wrong again and again, said the saber wielder, making Wang Wei frown. This attack was not only to kill his opponent, but also to open a breach in this space to leave. Since the opponent summoned him here, he summarized that the latter would have a home field advantage. As such, he wanted to break this space to bring the fight to a more neutral environment. Unfortunately, his plan failed. So Wang Wei began to observe his opponent more clearly. He concluded this person was a man based on his build and voice, but that was all the information he could gather so far. So he checked the latter's fate line, and his frown deepened. He could not read this person's fate. This fact should not be surprising, as many people have ways to block this ability. P-0. But the odd thing is this person did not use any magical artifacts or techniques. Yet Wang Wei could not read his fate. It was like he naturally had this ability. Furthermore, Wang Wei discovered he could not see knots in this person's fate line. Knots signified a person, nexus of fate. But this person did not have any. Suddenly, his intuition activated as his body acted on its own again. He turned into a gray rainbow as he rushed toward his opponent. However, the masked easily evaded but did not counterattack. My speed is 12% less than usual, thought Wang Wei, as his mind rapidly calculated the reason for this anomaly. The answer, he concluded, is that his fate law has not adapted to this environment. So he focused all the dragon elephant force of his fleshly body on his legs. Tiny cracks appeared underneath his feet, as he used the very fabric of space as his springboard to launch himself forward. With such momentum and force, Wang Wei almost reached a speed of 1,000,000 times the speed of light. He was so fast it appeared as if he teleported in front of the masked man. Fate Annihilation Fist. Everything turned black and white before the masked man grunted in pain before flying and crashing to the ground. The left side of his body collapsed, but a strange power came from the surroundings to heal him. Something is wrong, thought Wang Wei as he breathed heavily, almost out of breath. With a wave of his hand, a sword turned from his proven Dao artifact appeared in his hand. Then his aura changed to that of the ultimate swordsman. It was like he was a man who lived and died by the sword. Fate severing, a moon-shaped slash came from his sword to directly target the masked man's fate line. Unfortunately, instead of severing it, the slash passed through it without affecting it in the least. Wang Wei's chest kept moving up and down irregularly as beads of sweat glistened on his forehead. "You're immune to my fate attacks," he wrote in the air. "So you've noticed so quickly," replied the masked man, laughing aloud like a madman. "Heaven and earth are fair, and there is no absolute or perfection. Everything must follow the order of yin and yang, including fate. So since fate exists, its antithesis must also exist. The Tao of Free Will," wrote Wang Wei. "I prefer to call it Tao of Choice Freedom Tao, or better yet, Unfettered Tao," said the masked man, his voice containing a hint of gloat. "Knowing that you cultivate the Tao of Fate, of course, I had to cultivate something that counters you. I cannot wait to kill you using the Tao, which embodies your lifelong pursuit." Wang Wei was in deep thought. Many people like him want ultimate freedom, and there are many ways to walk on that path. He chose the path of controlling fate to escape its shackle. As for the reason he chose this path instead of cultivating the freedom Tao like this masked man, or any other methods, he did not fully know. Ever since he was young, he always knew he wanted to control fate. At first, he thought maybe something that occurred back on Earth instilled that idea in his mind. But after reviewing his experience, he could not pinpoint the decisive moment. Maybe, all the pain and suffering I suffered in that void made me realize how cruel fate is. When he reviewed the memories from that time, he could feel the loneliness, despair, and anger, always asking why he had to go through all that suffering. Why him of all people? Maybe because of how unfair he felt fate treated in that void. Once he had the chance, he decided to control it to achieve the ultimate form of freedom. All these thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's head in less than a second. Then his words appeared. You said it yourself, there is no absolute in this world. He opened his mouth and said, death. Although he uttered this single word normally, it echoed throughout the entire surrounding, even shaking the space they were in. His mouth created a sound similar to an infinite amount of strings being plucked, and thus creating enormous vibration of destruction. Moreover, these strings were not normal ones but the strings of fate. Wang Wei recently developed this technique because of his oath of silence, and he called it the roar of fate. A little more than 1,000 years ago, the time of his oath ended, but he did not break it to wait for this exact opportunity. Reject determinism. The masked man used a technique as a silver aura surrounding his body, making him somewhat intangible, at least to Wang Wei's attack. As such, even if the entire space shook and numerous destruction ensured in the surroundings, he was intact. Well, relatively. A few of his organs shook, and a hole appeared in his stomach. Unfortunately, he healed in an instant. I have to say, you're truly one of the most remarkable individuals I have met. Even though I cultivate a Tao opposite yours, you could still temporarily overwhelm me with pure brute force. Wang Wei ignored him as he continued to breathe heavily, then coughed for no reason. He finally noticed something odd. Have you finally noticed? Said the masked man. Poison. To be specific, a poison targeted specifically to the fleshly body, he replied as he felt the strength of his body reducing at an alarming rate. As I said, heaven and earth are fair, said the masked man. Body refiners are the most powerful individuals in existence. Because their path involved suffering untold hardship and an unimaginable amount of resources, they are more powerful than chi refiners or soul cultivators. This is their reward from heaven and earth. However, all things need to be balanced. So some things, mostly poisons, are their natural enemy. The masked man raised his hand to condense a blue sphere in his hand and looked at it intently. Dragon binding grass, the rarest type of fleshly body poison, and arguably the most effective one. Do you know there is an interesting story behind this heavenly herb? You're very chatty, aren't you? That will happen when you spend all your life in hatred. Talking helps relieve the pain and loneliness, replied the masked man without looking at him. Then he continued his previous tale. Back during the innate acquired war, the dragon binding grass was not as rare. Instead, it could be found across every world communities. However, during the war, the innate life forms wanted to destroy them entirely as it was the nemesis of their strong fleshly body. However, human body refiners wanted the grass, not to destroy their enemy, but to use it to temper themselves. I find the different cognitive views of humans, and these innate life forms fascinating. They seek to destroy anything threatening to them, while we want to use it to grow and develop. I think it is this mindset that makes humans one of the most powerful races in all heaven and myriad worlds. The masked man removed his eyes from the blue orb in his hand to look at Wang Wei. Don't bother using your 10,000 adapt to 1 sutra to stop the poison from weakening you. I have evolved this grass to constantly evolve just to counter your technique. As he felt the weakness throughout his body, Wang Wei looked at the masked man as something finally dawned on him about his trial. Unlike Lin Fan or Jian Wushuang, he had too little emotional or spiritual weakness to use against him. Furthermore, he is more alert than those two since he learned of the trial, and his strength has to be taken into the equation. So, Wang Wei has always wondered how the saber wielder could kill him. If it was a situation similar to Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang, with how fast his mind functioned and his intuition, he could react in time to save himself from danger. He knew this, and so should Heavenly Tao. So that could only mean he died because of a lack of strength. But who could kill him? With his ability and growth rate, only 2 types of people could kill him. Immortal tier powerhouse or heaven chosen like D. Tian. Using an immortal tier cultivator to kill him made no sense. Heavenly Tao could just isolate him and drop divine punishment thunder on him, and that would be easier. Furthermore, his divination never revealed that the saber fiend was an immortal cultivator. Of course, This act would contradict the essence of the trial as a karmic tribulation. As for the second possibility, logically, it made no sense as well. Could Heavenly Tao cultivate a genius on Tion's level just to kill him? That would require so much time, energy, and resources. Wang Wei once enlightened in the concept of order that exists in fate, so he had some knowledge of how Heavenly Tao functioned, its rights and its limitations. As such, he knew it could not intervene as it pleased. It could not choose someone and grant them all the resources and time needed to become as strong as Tion. Such an act would break the balance between order and chaos that runs any world. The best Heavenly Tao could do is endow someone with tremendous luck, sons of destiny. However, luck is not enough for a person to reach Tion's level. So he concluded that his enemy for the trial would fall in the third category. A brilliant tactician who knows everything about him and counter his ability. The Tao of Heaven involves information and knowledge. It is essentially the path of using information or knowledge to achieve absolutely anything. With Heavenly Tao secretly manipulating and feeding this saber fiend with my information, it's no wonder he seemed to know me exceptionally well. As he came to this conclusion, many other events in his life began to fit like a puzzle. For example, Li Jun's actions. Maybe its real purpose was to affect his state of mind. Meanwhile, Jisu's action was to weaken him before the confrontation with the saber fiend. So who are you? Asked Wang Wei. For some reason, I cannot sense any hatred from your body. I had to learn to control my hatred or emotions. Otherwise, wouldn't you take advantage of them? Replied the masked man with a breezy and calm tone. Something is wrong. Why does he seem to be delaying time like me, even though time is in my favor? I need to be vigilant at all times until I cut off his head, thought the masked man, warning himself not to make a mistake as he is so close to his vengeance. I guess it will be more satisfying to watch you die knowing who kill you. So, I'll show you who I am. Then, the masked man removed his mask. Chapter 488 World Collision Tao Opening Sect. Wang Tian sat cross-legged inside his cultivation room to meditate. He was slightly excited since a while ago. News of Huang Yuan's breakthrough into the void-shattering realm traveled throughout the entire myriad emperor world. If he did not count his son, he only had to wait for 4 people to reach this realm before the path of Supreme is open, and he could finally enter the Supreme Realm, and even higher. As a matter of fact, he could have entered a higher realm a long time ago. He could have traveled to a greater thousand world, to make the breakthrough like many people of his generations. He could have used his overwhelming strength to force his breakthrough. There were 2 reasons he did not do this. First, the laws of greater thousand worlds are not as complete as a heavenward world, so a breakthrough there would affect his strength and future progress. But the main one is Supreme Realm's heavenly tribulation. Without using it to temper his Dharma body, he could not reach the full potential of his talent and potential. So Wang Tian never forced a breakthrough or used other methods. While in meditation he felt something, so he instantly appeared outside, floating in the sky. Many other people arrived with him not long after, including the true monarchs from the Supreme Cottage. They all looked at the sky with severe looks on their faces. Numerous space cracks appeared around the entire domain of the sect. In the distance, a transparent wall manifested that also had cracks. What is going on? Asked Yan. World collision, said Fan Lei, the great elder of the Tibetan scripture hall. Since he is in charge of the library, he has read all the scriptures, and can be considered a polymath. Are you saying that our world is colliding with another? Said Yu Yan as she took a while to remember the information she had on this subject. Wait, isn't that supposed to be an extremely rare phenomenon? Indeed. And based on powerful the world wall appeared, it is very likely we are colliding with another heavenward world. It seems we were very unlucky. Except for a few rare ones, all the worlds in the different world communities are static, standing in the void. So the possibility of crashing into each other should be impossible. However, abnormal and random spatial temporal storms could sometimes affect the space-time continuum of the entire endless void. And these storms would result in worlds from different communities ignoring the concept of distance and motion before colliding. However, this king of natural phenomena is so rare that statistically speaking, it could only happen one in every 100 yuan epochs. Immediately, Yuyan seemed to have thought of something and looked at her husband, and Wang Tian nodded. He immediately contacted his son's clone. I can't connect to the main body. Wang Tian's face became ugly. He understood that his son's trial had begun, and this world collision was nothing but a mechanism to prevent the sect from helping him in any shape or form. Activate 4 of the formations, he ordered. Soon afterward, a magic circle formed a dome covering the Tao of sect and the entire domain. A few hours later, the transparent wall finally broke, and the other sides appeared. Our plan worked. We created an artificial world collision. A brand new world to slaughter. Hopefully, it is one with a lot of people. I can finally make some progress in my cultivation. Wang Tian squinted his eyes as he saw the other side. An endless number of cultivators floated in the sky, looking in their direction with greed. They all had blood-colored skins with horns on their head. The horns ranged from 4 to 9, indicating their tier of cultivation. The majority of them did not look human but had things like tails, wings, claws, and fangs. The blood race, muttered Wang Tian. A race that cultivates by absorbing the blood and essence of others. At some point, they were part of the devil race. However, after Empress Wu sealed their destiny, the blood race immediately identified themselves as a separate race. Of course, they could only do this because they were another race assimilated by the devil race during their conquest of the endless void. Inside a secret realm, a voice suddenly said, "In the end, even we could not escape. I told you not to interfere." "You know, even if I did not say anything to the kid, this would have happened," replied Wang Wuqing. The voice paused for a moment before sighing. "I hope this kid can survive. I thought you did not have faith in him." "I never said that. I only like to prepare for the worst. Don't mention this now. I can sense a great emperor in that world. I'll warn him not to do anything stupid," said Wang Wuqing. "Are you sure? He should be a first class." The voice knew that Wang Wuqing could barely survive in the hands of first-class emperors. If it were a normal one, I would not dare. But it is just an ascended first class. Great emperors can continue to understand a higher percentage of the Grand Tao source. Unfortunately, even increasing their comprehension by 1% could take them billions of years, if not more. So most great emperors would preach to the world to repay their karma. And this act served a few purposes. After preaching, the source chi space will open to refill the spiritual chi used by cultivators in the generation. And based on how good the emperor's preaching process was, the spiritual chi between heaven would increase. Additionally, the Tao rhymes from the emperor's preaching session will be absorbed by the myriad emperor world source, thus strengthening the world slightly. The more powerful an emperor, the more benefit to the source, mainly used to heal all the damage caused by the cultivators' fighting and destruction. Moreover, if a great emperor does a truly outstanding job at preaching, Heavenly Tao would reward them with merits that can give them an extra 1 to 2% increase. However, these cases are sporadic. Most emperors would then ascend to the higher dimension because the environment suited their cultivation better. However, not all of them want to do this. Whether out of fear or caution, some of them would stay in the lower dimension and continue cultivating. As long as these emperors hide, do not prevent the arrival of the heaven will in the next generation, or do anything that negatively affects the entire endless void, true heavenly Tao will ignore them. And if these emperors are lucky and patient enough to reach a higher class than when they first absorbed the heaven will, they will be referred to as ascended. Plus, you know these types of people do not like trouble, so I doubt he would even interfere without my warning," added Wang Wuqing. "All right. I will go wake up Sword 1 and Origin 1. Isn't that too much?" Sword 1 and Origin 1 were cultivated personally by the Qiyuan Emperor, and the Sword Empress as the ultimate weapon of the sect. They are the pinnacle of insurgent heaven chosens. Each can fight and defeat first-class emperors with 19% Tao source, and with a few emperor artifacts, they can fight against 20% Tao source. And as long as they worked together and used all the sect's resources, they could protect it from a pseudo-eternal emperor for a few thousand years. They are one of the main reasons that the Tao opening sect could survive for so long. We need to warn Heavenly Tao not to go too far, replied the voice. Plus, these blood races are a great tonic. We can kill a few of their immortal cultivators as resources. All right, said Wang Wuqing before disappearing from the secret realm. He appeared at the entrance of another hidden realm in the Blood Abyss world. His vision penetrated the space where he saw an enormous eye with no body or other parts. Then he released his aura. P-0. The Evil Eye Emperor opened his eye to look at the visitor. This aura, the origin system. Damn it, the Myriad Emperor world? Why did it have to be them? I knew that deal was too good to be true. After thinking for a moment, it closed its eyes to show its position. Then Wang Wuqian left, making the Evil Eye Emperor sigh in relief. He always does things behind the scene and does not like confrontation. He secretly manipulated the blood race to invade the other worlds in their world communities, so that he could use the slaughter aura released by the ongoing massacre to cultivate. So after a few Yuan epochs, he managed to secretly elevate himself from the middle end of the second class to very close to the first class. Then he noticed the blood race wanted to create an artificial world collision. Feeling that something was wrong, he calculated the secrets of heaven to discover that some heavenly Tao was manipulating these people for a supreme outlaw trial. So he decided to intervene immediately, but heavenly Tao made a deal with him. He would get some merit to increase his comprehension by 0.3% in exchange for his help. The Evil Eye Emperor quickly accepted since that was all he needed to ascend to first class. But he did not expect the person tested to be from the Myriad Emperor world. This person must be a unique supreme outlaw, thought Evil Eye. He knew that there was a difference between supreme outlaws. Some of them have reached the best state of mind, Tao heart, are extremely intelligent and cunning, have a strong background, and more importantly, have a high chance of discovering the existence trial on their own. Heavenly Tao will take time and effort to plan the trial for these types of outlaws. True Heavenly Tao will even give some of its power to whatever world's Heavenly Tao where a unique supreme outlaw shows up. As such, their trials will often involve other world communities or heavenward worlds. As a matter of fact, there was once a rumor that the innate acquire war was the trial of an outlaw. Of course, the Evil Eye did not believe such nonsense, but these rumors alone proved how crazy these trials could be. I hope these guys are not massacred too bad, thought the Evil Eye Emperor as he ignored everything else. Chapter 489 Identity. Wang Tian looked at the people on the other side of the formation with great anger. If it was not for these bastards, he could be doing a lot to save his son. And yet, he could stay here and be useless. Nevertheless, he was still a sect master and knew to analyze the situation to best deal with it. He spread his divine sense to sense the surroundings and realized the situation was a little more serious. Only their sect's domain is caught in the collision, while the blood race seemed to have a few more, meaning they might have to fight multiple emperor lineages. Typically, the 9 emperor formations should be enough to protect the sect. Still, if the blood race used their collective emperor artifacts and weapons, they might be able to break the formation. So we must not let them approach our sect, thought Wang Tian. So he immediately began to organize the disciples and elders. The formation hall trained all the disciples to use formations to fuse their strength and protect themselves. In times of war, they had to organize themselves according. Wang Tian activated the sword hall, where his army and general from the previous generation cultivated. He mobilized the alchemy hall to provide healing and sudden strength increase pills, talisman halls for defensive, attack, and healing talismans. The weapon refining hall loaned better weapons to the disciples while also using their recent project, a puppet army. Finally, he ordered the Shadow Guard to infiltrate the enemy's line and create as much chaos as possible and possibly affect their command chief if they had any. As Wang Tian watched all the people rushing to follow his order, he frowned slightly. He felt they took too long given the current situation. Then he remembered a conversation he had with his son. Wire was right. I should have made the mandatory drills he suggested. His son once suggested having emergency drills for the entire sect every 1,000 years, so the disciples and elders could respond in time in case of an emergency. However, he vetoed the idea because the process would waste resources, and he did not think the sect needed to prepare for any genuine danger. After all, they were the most powerful. Who dared to challenge them? Wang Tian now realized how his unconscious hubris got the best of him. He shook his head as he decided to watch out for these subtle changes in his state of mind. And he will also take this opportunity to warn all the disciples and elders, so that they realize there is no absolute in this world. Even their sect could face a catastrophe anytime, whether man-made or natural. By the time everyone got in their position, the blood race had already begun to attack the sect's formation with their emperor artifacts. Wang Tian swung his sword and cut one of the quasi-emperor with an emperor artifact in his hand into 1,000,000 pieces, including his soul. Then a sub-array came from the sect's emperor formation, and sealed the emperor artifact before dragging inside. Wang Tian led the charge out of the formation with everyone behind him. Myriad sword chi rain. An incalculable number of blue lights appeared within 1,000,000 kilometers radius before falling on the ground like rain. And every time these blue lights hit a member of the blood race, someone would have from the sky. It did not matter whether they had 4, 6, 9, or even a 9th horn that was golden in color. The sword chi will cut their souls and kill them. And this was not the end of Wang Tian's attack. He looked in the distance to see a desert, so he waved his sword again. Every single sand particle in that desert turned into sword chi to ravage the blood race. With this attack, he killed 2 golden horn blood races or quasi-emperors with emperor artifacts. Unfortunately, the array hall could only seal one of them while the other ran away. Obviously, the blood race was on guard against them. "Blood source world," screamed one of the blood races, and many people followed him to say the word. The environment changed as an illusory world containing more blood people appeared behind these people. Immediately after the world projection appeared, these blood races' aura drastically increased, and their black horns had runes appearing on them. A bloodline system that can develop something similar to domain at the 7th tier? Thought Wang Tian before slashing his sword again. Unfortunately, he only killed a few 100,000 7 horns blood race this time. The 8 and above horns instantly regenerated themselves after dying, while a few blocked his attack. In that case, let's go all out. Domain expansion. Unlimited sword cut. Wang Tian's surroundings changed as well. It was as if he had become his own small world. Then, the blood race finally understood what terrible mistake they had made. Everything in Wang Tian's domain was a sword. The soil on the ground, the grass, the clouds, the air they breathe, and even the spiritual chi between heaven and earth turned into a sword cut that killed everything in its path. Moreover, his domain had long reached the limit of 1,263 trillion kilometers, so almost everything in its range died. "Tianer, don't kill all of them?" Wang Tian looked in the direction of his wife, who also expanded her domain. Everything around had turned into darkness. "What do you mean? They are great resources. Capture them instead." Wang Tian frowned as he wanted to vent his anger on these people, but he realized this was not the time to act on emotions. Instead, he should have faith in his son and act in the best interest of the sect. He looked at the clone in the distance with relief. As long as it did not disappear, things were still manageable. So, Wang Tian's cut the blood race's cultivation level, thus essentially sealing them. Then he rushed into their Blood Abyss World's camp without a care in the world. Anything or anyone who stood in his path was either killed or sealed. No one could stop him. Even when some of the blood race members combined their blood source world to stop them, he just cut their entire world. So with Wang Tian's rampage, a battle that should have taken a few days ended in a few hours. Both sides decided on a temporary truce to wait for the world collision to end, and for their respective worlds to return to normal. To be precise, the blood race could not wait for this horror to end. In the Tao opening sect, Wang Tian looked at one of the elders and asked, "How are the casualties on our side?" More than 50,000 disciples died, and 3 saint elders also perished. As the true monarchs, they were only injured but no casualty. Wang Tian frowned. "Where are the bodies?" After getting the answer, he flew to the location. Looking at the dead disciples, he took out his sword and slashed forward. Death concept cutting. With that one swing, he cut off the concept of death on these disciples. Then something incredible happened. All 50,000 disciples opened their eyes in confusion as they were brought back to the land of the living. Sect Master, there is no need to do this, said one of the great elders, and the others who arrived also agreed with them. However, the now pale-looking Wang Tian shook his head. Under normal circumstances, he would not mind the death of these disciples since they knew long ago they should die for the sect. But he did not like the fact they died because of heavenly Dao's scheme. So he raised his hand to slash again. This time, his target was the two saint elders. Wang Tian coughed a mouthful of blood, and his face became paler. Then, like the disciples, the elders also returned to the land of the living. P-0. Yu Yan landed next to her husband to support him. Thank you, Sect Master, said the 50,000 disciples and 3 elders. After nodding to them, he flew back to his quarters under his wife's support. How is it? Asked Wang Chang, who waited for them on the Wang clan's mountain. I will be fine after a few years of recovery. Wang Chang nodded before patting his son on the shoulder, a little complex emotion in his eyes. He saw the battle and knew how his son had surpassed him. Truth be told, he knew long ago but pretended not to lose face. I'm very proud of you. Thank you, replied Wang Tian with a smile before a touch of sadness flashed in his eyes. If only I could do that back then. There is no point in thinking about this. Your mother lived a happy and fulfilling life. And when she died, she had a brilliant smile on her face. Wang Tian agreed before heading into the mansion. Don't worry about that brat. If there is someone who could pass this trial, it would be him. Wang Tian paused for a moment before continuing walking. Wang Wei looked at the young face with red eyes containing unimaginable hatred. The person had white hair, but Wang Wei could tell it was not because of choice or a strange physique. No, this change occurred because of intense emotions, most likely grief. Who are you? Asked Wang Wei. He could remember everyone he met, but this face was one of them. My name is Zhen Chao, Patriarch Zhenyong's son. Zhenyong from the Warring State world? Didn't I order the extermination of your clan? You did, replied Jin Chao. However, your lackeys did not know how to deal with the members who had leakless bodies. Since you did not give specific instruction, so I survived the massacre. Wang Wei remembered a conversation over 10,000 years ago during the Qi Luck trial. Back then, he had just finished tempering his skin from the explosion of the secret realm. His officials did mention they did not deal with the leakless bodies member of all the noble clans. Unfortunately, the trial was coming to an end, so Wang Wei did not care about a bunch of people who could not cultivate. Your identity still does not make sense. My subordinate would never allow Zhenyong's direct bloodline from surviving. You're right, replied Jin Chao with a smile full of despair, pain and hatred. I was only a bastard son, so I was not even registered in the clan ancestors' hall. A slight reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Even so, my father treated my sister and me quite well. He would secretly come to see us, and we would spend time as a family. Although I could not cultivate, this was not the same for my sister as she was pretty talented. My father promised to secretly cultivate her as the backbone of the Zheng clan. Unfortunately, he cut off all contact when you people invaded our world. Then one day, my sister decided to visit him personally. Pain appeared on Zhenyong's face as he remembered that moment. I tried to persuade her. Unfortunately, I could never say no to her when she begged me for something. Hee hee. Do you know how much I regretted that day? The same day we decided to visit was the day your lackeys chose to wipe out the Zheng clan. At the last minute, she forcibly placed me in one of the rooms before using a high-level talisman to hide me. So I survived, but I wished I did not. Zhen Chao returned to his calm and peaceful mood as he looked at his hand. I could hear her final scream before she died, and I was powerless to do anything as I uselessly punched the door of the room. Not long after that, I had to watch my father publicly executed, and when I returned home, my mother hanged herself out of grief. I was left alone, with no one in this world. Zhen Chao raised his head to look at the calm Wang Wei. You know, she was only 15 years old, about to turn 16 the next month. All she wanted was to see father for her birthday. Don't you have anything to say? Do you want me to apologize or say I regret my actions? Said Wang Wei. Maybe not, but at least show some remorse. Wang Wei looked at his hands. Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed. At this point in my life, I have so much blood in my hand that your sister's life or even your entire family is inconsequential. Haha, what should I expect from a monster like you? But don't worry, after I cut off your head, I will use it as an offering on their grave. Wang Wei ignored him as he seemed to have figured out something. He looked at Zhen Chaos Fate line again as his eyes lit up. Are you by any chance a? And I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 490 Fateless. Are you a Fateless? Asked Wang Wei. So you finally figured it out. Wang Wei paused before laughing out loud, as many things again clicked in his mind regarding this trial. Is that envy I detect in your eyes? Said Zhen Chao with a gloating sneer. But Wang Wei did not answer him as he thought about many things. The luck trial occurred every generation, so different emperor lineages have a world they usually conduct it in. However, in this generation, the Great Wu dynasty discovered a new world, and thought it would be a great idea to change from the previous world to challenge the Heaven Chosens. The Dao Opening sect agreed with a few others. Meanwhile, other sects like the Sword Casting Villa and the Een Moon Palace continued using the old world. However, in this world, there happens to have an extremely rare fateless individual. What is a fateless being? Well, as the name suggests, a person who is not bound by fate the moment they are born. After the wheel of fate weaved their fate line, they became invisible, not influenced by fate. The lives of mortals are determined from birth. Every waking moment of their existence is already determined. Unless an outside force intervenes in their lives and changes their fate, their lives are already determined from birth. Cultivators are different. The moment they began to cultivate, they began to slowly change their fates as their futures were determined by their choice. Unfortunately, cultivators still have nexus of fate, or events that will happen to them no matter what. So, it could be argued that cultivators do not genuinely control their fates. After all, no matter their choice or decision, their nexus event will still occur. So, did they truly have the power to change their fate since they are destined to lead to their fate nexus? Luckily, as this Zhen Chao said, there is no absolute or perfection in heaven and earth, including fate. According to the order of the universe, some individuals will be born without the restraints of fate. All their choices and decisions are determined by them the moment they are born, and they do not have nexus of fate. These people essentially achieve freedom the moment they are born. So Wang Wei knew that it was not a coincidence he encountered a fateless during his trial, and became his enemy. Adding to that, a fateless who cultivates the Tao of free will was the perfect combination. That means Heavenly Tao has been planning my trial even before the luck trial. Maybe it started when I created my heavenly physique. No, maybe even since I was young. He concluded someone becoming an outlaw is based on intent. Ever since he was young, he wanted to control fate and was very vocal about his desire. So Heavenly Tao classified him as an outlaw and began to plot against him. Wang Wei even suspected his physique's ability to ignore the price for divination was Heavenly Tao's subtle hint for him to abandon his path and focus on cultivating the Tao of destiny, or a part of fate. Ha ha ha. I could not believe the noble and powerful sacred son would be jealous of a lowly commoner like me, said Zhen Chao. Well, it is understandable. After all, I was born with something you have to work for your entire life, freedom. Now that I said it out loud, I realize how much of a beautiful word it is. Freedom? Said Wang Wei with a sneer. So what if you're a fateless? Without strength, you were still manipulated like a puppet. P-0? What do you mean? Wang Wei squinted his eyes. So you don't even know about the trial? Well, that would make sense since who would want to be a pawn willingly? What do you mean by this? It's just as I said. Everything that happened to you is the result of heavenly Tao manipulating your life to become my enemy. So, you could say that all the tragedy in your life is because of it. Liar. Why would heavenly Tao do such a thing? Apparently, it is to test me. Zhen Chaos' eyes briefly became bloodshot before taking a deep breath to calm down. I know you're lying. And why would I do that? Of course, to affect my state of mind. Wang Wei smiled before waving his hand to show an image recording of his memories. It mainly focused on his conversation with the old beggar about the outlaw trial and information about Lin Fan and Jian Wushuang's trial. Suddenly, Zhen Chao felt many unexplained events in his life made sense. He always thought he was a very lucky individual, similar to a son of destiny, which explained these events. But now, it is very easy for you to make up these memories, said Zhen Chao calmly while secretly clenching his teeth. However, Wang Wei only smiled at him without saying anything else. Sometimes, being too intelligent is not a good thing. Now that he has bought himself enough time to seal the poison in his body, he can go on the offensive again. Unfortunately, this poison is so unique that Wang Wei would need a lot of knowledge about it to use Wu Hong's scripture to seal it. Nevertheless, he still regained a little strength, preventing his body from deteriorating further. However, he also knew that he did not have long. This poison was evolving, and it was only a matter of time before the seal became useless. Wang Wei tried to use the black hole inside his acupoint to deal with it, but his acupoint, which he nourished to be even bigger than a universe, almost collapsed the moment a small poison entered. So he understood why this thing was referred to as the nemesis of body refiners. Wang Wei rushed toward Zhen Chao to punch him, but the latter easily evaded his attack. Then countless strings surrounded the latter, but Zhen Chao just passed through these strings with no difficulty. Fate confinement. Wang Wei controlled the fate of the surrounding space to block Zhen Chaos' path and confined him. Space freedom. After using this technique, Zhen Chao bypassed the space imprisonment. However, immediately afterward, he found a terrible gravity that weighed on him, pausing him. Gravity spell? Thought Zhen Chao. However, in this short pause, Wang Wei already reached in front of him and punched him. Boom. Using his fleshly body strength and the origin essence in his body, Wang Wei landed a solid hit and sent Zhen Chao flying crashing in the ground. Regrettably, less than a second later, Zhen Chao dug himself from the ground with blood on the corner of his mouth. Even though I used the physical force freedom technique, his attack still did a number on me. Even weakened, this monster is still a monster. He raised his head to look at Wang Wei, who was bleeding from his mouth, and smiled. When the opponent's fist contacted him, he removed the fate reversal that he was using on his fleshly body to prevent it from further deteriorating. This kid is really my antithesis, thought Wang Wei as he realized he could no longer use his fate reversal technique to return his fleshly body to its prime. In that case, let's focus on the other techniques I know. Wang Wei then used the Yu clan's light scripture to rush toward his enemy. He turned into a golden light to rush toward Zhen Chao, while also placing a powerful gravity enough to collapse several universes. As for Zhen Chao, he calmly used several other techniques. Gravity freedom, wind freedom, friction freedom, weight freedom. Then, his speed reached several million times the speed of light. Using this speed, he did not confront Wang Wei head-on but evaded all his attacks with ease. No matter what Wang Wei tried, the guys would use his speed to evade or ignore it altogether. So his tactic is to buy enough time until I'm weak to the point of being helpless. I can't believe you're such a coward that you won't even face me head-on. Such a low-level method, I expect better from you. I wonder how your sister would feel if she saw your current self, said Wang Wei with a smile, which appeared devilish to Zhen Chao. You better leave her name out of your mouth. She probably looked up to you as a child. A big brother who protected her from the scorn of being a bastard child. Then, when she heard you could not cultivate but she could, I guess she made it her goal to be the one who protects you. I wonder how she would react if she saw your current cowardly side. Running away from the man who caused her death. I wonder what her eyes would look like. A red aura made of immense killing intent surrounded Zhen Chao as he looked at Wang Wei. He slowly placed his hand on the saber on his waist before pulling it out. As you wish, I will no longer allow your breath to taint this world. Don't worry, I promise you that your death will not be as swift as my family. Chapter 491 Cave Heaven. Zhen Chao rushed toward Wang Wei with his superior speed. Luckily for the latter, he was only slower, but his reaction time was on par, if not better, so Wang Wei could react in time. Pain of the heart. As Zhen Chao swung his saber, and it clashed with Wang Wei's fist. At first, it appeared that it did not do any damage, but this attack ignored his defense and went straight for his heart. Knowing that his current weakened self could not tank this attack, Wang Wei had to change status. So he created a barrier of origin essence to protect his heart. At the same time, when the two clashed, Wang Wei's eyes turned black as he fired his heavenly destruction flame in the form of laser eyes and burned a hole a few centimeters deep into Zhen Chaos' body. Zhen Chao ignored his severe injury and swung his blade once again. Tear of despair. This saber attack was a spiritual one that focused on illusion. So after hitting Wang Wei, he experienced the intense pain and despair that Zhen Chao experienced as he watched his family die one after the other. Unfortunately, with his spiritual power, this attack was nothing but a joke to him. It was evident that Zhen Chao was so angry that his state of mind was greatly affected. Otherwise, he would never make such a low-level mistake. Nevertheless, this was Wang Wei's chance, so he took this opportunity to annihilate his opponent. Chaos Flame Calamity. A strange flame enveloped Zhen Chao to burn him into ashes. The flame would change color every second. It had no visible or noticeable temperature, yet it seemed capable of burning everything in existence. Despite not being in a sane mind, Zhen Chao still had some battle instinct he could rely on. So the moment he saw the flame, he used the technique Flame Freedom to counter Wang Wei's Chaos Flame. And to some extent he did. He blocked some of the flame but not all of it. His left turned into ashes. Then he swung his saber to create a moon-shaped slash. Defense Freedom Slash. This attack ignored Wang Wei's external defensive shield before targeting his soul, inner organs, and cells to destroy him on a cellular level. Even the origin essence barrier he made to protect himself seemed to be ignored. So he further condensed his energy to temporarily reach a high level before recreating the energy shield in the target parts. This method was feasible as it slowed down the attack, but he was still injured. This Zhen Chaos fleshly body is quite powerful, probably on par with Lin Fan, thought Wang Wei when he saw the hole inside his stomach had healed, and he regrew his arm. Plus, he seemed to have some strange method to remove the Duyi realm power from his body. Wang Wei then began to observe the surroundings to gather more knowledge. He had previously noticed that the space around was unnatural. No matter what attack he used or how often their powers clashed, the space never broke. Only a few small gaps would appear. Additionally, he noticed Zhen Chao was slowly becoming more and more powerful with time, and the boost of his strength seemed to come from the surrounding, similar to using the power of heaven and earth. After gathering all the information together, Wang Wei concluded something. This should be another cultivation system version of a saint's domain. However, no matter how powerful a domain is, it should still have some limits. Even in cultivation systems that cultivate universes inside their bodies, their worlds will not be so solid and sturdy. So, I'm missing something important. While Wang Wei analyzed the situation, he tried to evade Zhen Chaos mat attacks. At first, he could avoid the slashes, but Zhen Chaos attacks became free from distance or traveling and directly reached him. So he had to create hundreds or thousands of energy barriers inside his body with condensed origin essence to block them. And despite this, blood still trickled down the corner of his mouth. No more wasting time, thought Wang Wei. He controlled the innate qi inside his divine sea from the qi flower to prepare for an ultimate attack. It was a shame that he previously used most of it. To nurture his acupoints to the point of condensing a black hole, Wang Wei needed a lot of time. So he created a shortcut by combining star powers with innate qi, drastically reducing the time. So he only had a little of all the innate qi he condensed after thousands of years. He used half the innate qi to power up the seal he placed on the dragon-binding grass poison, to temporarily render it useless. He then used the second half to wash his fleshly body and return to his peak state for a few seconds. Wang Wei then instantly appeared in front of Zhen Chao, who was midway through a swinging action of his saber. A purple aura appeared around Wang Wei's fist as he punched. Destruction Energy Fist. The purple aura combined all the elements or attributes that he knew. Light, darkness, shadow, flame, thunder, vibration, slaughter, death chi, innate chi, space, etc. Given the situation, he created this technique to deal with Zhen Chao during this battle. Furthermore, he managed to use the two-dragon elephant force of his fleshly body behind this attack. Wang Wei even used his young emperor's pseudo-domain to reduce Zhen Chaos' power by half. Boom! The entire space shook heavily before Zhen Chao flew to the ground. Before reaching the ground, his body exploded into nothingness, not even leaving a single drop of blood. Only his head survived and crashed to the ground. Wang Wei frowned as he felt most of his attack was directed to another place, which saved Zhen Chao and even protected his soul. So he did not hesitate before rushing toward the remaining head to destroy it. However, before arriving, the head disappeared, and Wang Wei could not sense it anywhere. Then he instantly used the technique he learned from Suya to locate people based on a special aura their emotions released. So he flew to a mountain 100,000 kilometers away. In the normal eyes, there was nothing in this mountain, but his eyes could see a separate space, so he punched to destroy it. Wang Wei saw a perfectly intact Zhen Chao who kept muttering something to himself. What's more concerning is this Zhen Chaos eyes are cleared, no longer clouded in hatred and negative emotions. I pursued a higher self. A self free from pain, despair, and grievance. A self free from the trauma of the past. Muttered Zhen Chao for the third and final time before looking at Wang Wei calmly and saying, "Using your words to bring the darkness from my heart. This technique should be from your mother's sutra. Adding it to your ability to get to affect people's minds with your words. What a terrifying combination." He trained himself for years to prevent his opponent from taking advantage of his state of mind. Yet he still almost died in the end. P-0? I'm curious about something. Why do you know so much about me? Asked Wang Wei, wanting to buy time. His body had returned to his original weak state. No, he was now even weaker than before. The poison's adaptability was even more severe than anticipated. It adapted to the innate chi and removed the seal inside his body. Moreover, this poison became even fiercer after contacting the innate chi inside his body. It was like a starving ghost that finally discovered food and water after days of traveling in the desert without any provisions. Of course, Wu Hong told me, replied Zhen Chao. With a calm look on his face, Wang Wei said, "You know, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. Unfortunately, a fake will never be the same as the original." "Haha, you're right," said Zhen Chao. Things have gotten out of control, he thought. By now, his fleshly body would have been completely useless, and his infinite divine sea empty. However, somehow, he seemed to have infinite origin essence. He knew his information would not be 100% accurate, but things have deviated way more than expected. Zhen Chao suddenly began to question how easily it was to gather that information, especially after what Wang Wei said about being a pawn. However, he realized he did not care. So what if he was a pawn? As long as he could kill this man. Anyways, he has done worse things. Let's use that trump cards. A mirror appeared in front of Zhen Chao, and from that mirror came a transparent figure of Wang Wei, who then fused with Zhen Chao. Immediately, his aura drastically increased. Then, the power of fate flashed across his eyes. Zhen Chao clenched his hand to feel the power flowing inside his body. "Is this how powerful you are? And an anomaly as well. Although I have all your spiritual strength, the quality of my soul could barely reach 10% of yours. You truly are a monster," he said. "Well, it does not matter," said Zhen Chao, smiling so brilliantly that all his white and shining teeth were displayed. "It will be very cathartic to kill you with your own power." Wang Wei looked calm on the surface while secretly cursing on the inside. He did not even know how this bastard could copy his power without his detection. More importantly, he had to find a way to survive long enough for his plan to succeed. His intuition told him that this was not close to being Zhen Chaos' final trump card. Chapter 492. Before I kill you, I will give you a gift. Zhen Chao showed his palm, which had a few small floating lights. My spirit particles. Yes. I know you revive yourself even if one of them exists, so I had to secret track down the ones you scattered in the endless void. It was quite a pain. However, I did meet an interested individual called Chu Mo. When I tried to remove the spirit particle from his soul, it detonated and instantly killed him. I wonder what secrets he knew that you were so cautious. Wang Wei sighed. One of the backup plans he had to pass this trial was to hide some spirit particles in the endless void to revive himself later on. However, Heavenly Tao seemingly calculated this outcome and took preventive measures. As for Chu Mo, he had memories of Earth. Of course, Wang Wei would take precautions. This Zhen Chao should have some understanding of karma or a karma treasure to track all my spirit particles. Well, I guess it does not matter now. Zhen Yao turned into a gray rainbow before rushing toward Wang Wei to punch him. A magic circle with numerous runes appeared before him, blocking the attack and instantly redirecting the force. Unfortunately, Zhen Chao ignored the attack and increased his punch's force, sending Wang Wei flying away. More magic circles appeared on Wang Wei's path to catch his body and remove the attack's force. At the same time, many more magic circles appeared around Zhen Chao, with myriad chains coming from them to tie him up. But with a wave of his hand he destroyed the chains and the formation. I almost forgot you were a grandmaster array and talisman maker. You even reached the stage when you can use instant arrays. Unfortunately, I am now one too. Fate severing, Zhen Chao swung his saber to create a swift moon-shaped slash. A temporary transmission array swallowed Wang Wei to teleport him to another direction and evade the attack. Visit. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience, but the moment he appeared, Zhen Chao caught his fate line and yanked him in his direction before punching him in the face with the two-dragon elephant force. Luckily, at the last meeting, Wang Wei used several techniques to reduce the attack's impact. He created a swallowing talisman to absorb some of the force, a force redirecting array to redirect the remaining force of the attack, and an origin essence barrier. Nevertheless, his skull still cracked under the blow, making his head dizzy as he flew away. Zhen Chao did not want to give his opponent the ability to react, so he tried to rush to finish the job. However, hundreds of thousands of arrays appeared around him. From half of these arrays emerged enormous black holes, while the remaining half contained a sealing method. Zhen Chao used the future Buddha self to look in the future before frowning. Based on the future he saw, he realized he did not wholly inherit the enemy's power. For example, he used Wang Wei's knowledge to attack the flaws of these arrays and destroy them. But he realized some of the arrays were too complex for his current knowledge. More importantly, Wang Wei still had higher calculating powers because of his soul quality. So, the speed at which he destroyed the array cannot compare to the rate Wang Wei created them. So, Zhen Chao used his knowledge to destroy some of the sealing arrays, and his raw strength to forcibly destroy the others. As for the black holes, he ignored them even after they exploded. The explosion of hundreds of thousand black holes did injure Zhen Chao. Some parts of his body like his arms, ribs, and head seemed to have been crushed inward. Unfortunately, he healed in an instant and returned to his peak state. Then Zhen Chaos aura suddenly increased as he boosted himself again with his freedom techniques. Wang Wei cursed internally after seeing this. He thought the latter could not use his freedom Tao with his power. But he was wrong. Zhen Chao just wanted to use his power to humiliate him. But now, it appeared that he no longer wanted to play. So before Wang Wei could do anything, he saw Zhen Chao standing in front of him, and his two arms were cut off. Then Zhen Chao swung his saber to cut off Wang Wei's legs. But an odd armor appeared to protect him. It was an armor made of runes and magic circles. *I. A perfect combination of weapon refining and array masters. It could even be considered the pinnacle of both these professions, said Zhen Chao. You're truly an unparalleled genius. Then, Zhen Chao raised his saber to continue chopping. He knew this armor would not last long. Wang Wei's face was pale inside the armor as he stopped the bleeding in his arm. He did not care about Zhen Chaos' compliment. Visit. For a better user experience to become a high-level profession, a cultivator needs 4 things. A lot of origin essence, spiritual strength, comprehension, and resources. Spiritual strength and comprehension are the most important, and the foundation. A lot of origin essence is needed to reach the stage where you can create instant arrays or talisman. Additionally, all these professions use divine runes, so they overlap. It is typical for one master in one field to quickly master another with enough time and resources. As such, he did not think it was a big deal that he had such an accomplishment in these fields with his comprehension and spiritual strength. Plus, he knew there were probably a few more accomplished people than him in each field, and even a few masters who excelled in all of them. Wang Wei looked at his arm while furrowing his brow. His fleshly body was not completely useless and even a hindrance to him, so he could not use it to heal or regenerate. Typically, he should be able to convert his origin essence and the spiritual qi inside his divine C into vitality or life energy to heal, or have some regeneration capabilities. Or use his life and death innate talent. Unfortunately, Jin Chao used his own Duyi realm against him. So Wang Wei could feel two identical wills battling inside his arm, preventing him from healing. After slashing his saber 3 times, Wang Wei's rune armor broke into millions of pieces. So Jin Chao went for the finishing move again. However, this time, a black tortoise's shell protected Wang Wei. Emperor artifact? I have one of those too, said Jin Chao before taking another silver saber out of nowhere. He clashed his sword against the shell, making Wang Wei vomit a mouthful of blood. And with each class, the latter's complexion became paler. Damn it, this is why I don't like using Emperor artifacts, thought Wang Wei as he felt his origin essence being swallowed like it was caught in a black hole. If he was in peak state, he could use the blood energy from his fleshly body, his spiritual strength, law, and his energy to keep a perfect balance and use the artifact. But now his fleshly body and law were useless, and his spirit strength was at a high time low because of all the quasi-emperor instant formations he used. The only thing he had for him was his energy, but now that was a problem. Wang Wei focused on his qi flower to force it to produce more spiritual qi as he converted them into origin essence. Jin Chao swung his sword, and this time, a swallowing power manifested to devour Wang Wei's origin essence and make the situation worse. If I run out of energy, not only will the artifact stop working, I will truly be defenseless. In that case, there is no need to hesitate. Wang Wei concentrated for a moment before his face became very ugly to look at it. So you finally noticed, huh? Wang Wei did not answer him as he checked again, and the result was the same. He discovered a seal in his seal connected to one of his 3 immortal souls, the Bright Spirit Soul. Visit. For a better user experience, he planned to remove part of the seal to gain access to a little bit of the store's spiritual strength to help in his situation. Unfortunately, he discovered another seal that blocked his action. What scared him the most is he did not even detect how the seal got inside his soul. What did you do? What do you mean? I seal your ultimate trump card, said Jin Chao with a smile without stopping swinging his saber. In response to this, Wang Wei sneered. I know your power and limitation. Although you've become stronger after coining my power, there is no way you can accomplish such a feat, especially without me noticing. Haha, you're right. All I can say is the soul of a fateless is extremely valuable. Many beings, some mighty enough to make great emperors look like ants, are willing to pay anything to acquire it. So, you've sold your soul for the sake of revenge. It was the only way to kill a monster like you, Jin Chao said, momentarily becoming lost in thought. The more I learn about you, the more I know your capabilities and strength, and the more I despaired. So, it was the only way. Anyway, I died on that fateful night 120,000 years ago. Wouldn't it have been better to find a way to resurrect your family? Oh, they will be resurrected. Wang Wei looked at him but did not say anything further. He understood that there was no point in talking sense to a man whose mind was overwhelmed by revenge. Jin Chao waved his hand to manifest a yellow bead. It was another emperor artifact. The yellow bead clashed with Wang Wei's shell while Jin Chao swung the saber. After 2 attacks, Wang Wei ran out of origin essence. Although he had a second emperor artifact in his hand, he could not use it. If he did, that thing would absorb most of the lifespan from his cultivation. Unfortunately, the majority of his millions of years of lifespan came from his fleshly body, which is not accessible at the moment since most of his vitality is focused on fighting the dragon-binding grass. Additionally, Wang Wei had a feeling Zhen Chao had at least 9 emperor artifacts to counter all the official ones from the Dao opening sect. So, as he lay on the floor with 2 arms missing and a pale complexion that would make most vampires look healthy, he activated the last ability he had to buy himself time. Intangibility. Visit. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience just a little more, thought Wang Wei, hoping his current ability would last long enough to buy him enough time, or that his opponent won't have a counter. And, I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 493. As expected, thought as he felt the poison inside his body. He planned to use this moment of intangibility to remove it from his body. But Zhen Chao expected this, and also blessed the dragon-binding grass with intangibility to prevent him from removing it. Wang Wei had to admit it was very unpleasant when his own power acted against him. So if he survived this ordeal, he decided to create countermeasures for this possibility. Wang Wei then contemplated how to buy himself more time. Zhen Chaos' ability to copy his strength significantly delayed the time he needed for his plan to work, so time was not on his side. I could try to reach the void stage of nothingness? He previously divided the path of nothingness into 4 stages: intangible, void, emptiness, and true nothingness. Although all these stages' names were essentially synonyms of each other, this was intentional to describe certain levels of the concept of nothingness. It is a way for his mind to understand or define such a vast, complex, and unexplainable concept or existence. Nevertheless, Wang Wei had to admit he had great fears about the power of nothingness. Every time he tried to cultivate to a higher level, he could hear a very tempting voice calling him to fuse and become one with nothingness. If it were now for his terrifying willpower and probably unique soul, he would have long succumbed to that voice and forever disappeared from the world. So he stopped cultivating the power of nothingness. Anyway, he discovered long ago the more powerful his body became, the longer he could stay in the intangible state. As for the second stage, he decided to wait until after proving the Tao to take another look. So his mind calculated another plan. He divided his mind into 2. One part accessed the future Buddha self, to cultivate, and the second part focused on Zhen Chao, who appeared to be waiting for his time in the state to finish before executing him. Based on his behavior, there should be no time limit to how long he can have my power, or the time limit is long enough that he does not need to worry. He stood up from the ground, still with both hands missing. In his state, the Duyi realm no longer affected him, so he could regenerate them. But he concluded it would waste too much energy even if he used the life and death will innate talent, energy he will need for the next step of the plan. I'm curious about how you became so powerful, asked Wang Wei. The cultivation system you used is obviously not the origin system. So, how did you acquire it and reach another world community? I found the martial ancestor's inheritance, replied Zhen Chao calmly. Martial ancestor? You mean the guy who invented martial arts in the warring state world? Wang Wei remembered the martial artists that existed in that world. Some of them could even compete and defeat Divine Sea Realm cultivators. And there were rumors of Grandmaster, who could defeat Divine Altar cultivators. And the source of martial art in that world was the martial ancestor. Wang Wei did not care about the martial art path of that world since it seemed very flawed and required extreme harsh conditions to cultivate. Most likely because it was a prototype of a new cultivation system. Visit. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience. Nevertheless, he found their spiritual cultivation innovative and helpful to people to reach the divine altar realm, so he took it back home. The martial ancestor was a person born with a leakless body, like me, and could not cultivate the origin system. So he developed his own cultivation system. Eventually, he traveled to another world community, proved the Tao, and made his system the main one. Luckily for me, he returned to his home world and left his inheritance. Wang Wei could guess the rest of the story. Zhen Chao left home out of fear of being killed and not having anything left in life, full of hatred and pain. Then he accidentally discovered the inheritance and met the requirement of the martial ancestor. He used the resources he left to travel to another world community, to increase his strength to get his revenge. I bet your life from then on was a cliché story of a mediocre protagonist story. Whenever you go, you would find these very rare and uncommon fortunate encounters perfectly suited to help in your revenge. Are you trying to belittle my accomplishment? You have no idea how hard I work, how much I suffered trying to keep up with a monster like you. I'm sure you've had to do some horrendous things for strength besides selling your soul. What are you implying? Honestly, I don't like how I'm portrayed as the bad guy in the story when you have probably committed as many atrocities as me, if not more. Zhen Chao looked him deep in the eyes. You're right. But the main difference between us is that I regret every single one of these decisions. When I close my eyes, I can still hear their screams, and instead of accepting and moving on with my life, I carry the burden of my actions. Every waking moment of my life, I remind myself that I did what I did for revenge, and after accomplishing my goal, I will die to atone for my actions. Do you think death is enough to atone for your sins? Maybe not, but it is better than a cruel monster like you. Cruel monster? Maybe, said Wang Wei calmly as he looked at the bright blue sky. When I decided to walk on the emperor path to become free and unfettered one day, I knew my hands would one day stain with the blood of innocent lives. Visit. For a better user experience, but I still chose this path because I understand everything has a price. And the price of becoming powerful is always the loss of one's humanity. Some people think this price is worth it while others do not. Honestly, I personally do not care because I chose to walk on that path, and I know the end result is the same. Wang Wei looked at him. I'm curious, how do you feel about your father? You seem to be the righteous kind of person while he, well, was honestly a terrible individual. A cruel monster, as you elegantly stated. Zhen Chao paused for a moment before saying, I've thought about this for thousands of years. And honestly, I think he deserved this outcome. I thought you would make some excuses for him. I used to, but not anymore. However, let me ask you, what about my sister? Did she deserve what happened to her? What about my mother? Did she deserve her fate? It's a shame what happened to your sister. However, this is how the laws of karma function in the universe. She had to pay because of the sins or karma of her father. And maybe for her future sins. Future sins. You said it yourself. Zhen Yong prepared to train her as the backbone of the Zheng clan. With all the shady things he has done, do you think her would not be stained with innocent blood? Do you think she would remain pure and innocent? Are you trying to imply the universe used your hands to enact karmic retribution on my family for the crimes of the Zheng clan? Said Zhen Chao with a sneer. If this is your cheap attempt at absolving your guilt, I will look down on you. No, I just want to share with you some of my understanding of the order of the universe and how fate properly functioned. Zhen Chao looked at him deeply. Although he said these words, he genuinely wanted to see some form of remorse or guilt from his enemy before he cut off his head. But it appeared he would not get his wish. Wang Wei could feel Zhen Chaos' sudden mood change of not wanting to interact with him, but he still asked, You still have not told me how you knew so much about me? Unfortunately, the latter ignored him, so Wang Wei sat down and closed his eyes. Time passed, and the time for the intangibility state to end arrived. However, a few minutes before the final moment, Wang Wei opened his eyes and said, I have to say, you're quite the disappointment. Even though you have my power, you do not have my battle awareness. What do you mean? The latest _AP_SODIES are on the website. I mean, I have a few ways to forcibly remove myself from the intangibility state. Zhen Chao pondered all the information he had about his opponent's abilities and techniques. Then his eyes lit up as he thought of something. Wait, why is he telling me this? He thought as he prepared to be on guard. Unfortunately, it was too late. The moment Wang Wei saw that glimpse of realization in Zhen Chaos' eyes, he used the devil god bones inside his body to control negative emotions, his mother's technique to bring the hidden darkness from people's minds, and all his knowledge about emotions he got from Suya, and his restored spiritual power to create an illusion. After experiencing the illusion, Zhen Chaos' eyes turned red with madness. A terrifying will emanated from his body, a will that could sunder heaven and earth. The entire space shook for the first time since this battle, and many space cracks appeared in every direction. However, the space was still not destroyed. Zhen Chao prepared to use that will to obliterate Wang Wei even in his intangibility state. Unfortunately, he stopped midway as blood dripped from all the orifices on his face. Then, Zhen Chao screamed in agony. Wang Wei watched his performance with no surprise on his face. His willpower is one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, it is not one he can use as he pleases. To use even a fraction of it, his body, soul, state of mind, and Tao heart must be at the highest level and in perfect harmony. So Wang Wei lured Zhen Chao to use it. Although he guessed the latter could only copy a fraction of it like he did his soul, a fraction was enough to overwhelm him. Zhen Chao was not him and could never be him. He did not have the quality of his soul, his state of mind, or Tao heart. He was now experiencing an unimaginable amount of loneliness and despair flooding his mind. All the countless eons Wang Wei spent in that endless chaotic space, Zhen Chao had to experience the feeling back then to access the strength of that willpower. And he could not bear it. Luckily, the latter acted in time to abandon Wang Wei's power to end his suffering. So his aura rapidly turned to its original state. As for Wang Wei, he was also not in the best shape. The burden of using the intangibility suddenly hit hard. Before this experience, he did not even know there was a burden to using this ability. With how weak his fleshly body was, he now knew. As he stood immobile and watched Zhen Chao on the floor, he tried really hard to heal himself and move. He could feel a strange power coming from the surroundings to heal his opponent. Meanwhile, he could not open and access his space ring the entire fight, so he could not access the pills inside. He secretly cursed himself for not taking the origin pill Dao Sex, Illusory Pill Sutra, as this would greatly help the current situation. He did not know much about karma back then, so he worried about being too contaminated, and only took what he needed instead of taking all of them. Now he slightly regretted his decision. From now on, I will leave reserved pills inside my sea of consciousness and my divine sea. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the website. As he watched Zhen Chao get up from the floor, Wang Wei sighed, knowing he had to use his last resort plan to buy time. Chapter 494. What are you? Asked Zhen Chao with fear in his eyes. He did not even copy 1% of that will, and was almost overwhelmed. If it were not for his fleshly body to buy him enough time to give up that power, he would have died under the backlash. I often ask myself that question, but I find it best not to think about it deeply. It helps me sleep better at night, replied Wang Wei casually. Zhen Chao looked at him with hesitation. He took a slight step forward before returning to his original position. Then the scream of that day echoed in his mind, turning his eyes into ones of determination. He took a deep breath before summoning his Emperor Tear Saber. He rushed toward his opponent, going for the head. Wang Wei internally sighed when he saw this as regret, and pain flashed across his eyes. Boom! A terrifying explosion that also shook the surrounding space occurred. Right before Zhen Chao cut off his head, Wang Wei used the new technique he had just developed. Time reversal. He reversed his body to a few hours ago, to a time when he was still in a relatively peak state. Then he exploded his fleshly body, divine sea, origin essence, law alter fate laws, and even his sea of consciousness. There was no hesitation or pause in his actions. The explosion of such a power was catastrophic, to say the least. With 2 dragon elephant force, he could destroy 2,000 middle thousand world with one punch. However, with this explosion alone he could probably destroy a few 10,000s. Furthermore, he even removed the seal Wu Hong placed on his body to store the divine punishment thunder, and released this immortal tear power in the world. Meanwhile, a red shield protected Wang Wei's true primordial spirit, but the shield kept flickering as if it was about to disappear. I was right. Di Tian did sell my information to Heavenly Dao, thought Wang Wei. The shield he used was a talisman from Wu Hong as one of his final trump cards. The only time he could not use its power was against Di Tian, but now, it has also malfunctioned. There is no way for Zhen Chao to create a way to counter her power without a deep understanding of it. So the only way to explain the situation is for Di Tian to sell the information to Heavenly Dao, and in return, the latter find a way to hand it to Zhen Chao. Luckily, he had Wu Hong modify the talisman after the last failure in the Heavenly Abode World battle. Wang Wei linked his soul to the shield to barely stabilize it, and buy him enough time. Then, he looked at his primordial spirit, which had a crown on its head. The only thing that he did not blow up was his 3 flowers crown that he moved from his law altar to his primordial spirit. Then he thought of his fleshly body. It was a great pain to lose such a powerful body, but it was the best method in the current situation. The latest _AP_SODIES are on the website. Luckily, his true primordial spirit was linked to his fleshly body, so he did have to start over. He can regenerate a new one with enough resources, energy, and time. Even the innate spiritual herbs from his inner organs were now fused with his soul. Nevertheless, regenerating will still require a lot of effort and money. Well, anyway, he was a second-generation rich young master, so he did not like resources. Additionally, with his understanding of cultivation and the fleshly body, he can recreate an even better foundation that is at least 10 to 25% better. Wang Wei looked outside the shield, and everything was dark and chaotic. Lightning and thunder flashed everywhere, annihilating everything in sight. The previously green and blue world had now turned into a doomsday world. Wang Wei watched everything calmly. He did not think Zhen Chao had died. So he waited until the shield could no longer hold before reactivating the seal and absorbing the divine punishment thunder into his soul. He then controlled the spiritual qi produced from the spirit flower to create another barrier to protect himself. Although his soul was resilient enough to resist the chaotic energy in this space, he did not want to take any chances. After the divine punishment thunder disappeared, the domain-like space began to heal itself and soothe the chaotic storm created by the explosion. Then, he saw Zhen Chao's body floating in the air with a shield around him. However, only his head and a small part of his upper torso remained, along with his right hand. Then the destroyed places twitched before healing and regenerating. While seeing this, Wang Wei's eyes secretly shine with brilliance. A few minutes later, Zhen Chao opened his eyes, his body in perfect shape. However, he looked extremely pale. With a calm look, Zhen Chao looked at Wang Wei and said, "You know, I have traveled to 20 world communities and 6 heaven world. I have fought countless opponents, heaven chosens, or cultivators with higher realms than me. And in some of my fights, I have suffered terrible defeats, but as long as I gather enough information on my opponent, I can always be victorious, and easily too. However, you, the person I have the most information on, gave me my hardest battle. Well, I guess what truly matters is in the final victor. It's a shame I could not place your severed head on my family's grave." Wang Wei smiled, which suddenly gave Zhen Chao a bad premonition. "Look at your hand." Zhen Chao quickly checked his hands to discover a rune that looked like a tattoo on his left hand. And before he could even process where this strange tattoo came from, more and more of these runes appeared all over his body, and even his soul. Wang Wei flew before Zhen Chao, who could not move or speak. As he looked at his inquiring eyes, he said, "Quantum virus array. Oh, you may not understand what does that mean. I created an array so small that even a great emperor might not be able to detect. Then I gave it the ability to replicate itself like a virus. On our first contact, I planted it inside your body so that it could replicate. The latest _AP_SODIES are on the website. And every time I injure and force you to heal, the replicating process increase. Unfortunately, when you took my power, my fleshly bodhi's natural residence significantly delayed the process. Luckily, I managed to make you lose my power and destroy your body to such a terrible state in the previous explosion. By now, the virus has attached itself to every single subatomic particle of your body, and even the very essence of your soul. I have to say, this array is one of my greatest masterpieces. The perfect combination of two different civilizations. Wang Wei's eyes turned bright. Look at me. I've become as talkative as you. Well, don't worry, as I won't make you suffer. This is the respect I will give you as a worthy opponent. Plus, you will soon be a part of me. My first incarnation, the Tao of free will. Once I fuse it with my Tao of fate. Suddenly, he felt something and slightly raised his head. He saw a man dressed in black brocade float less than a meter from him. He could not see the man's face as a strange fog seemed to hide his identity, but Wang Wei did not care about this. He cared about the fact that he did not know when this man appeared so close to him, nor how long he was here. His mind rapidly worked as trillions of thoughts flashed across his mind in less than a nanosecond. Zhen Chao did not lie. Your soul is indeed unique, said the man in a gravelly voice. A fateless soul and a unique soul. This is indeed a great deal. With a calm look, Wang Wei said, I don't know who you are, nor do I care. But am warning you not to interfere in the affair of the Tao opening sect. Hee, kid, do you think I, Empyrean Blackheart, would care about some sex in the mortal realm? No, but you should care about the backers in the upper dimension. Empyrean Blackheart paused for a moment before responding. Do you think these beings would care about their descendants who are separated from them by who knows how many years? Do you think they will care about your sect once the luck it provides no longer benefits them? They will care about someone like me who has a unique soul and just passed the Supreme Outlaw trial. Empyrean Blackheart briefly paused again. Unfortunately for you, your ancestors are long dead in the upper dimension. 2 of my ancestors are eternal emperors. How could they die? It does not change the fact they have not shown up for thousands of yuan epochs. The latest _AP_SODIs are on _th website. Numerous thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind before his primordial spirit began to exude a weird aura. When Blackheart felt the aura, the fog on his face almost disappeared. How are you related to Empress Wu? What do you think? Replied Wang Wei calmly. Then Blackheart released a terrifying pressure. The pressure alone almost crushed Wang Wei's soul, but he remained calm, at least on the surface. Instead, he took out a talisman with Wu Hong's aura from his space ring since the previous restriction was lifted after he captured Zhen Chao. If you want, I can contact her. Empyrean Blackheart looked at the talisman, wondering whether this kid was bluffing. However, he once experienced the aura on that talisman, albeit it was somewhat different. So after weighing the pros and cons, he said, Kid, I remember you, before disappearing. Wang Wei sighed in relief. Eternal Ascension World. Blackheart suddenly opened the coffins he hid to cultivate. Damn it, how did I get involved with her? He said as he walked out. Maybe I'm overthinking, and this kid was bluffing. Wait, I smelled the aura of 2 different taboos from this kid, so he is not normal. Most likely, he is a crucial pawn of her and the people from the Tao opening sect. Thinking about this, Blackheart began to panic. If he accidentally got involved in one of these bigwigs' plans, he would die without leaving any bones behind. No, I need to find a way to save myself. Should I join one of these 7's camps? No, if the Empress wants to kill me, I doubt these people could stop her. Only the other 2 could save me, but... Blackheart walked back and forth for a while. It's best I hide in the lawless zone. After making a decision, he packed up his coffin before rushing to the lawless zone to hide. The latest _AP_SODIs are on _the website. Meanwhile, in the lower dimension, Wang Wei suddenly felt a weight lifted from his shoulder, his state of mind sublimated, and he received some information in his mind about passing the trial. Chapter 495 Reward. That was scary, muttered Wang Wei, thinking how close he was to dying. He cursed Heavenly Tao for involving an Empyrean's projection in this trial. That was too foul. Luckily, his wife's reputation has some weight in the upper dimension, and he acted swiftly. From Jian Wushuang and Lin Fan's trial, he knew the consequences of hesitation. If not for these factors, who knew what would happen? Of course, Wang Wei had to admit his luck also played a role. After seeing Black Heart hiding his face or identity, he instantly concluded that he might be a very cautious individual who values his safety and life above everything else. So he took the gamble to use his background to scare him, and even hint to Black Heart he was dealing with things beyond his capability, things that only bigwigs like his ancestor and Empress Wu could get involved in. After thinking about how stressful the few seconds of interaction were, Wang Wei felt his soul sweating and his back cold. So he took a few seconds to calm down. Then he remembered something, so he immediately checked his immortal soul to discover the seal in his bright spirit soul was gone. So he sighed in relief. Then some information appeared in Wang Wei's mind, telling him that he was now considered a Dao Overlord. Supreme outlaws who pass the trial are referred to as Dao Overlord, while normal outlaws are referred to as Dao Lord, or Overlord or Lord for short. The benefit of these titles is quite interesting. It is a tremendous increase in luck, followed by an increase in natural comprehension talent. However, the main reward is if these people manage to absorb Heaven Will and reach 20%. Then Heavenly Dao will help a Lord create their Dao Will, so they have more time to comprehend their existence. And if that person has a Duyi realm, they are guaranteed to create their Dao Will. When it comes to overlords, not only will Heavenly Dao help them cast their Dao Will, but also extend the standard time they have to understand their existence. This title is valid for a cultivator's entire life, meaning even if they die and reincarnate, as long as they retain or awake the memories from the previous life, the title will still be useful. That's it. After all this trouble, that's my reward? Muttered Wang Wei with disdain. He had the utmost confidence in himself to become an eternal emperor, so these rewards were nothing but small guarantees for him. So he genuinely hoped this title had more to it than he knew. While Wang Wei was about to be disappointed, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. No, my real reward is from Zhen Chao. So he used the latter to control the surrounding space. Soon he found another subspace, and he teleported inside. As expected, muttered Wang Wei as he saw all treasures in the room. He guessed Zhen Chao used this space as his space ring. So, Wang Wei began to identify the things that could benefit him. The traveling golden could, an innate treasure to travel between world communities. Well, although not as good as my golden chariot, it's not bad. A high-level innate spiritual herb. Karma protection lotus. With this, I can finally complete my karma unbound physique, and use it to understand the laws of karma. Wang Wei then saw a fruit glowing with the power of law. To be precise, fate law. He took it to analyze as he had never seen such a thing nor read about it. So he searched Jun Chaos memory for some information. It was a strange fruit, the latter found in one of the world communities he traveled throughout. In that world, a strange tree named the Heavenly Law Tree exists. And the fruit from that tree can help cultivators better understand the laws of heaven and earth. When Zhen Chao visited, the tree gave birth for the second time in its life, a fruit with one of the supreme hidden laws. So a terrifying battle ensued throughout the entire world. But Zhen Chao was lucky to take the fruit and run away secretly. So this would explain how he seemed to know so much about fate. He must have studied it extendedly to develop counters for my techniques. Wang Wei was excited since this fruit would drastically reduce his needed time to understand the law, and even create his incarnations. Moreover, he could refine this fruit as the core of one of his incarnations. Then there is that Heavenly Law Tree. I must get my hands on it one day. Or at least find a way to cultivate one myself. Plus, I could find a way to connect that tree to the Grand Tao Source and create a Heavenly Source tree. It will be much easier for me to understand the source. Thinking about how much such fruit would benefit, he could not help but be excited. If he succeeded, Wang Wei knew he might not have to worry about his cultivation all the way to the Paragon realm. Then, Wang Wei continued exploring as he sensed a few more treasures that interested him. An extreme-level innate time treasure, muttered Wang Wei as he held a clock in his hand. This clock contained a miniature world where time could be sped up, just like the sex time formation. Furthermore, this treasure provides some protection against time energy invasion, which is the main reason that cultivators cannot spend a lot of time inside the time forwarding formations. Wang Wei's eyes lit up again. I can use this treasure to understand time laws and create more future Buddha self. And maybe, I can use it to secretly steal time energy from the chrono-chaos realm. Although this plan was a little risky, it is possible with enough preparations and caution. He continued checking Zhen Chaos treasures. He found many cultivation techniques from different systems. They should help broaden his mind and maybe inspire him. Finally, he saw 7 treasures floating at this treasure hall's core. 6 Emperor artifacts and a Chaos treasure, said Wang Wei with shining eyes. Chaos treasures did not have levels or divisions. However, the weakest amount of them was equivalent to an ultimate level innate treasure, meaning the weakest of them was at the level of Eternal Emperor. He took the Chaos treasure, which was a mirror. And after checking Zhen Chaos memory, his eyes shone again for the 3rd time in just a few minutes. The Oracle Mirror. A treasure that gathers information on people. With it, a cultivator could theoretically gather all the secrets of another. The only restriction is that karmic bonds determine how much information the mirror will reveal. For example, Wang Wei is responsible for Zhen Cha's parents' death, and this karma allowed the latter to access 80% of all his information and secrets. From the previous battle, Zhen Chao seemed to know at least 95% of my secrets and abilities. So, Heavenly Tao and Di Tian probably made up that 15% gap, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this mirror. Then he focused on the mirror's second ability, to copy and steal other people's strengths. This mirror is how Zhen Chao copied his power, and if the latter had killed him, he would have taken all his abilities and strength. As Wang Wei looked at the mirror, he muttered, "This may be how I can defeat Di Tian." As long as he knows his opponent's power level, he can prepare in advance. Finally, he focused on the 6 Emperor artifacts. Immediately, he frowned as he felt the power of luck in 3 of them, which indicated these artifacts were the treasures of certain emperor lineages. After searching Zhen Chaos memories, he knew the latter was the next sect master of the martial origins sect created by the martial ancestor. There is no way that sect would give up 3 of their emperor artifacts, so they will eventually track them down. He did not care much since he had a more prominent backer than these people. And when they show up, he will have the sect ask them to exchange resources equal to these 3 artifacts, which can prevent confrontation while not losing any benefit. Nevertheless, he still decided not to spend too much time here if they detected something, and arrived on time. So he appeared in front of Zhen Chao, thinking about how to turn him into one of his incarnations. First, he will have to restart cultivating the origin system. According to his calculations, the incarnations are a form of Tao Foundation sublimation. As such, they all must be from the same source or cultivation system. Using other cultivation systems will ruin the purity of this foundation. Nevertheless, Wang Wei still decided to take some time to study the different systems since they could be of great help. Unlike other incarnations, Zhen Chao will not need to be baptized by the power of fate. Additionally, he also needs to recultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Although Zhen Chaos' fleshly body was powerful, it was because he cultivated a martial art system that focused on tempering the body. However, Wang Wei was not satisfied with his current level. From the memories he learned, most of his healing and defensive abilities came from this space called a cave heaven, which was blessed by Black Heart as a part of their deal. Wang Wei wants all his incarnations to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture to the peak before fusing them. And all of them have to walk the path of true Tao of power. Moreover, these were not all the plans he had for his incarnations. Some will have unique tasks to accomplish to ensure the final fusion will be perfect. But now was not the time to ponder these things. So Wang Wei had Zhen Chao place away the cave heaven before sealing his body inside his space ring. He plans to use the space inside with the dragon binding grass to temper his body. Then he hopped inside his golden chariot to head home. End of volume. Next volume name, 9 Fate Incarnation Tao Foundation. Chapter 496 Anomalies Inside the Golden Chariot. Wang Wei was reading about the cultivation system created by the martial ancestor from the world called Martial Haven World. The first stage is called body tempering realm. Albeit cliché, most cultivation systems usually start with tempering the body to some degree. However, this martial exterior system, as the martial ancestor called it, is unique in some ways. The tempering process is quite thorough. Martial artists have to temper their skins, muscles, bones, and blood in the first realm. In the second realm, the viscera realm, they use the blood energy from their fleshly bodies to temper their organs. Right after hearing this part, Wang Wei could see the uniqueness of this system. It is excellent for teaching body control at a very early stage. In the second stage, cultivators already began to control their organs. The third stage of this system is called True Yuan Realm. Martial artists finally condensed energy inside their bodies. This realm is further divided into two phases: body purification and meridian opening. The third stage is truly interesting. In the first stage, martial artists removed the natural impurities in the body, which somewhat solved the problem of not having a leakless body. Without impurities, spiritual qi can remain inside the body for an extended period, albeit not as long as a natural leakless body. In essence, this stage is to cultivate an acquired leakless body. And the second stage is not just opening the meridians in the body. No, it is about creating artificial energy pathways in the body that allow martial artists to better sense and control the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. This is similar to the divine veins in the divine altar realm. Most likely, the martial ancestor took inspiration from there, thought Wang Wei after reading the third stage of this cultivation system. Then he pondered whether it would be a good idea to open his meridian in the new body he would cultivate. However, he decided otherwise, as this was the same as having more divine veins. Previously, he stopped inscribing them in his altar because he reached the energy sensing and control limit they could provide. Then Wang Wei had another idea. The meridians formed a cycle inside the martial artist's body, and after spiritual qi or their true yuan circled through them, it tempered their bodies. So Wang Wei calculated how effective a meridian cycle of blood energy from his fleshly body would be. It should increase his overall strength by 3 to 5%. Furthermore, the tempering is permanent and constant increases. Over time, as blood energy constantly cycled through his body, Wang Wei can passively temper his body every day. Additionally, if the meridian pathway is complex enough, it will increase his regenerative speed and overall control over his body. "I'm truly a genius," praised Wang Wei before continuing his focus on this martial art system. Just by reading the first 3 stages, he could determine a lot of things. The martial ancestor created this because he did not have a leakless body. As a result, this system does not rely too much on spiritual qi between heaven and earth. It does not mean martial artists do not use many resources. On the contrary, Wang Wei could imagine how they have to eat a lot of demonic or spiritual beasts to absorb spiritual qi and blood energy from them. Although they do not rely too heavily on spiritual qi in the early stages, resources are essential. The fourth stage of this system is the martial intent realm. In this realm, martial artists have to comprehend intent, like sword intent, fist intent, etc. And once they reach a certain level, they will use their intent to open their sea of consciousness. In the fifth stage, true soul realm, martial artists fuse their intent with their souls to create a true soul similar to a primordial spirit. In that stage, martial artists can freely fly in the air with no restrictions and attack the mind or spirit. The sixth stage is the acupoint opening realm. They have to use their spiritual strength and their yuan essence, evolved from true yuan, to open the acupoints in the body. In the seventh stage, cave heaven realm, they have to fuse their acupoints, dantian, and sea of consciousness into an illusory world called a cave heaven, which can boost the martial artist's strength and power. The eighth stage is called hollow world realm, where martial artists have to understand the laws to turn the illusory nature of their world into a semi-real and semi-false world. Zhen Chao was in this realm, but he used secret techniques and black hearts helped to turn his cave heaven into a true world in advance while reinforcing it beyond normal. Finally, he used the karma connections he had with Wang Wei and Black Heart's power to summon him inside forcefully. After a martial artist's cave heaven turned into a real world, it is the ninth realm, the true world realm, which is the equivalent of the supreme realm. In that stage, They have to expand the world to the limit through understanding the law and numerous resources. Finally, martial artists have to fuse their real world into their bodies to reach the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei guessed the martial ancestor must have quite the complex feeling for the origin system if he gave this name to this cultivation stage. Then he focused on comparing the two systems. The later stage of this system is very similar. For example, the domains of saint is a projection of their divine sea, their sea of consciousness, and their law alter into the outside world to influence it. It is both real and unreal, just like a cave heaven. The main difference between the two is their sturdiness. It is extremely more difficult to destroy a cave heaven than a domain. However, the backlash suffered is more severe for the destruction of the latter than the domain. Additionally, a lot of resources are needed to grow the true world of martial artists, which grants them a higher battle strength on average than Supreme Realm's Dharma bodies, who only have to rely on comprehending the Tao. Then there is the issue of lifespan. One would think martial artists have a higher lifespan since they are the ruler of a literal universe. Unfortunately, the burden of carrying that world drastically affect their bodies and lifespan. So on average they can only live between 250,000 to 500,000 years, which is the lifespan of saints in the origin system. Wang Wei pondered the benefit he could get from this system. He did not want to cultivate a cave heaven since he had already consumed so many resources, and will even increase his intake with the 9 incarnations. He preferred the domain system since it was less reliant on resources. As for how he will make his domain and Dharma body unique to increase the power of his Duyi realm, he will just use the simple method of fusing the other 9 domains and Dharma bodies from the incarnations. Nevertheless, he thought of creating a technique that could instantly create a cave heaven or an illusory world and detonate it. And in the future he can advance it to the point of instantly creating thousands of real worlds to use as bombs. After making a preliminary plan, he did not waste time and immediately began to refine Jin Chao into one of his incarnations. First, he had the latter get rid of all the Yuan essence inside his body. He did not waste it but made Jin Chaos' fleshly body absorb it. Next, he sealed the latter's comprehension of all laws, so as not to affect the early stages of cultivation. Then he injected one of his spirit particles into Jin Chaos' true soul, and slowly invaded it until it had Wang Wei's aura and soul fluctuation. Wang Wei was satisfied with the final product. Jin Chao will be one of his most unique incarnations. For example, he had the idea of fusing with the Dharma body and the true world to enter the quasi-emperor. However, he has to make sure Black Heart does not leave some hidden power in the cave world. Finally, Wang Wei began to absorb Jin Cha's fate line to acquire the properties of a fateless. He watched as his fate line became vague and mysterious, followed by all the knots or fate nexus disappearing. A smile appeared on Wang Wei's face before becoming stiff. He suddenly felt an unknown power resisting the final transition, trying to leave more knots in his fate line. Then another unknown power came to resist that first power, and after a brief confrontation, a single knot was left in his fate line. It was a meeting with a woman called Su Jiniao. He did not see her face, but he knew her name. This isn't right. From all I read about Fateless, this should not be the case. Bang. Wang Wei felt the chariot shake a little. He quickly looked outside through the formation, and his eyes lit up. Perfect timing, he muttered as he exited the chariot. I knew you kid would pass the trial, said Wang Wuqing, who teleported Wang Wei back to the sect. Forget about that. Ancestor, what will happen if someone absorbs the soul of a fateless? Weird question. Well, divination will become completely useless to them. Other forms of calculations will drastically decrease. And if that person proves the Tao, he can no longer be calculated by anyone or anything. All their nexus events will disappear, and achieve some level of freedom from the control of fate, replied Wang Wuqing after pondering for a while. All their nexus events? Yes, all of them. Wang Wei frowned as he knew his case was an anomaly. By now he has experienced a few anomalies in his cultivation journey. The first one was when he had Heart Demon before even starting cultivating. The second one was during his battle against the Wrath of Heaven in the 9th Pagoda trial. The third one was his Black Chi luck after entering the Duyi realm. From what he knew, he was the only one that happened to. No one else who entered the Duyi realm faced this anomaly. The fourth anomaly was another random heart demon in the Divine Altar realm after he slaughtered the majority of the demon races in the Qi Luck trial. Now a fifth one appeared. Wang Wuqing looked at Wang Wei weirdly, but did not say anything. He knew this kid was abnormal, so it was normal for weird things to happen to him. So he decided not to get involved for his sake, and probably the entire Dao opening sect. I know you probably want to see your family, so go see them, said Wang Wuqing. Come see me in a few days, and I will prepare the resources you need to condense your body. Wang Wei woke up from pondering before saying, I want to replace the material for my skin, muscles, bones, and blood with innate treasures. No problem, replied Wang Wuqing calmly. I'll even give you a real chaos flame for your heart. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as that was a chaos-level treasure. So he nodded before leaving. Chapter 497 Tough Talk. I told you he would survive, said Wang Wuqing. Yes, replied the familiar voice. However, this is still not enough to beat the kid from the D clan. It doesn't matter. As long as he survives the Heaven Will battle, we can search for karma washing water for him, so he can compete in the next generation, replied Wang Wuqing. Oh, you want to go that far? I truly believe this kid will be the greatest emperor we will ever cultivate. The sect has reached a plateau, and could even be described as declining. No, the entire Myriad Emperor world has been declining for a long time now. Maybe this kid is the key to revert the current situation. What about the D clan brat? Asked Wang Wuqing. Honestly, I have a bad feeling about him. In that case, why don't you kill him? Don't make such a stupid joke. Wang Wuqing smiled but did not say anything else. He knew the consequences of doing such a thing. Wang Wei would not live long. If an immortal tier cultivator broke the Immortal Avenue Pact and attacked a heaven chosen of another sect, they can do the same. And unless Wang Wei decided to spend the rest of his life cooped inside the sect, he would not live long even under extreme protection. And even then, all the emperor lineages would band together to pressure the Dao opening sect to hand him over. Unfortunately, the sect cannot fight all the emperor lineages all at once. Meanwhile, after leaving the secret realm, Wang Wei's primordial spirit flew toward the Wang clan mountain. And before he even arrived, 3 people instantly arrived in front. My son, thank heaven you're all right, said Yu Yan as she tried to embrace him. Unfortunately, her hands passed through his soul, so she had to use her spiritual strength and origin essence to hold him. Look how much of a terrible shape you're in. I swear, every time you go out on your own, you return in worse shape than before. There is no need to thank heaven since it has nothing to do with my safety, said Wang Wei with a smile. I'm glad you're okay, brat, said his grandfather. What's wrong with you? Why are you so pale? Plus, why does the sect look like a tornado had ravaged it? Asked Wang Wei to his father. Well, things got a little complicated, said Wang Tian as he explained the world collision and the confrontation with the blood race. After the initial peace because of his slaughter, the blood race did not stop attacking as he expected. Instead, they regrouped and allied before beginning the second wave of attack. So, Wang Tian had to forcefully heal before going on another rampage. Wang Wei immediately knew this was the method Heavenly Dao used to prevent the sect from helping him in the trial. I have to thank your team, otherwise the casualties would have been even worse. Oh, what happened? Asked Wang Wei intrigued. Whether it was Li Jun's slaughter army or Tai Gang's undead army, they ravaged the enemy on the battlefield. Plus, Yang Liling used her new weird cauldron to support most of the sect's need for pills. Oh, she succeeded in creating the automatic cauldron? According to her, it is a half-completed product since so far, it can only make a few heaven-tier pills. Did she get any merit? Quite a bit, replied Yu Yan this time. There was a heaven and earth vision because of her creation, but she said she would leave for you to decide what to do with it since it was your idea. Wang Wei shook his head. It'll just take a small bit to recondense my fleshly body. She can use the rest to complete the cauldron. So, what happened to you? Asked Wang Chang. Your clone disappeared, and we were worried. Yes. Luckily, your soul lamp was still intact. Otherwise, your mother would have fainted. Wang Wei was not surprised by this news. When Zhen Chao broke his spirit particles, he could detect the latter used the power of karma to eliminate the secret backhand he placed on the clone. So Wang Wei explained what happened to him and his confrontation with Zhen Chao. He even mentioned the appearance of Empyrean Blackheart. Thinking about how close their sons came to death, all of them shuddered. It seems we have to thank Honger, said Yu Yan. As smart as they are, both she and Wang Tian knew how complicated their son's relationship was because of Wu Hong's identity. So they still have some reserved because of it. Albeit they never voiced them since they understood this was their son's choice. But now they were delighted because Wu Hong's identity saved their son's life. Wire, you should not let Jin Chaos family's death weigh on you. The Emperor path is a cruel one. And innocent people being collateral casualties is a normal thing. Although cruel, it is how things are since the dawn of time, said Wang Chang, and Wang Wei nodded. He already knew this, so Jin Chaos words only bothered him a little before he moved on. After a little chat, the family returned home to have dinner together. And not long after they arrived, Li Jun and Yan Liling came to celebrate with everybody. His mother even cooked soul food for Wang Wei so he could eat and enjoy it. Then after a few hours the dinner ended, and everyone went to sleep or meditate. Especially Wang Tian since he was still injured. As for Wang Wei, he floated to his room, where he sensed a presence a few hours ago. He looked at the beautiful woman waiting for him, and deep longing flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly controlled himself before saying with a sneer, "So you do know to be a shame." Wu Hong sighed as she knew even time was not enough for him to forget. "I'm sorry, I had no other choice." "Are you truly sorry? Why do I get the feeling you make the same choice if another situation like this arises?" Wu Hong did not say anything. Li Jun is my family. What made you think I would be alright with accepting his life so I can survive? I figure if you survive, you can find a way to revive him. I understand the logic behind your thinking. What I don't like is the meaning behind your actions. So, in the future if you have the choice to kill my family to save me, you won't hesitate to kill them? Wu Hong looked on the floor to avoid his gaze, and she remained quiet. How would you feel if I had the same thought as you? I don't have any family. Wang Wei paused before sighing deeply. I understand you have lived a long life. And it is to the point you have not only accepted your family's demise, but they are now only fond memories buried deep in your memories. But I am different. Most of my motivation for cultivation is to protect them, and experience the vicissitude of time, and the great Tao with them. So no matter the situation, I cannot lose them, especially for survival. I'm sorry, I know what I did was wrong. It's not me you should apologize to. Wu Hong nodded before disappearing to see Li Jun. Although it appeared he made the decision himself, the truth of the matter is she manipulated him. So she owed him an apology. Wang Wei sighed again as he looked in the distance. He understood the main reason for this disagreement is the thinking process of an immortal and immortal. As an immortal, Wu Hong has lived too long, so the way she sees and deals with certain things is fundamentally different from a mortal like him. For example, because of her long life, she has a few things she cares about, and she will do anything to protect them. Most immortal beings are like this, fixated on the things they care for, and willing to go to extreme lengths to protect them. Well, at least the ones who do not abandon their emotions and become ruthless after living so long and being eroded by time. Additionally, as a higher being, Wu Hong sees death differently from a mortal like Wang Wei. To them, death is nothing but another adventure to samsara or reincarnation. Some powerful immortals can even visit their dead loved ones through reincarnation and watch their next life. Wang Wei has noticed he is slowly becoming like these immortals the longer he lives. So he emphasized more on family since they are his anchor to prevent himself from turning into one of these cold and indifferent old monsters. Half a later, Wu Hong returned to the room. How is it? Asked Wang Wei. I apologized, we talked, and he forgave me. That's fine, replied Wang Wei calmly, feeling relieved. Meanwhile, Wu Hong could detect he was still not in the best mood. So she walked next to him and whispered in his ears. Don't be mad. How about I let you? Wang Wei felt these whispers were the ultimate temptation of the devil, but he used all his concentration to remain quiet. How about I add this? You can, whispered Wu Hong, after not receiving any response. Wang Wei swears he has never faced any true adversity more difficult than the current moment. Nevertheless, he used his terrifying willpower to resist and remain quiet. Fine, you drive a good bargain. This is my final offer, she said before whispering sweet and delicious depravity in his ear. Wang Wei, who felt he was about to lose his control, quickly said, "If you add this, I will agree to your terms." "Don't push it," said Wu Hong with a warning tone. So Wang Wei quickly accepted the previous offer and hugged her. He could not wait for his fleshly body to recondense. The waiting is about to kill him. And, I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 498 Anger and Resentment Western White Tiger Continent. Inside a sealed mountain. Di Tian closed his eyes as he looked inside his divine sea, where there were 9 law altars. All the altars were in the form of a black and white wheel, and in the middle of the wheels had different symbols that represented various aspects of samsara. Beside each wheel was a towering golden tree, emanating intense Tao rhymes. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked beyond measure. In the void-shattering realm, cultivators plant a law seed that will grow into a tree based on their comprehension of the law. However, the tree is usually all white with no other colors. But Di Tian's law tree mutated because of his deep understanding of the laws, and how much time he spends comprehending them in each reincarnation. No matter how much he thinks he has reached the limit of law comprehension, after reincarnating, Di Tian will have a new understanding of the laws that he previously did not. So his understanding has reached a terrifying level. After today's cultivation, he opened his eyes, full of excitement. The power of the 9th reincarnation is truly extraordinary. It seemed to be a few times stronger than all the 8 reincarnations combined. As he felt the strength inside his body, he knew he could currently defeat middle-level immortal venerable, without yet absorbing the fleshly body strength of his past reincarnation. Di Tian plans to cultivate this reincarnation's fleshly body to the peak, before absorbing the strength of his past life. Once I reach the quasi-emperor realm and absorb the power of my fleshly body, I should be able to defeat and kill some Tao ancestors, thus breaking the gap between immortal and mortals. Di Tian's eyes lit up after thinking about this before calming down. To him, to truly break that boundary would be if he could fight and defeat a 3rd-class emperor. That when he would truly breach the gap between these immortal beings, and the power of his 10th reincarnation might be able to help him achieve this legendary feat. He took a moment to calm down before preparing to temper his body. The ceiling formation was very accommodating. He could receive resources from the outside and even communicate. The only thing he could not do was leave. Suddenly, Di Tian felt something and took out a communication talisman. He activated it, and he could see outside of the mountain, where shadowy figures stood politely. "What is it?" "Master, we have received important news. Sacred Sun Wang Wei's real body finally showed up back in the sect." And the shadowy figure paused for a moment. His fleshly body was destroyed, and he had the aura of an overlord. "What did you say?" We have sent people to verify the news, and it appears to be true." "Is that so? Well, keep a watch on him and report any important news." Di Tian crushed the talisman in his hand, ending the conversation. Boom. He punched the interior of the mountain with all his strength. Unfortunately, a magic circle came to resist his attack. Boom. 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 "Damn it, damn it, damn it," roared Di Tian as he continued punching the ceiling array. Everything started because of that damn trial. If it were not for it, she would have still been with me. No, if only I could have passed. After going on a rampage for a few hours, Di Tian lay on the floor as he reminisced about his first life. Once he began to create the perfect life forms, many great emperors came to warn him. telling him the pursuit of perfection was one of the taboos of the universe since only Grand Tao itself is the one and only perfect thing in existence. Back then, Tian noticed these emperors acted weird when they told him this, and thought they were worried that his creations would affect their powers. After all, his original intention to create such a life form was to have a human talented enough to lead them to victory against the innate life forms. Then, rumors of his actions spread throughout the world. The innate demon and primordial gods learned that humans had created a perfect being of unimaginable talent that could destroy them and end this war. So, they decided to eliminate that life form before she acquired a heaven will and proved the Tao. So they launched the biggest attack since the beginning of the war. In that battle, numerous emperors of different classes and Tier 10 innate demon gods died. In the end, he and his creations also died. Tian then understood why these emperors acted weird when they warned him. He was involved in a supreme outlaw trial. Over the years, Tian has pondered about that trial and how he could have passed it. And he concluded with two fundamental methods: love and imperfection. If he did not fall in love with her, she would not uselessly sacrifice herself to save him. His emotions for her became the major weakness exploited during the trial. Then there is the perfect aspect of her existence. When creating her, Tian used only the best chaos treasures as the foundation, ensuring his technique was sublime. However, had he given her the tiniest of imperfection, or had he changed his intention to create a perfect life and create the ultimate human to end this war, true heavenly Tao might reward him instead of cursing his very existence even through reincarnation. Tian sighed as he knew regret was pointless. Many times he asked himself would he make a different choice if he had the opportunity to turn back, especially knowing the outcome. And the answer was yes, he would not abandon his pursuit of perfection. Tian took a moment before calmness returned to his eyes. He knew the advantages that a person who has passed the supreme outlaw trial has: extreme intelligence and swift decision-making. With Wang Wei's intelligence and abilities, he will most likely find a way to fill the gap with me. So, I must reach the strength of the 10th reincarnation no matter what. Plus, time is on my side. Many thoughts flashed across his mind as he analyzed Wang Wei and all his information on the latter. Tian concluded the latter had three advantages: heaven-defying comprehension most likely granted by his strange soul, his unnatural willpower, and Empress was possible clone. I don't need to worry about her. She seemed to want us to compete fair and square since she did not kill me, thought Tian, thinking of the woman who sealed him. He then sneered. How is it fair if he is sealed to protect him? Nevertheless, he did not focus on the small problem and continued strategizing. So, I need to find a way to elevate my comprehension to be on par with him, and find a way to nullify, or make his willpower unusable during our final battle. After making a proper plan, Tian contacted his clone, and told him about the change of plan. Then he looked in the Tao opening sect's direction indifferently and calmly. No one can stop him from proving the Tao in this generation, especially since it was his last chance. The next day, Wang Wei went to check on Li Jun and once again apologized for Wu Hong's actions, and ensured everything was all right between them. Big brother, I was so scared. Why? It was just an apology. Yes, but from Empress Wu, he said while quickly lowering his voice and looking around. I feared heavenly thunder would drop on me right after she said these words. You're exaggerating. Am I? Do you think a small person like me can accept the karma of such a big wig apologizing to me? Since you're fine, it means she controlled herself to prevent backlash. That's not the point. I could not sleep or meditate last night, constantly worrying that a meteor would fall on my house to kill me. You would survive if that happens, so why worry? You're still missing the point. My mind is not at ease, and am in a state of constant worrying. I'm worried that my state of mind will be affected after a while. Wang Wei gave him a side-eye look before the two laughed aloud together. Joking aside, how do you really feel? I don't blame her. After all, it was my decision. But she should never place you in a situation to make a choice. True, but I still forgive her since I understood where she came from. Plus, I could not resist her apology gift. Oh, what was it? She promised to wash my child's body with the power of the Tao source to establish a foundation for him. That's indeed a great gift. In the future, the Li clan might have another powerful emperor, replied Wang Wei before the two chatted for a while. Then a few days later, Ancestor Wuqing summoned him. It was time to recondense his body. Chapter 499. In a secret realm, Wang Wei looked at a green pool in front of him. He could sense the terrifying energy inside. Wang Wuqing, who was next to him, waved his hand to manifest 4 spiritual materials. Just like you did with the supreme materials, you have to find the Tao rhymes of these innate treasures before absorbing them. Alright, are you ready? Wang Wei nodded his head before his primordial spirit jumped into the pool, sat cross-legged, and finally closed his eyes. He regenerated a new body in a few seconds, but it was weak, similar to the ones before he began cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As he absorbed more energy from the pool, Wang Wei could feel his skin rapidly temper the level before he blew his body. His soul contained an aura that contained information regarding his previous fleshly body, and accelerated the process of returning to its peak. So, in a short time, his skin returned to its peak state. So Wang Wei focused on finding the Tao rhymes of the innate treasure called innate steel, an ore perfectly suited to create defensive artifacts. A moment later, Wang Wei found the Tao rhymes before fusing the ore to his skin, temporarily turning it metallic gray. This kid's comprehension is truly scary, thought Wang Wuqing as he looked at the process. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not waste time and focused on his muscles next. He repeated the same process, and this time, the innate material he used was the muscles of a 2-winged snake, an innate demon known for their strong, durable and flexible muscles. In ancient times, human emperors who cultivated archery Tao liked to hunt these creatures to refine the string of their bows. For his bones, Wang Wei chose a small piece of the dragon bones he acquired from Lu Meishu. This move also prepares for the future when he cultivates the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution. Additionally, the dragon bone made up for his loss of the devil god bone. When it comes to his 5 internal organs, he did not have to worry about innate materials since he saved them in his soul. However, he did receive a chaos spiritual material from Wang Wuqing, a chaos flame. After absorbing it into his heart, he felt his chaos flame evolve into something better. It was like he finally added the last missing piece required to complete it. For his blood, Wang Wei absorbed a vitality crystal refined from a tier 10 blood race that Wang Wuqing killed during the previous world collision. Because the blood race absorbed blood to cultivate, they have an abnormal amount of vitality or life energy inside their bodies. So Wang Wei used it to retemper his blood and elevate its power to a high level. Finally, Wang Wei opened his star acupoints again and nourished them. He still had enough star essence from his exchange with Zhen Bai, and he retrieved some of it from Zhen Chaos Cave Heaven after the explosion. Finally, with the pool's energy, he condensed 500 black holes inside his acupoints before forming the blood energy channel he learned from Zhen Chaos Martial System. In the pool, Wang Wei admired his perfect naked body with an 8-pack. He clenched his hand to feel the strength in his body. 25,000 dragon elephant force, he muttered. 1 dragon elephant force equaled the power to destroy 1,000 middle thousand worlds, which typically were the size of a galaxy. So he could now destroy 25 million galaxies with one punch. And that is not taken into account that middle thousand worlds are larger on average than the galaxies from Earth and have their own natural protective force and ability to repair the damage done to them. Visit. For a better user experience, Wang Wei sighed as he felt he was not remotely close to opening the gate he saw in the true Tao power realm. What's more, he was still in the second layer and did not even know how many there were. So, after secretly shaking his head, he focused on his cultivation. In the process of recondensing his fleshly power, he also recultivated. As Wang Wei watched the law altar, law seed, and checked his divine sea, he felt his foundation was slightly better than usual. And he knew one of the main reasons for that is because he used his Transcending Fate Sutra from the beginning, instead of using the origin scripture and switching midway. Additionally, his body was now free from the rough tempering process and all the tear and wears from the life and death battles he had. Many of the previously profound and unremovable hidden dangers were now gone. His body was brand new, refreshed, and perfect. So he took a black martial robe and boots from his space ring and wore them. He previously blew up his sacred son's robe, so he decided to change his outfit. A mirror appeared in front of him, and he admired his handsome self for a while. Ancestor, I want to fight an immortal venerable. Wang Wuqing frowned for a moment before giving him a sneering look. Very well. Follow me. So he took Wang Wei to another small world where an older man dressed in all green was cultivating. What is it? Li Wen, I need you to teach this youngster the power of immortal, said Wang Wuqing. Are you sure? He can handle it. However, to be sure, only use one leaf. Li Wen then looked at Wang Wei, who immediately bowed. Disciple Wang Wei has seen the ancestor. Interesting, said Li Wen as he could see the fighting intent in this kid's eyes despite his respect. Alright, you can attack first. It's best to use your strongest attack. As you wish. Wang Wei immediately transforms into his ancient desolate god form, which is now completely different. The upper torso of his clothes disappeared, and his skin turned red with star-like lines on his chest and waist. Visit. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience, his hand turned black with claws on each finger. He had 2 dragon horns, his eyes turned completely dark, and he grew to a size of 5 meters from 2 meters. Along with his flowing silver hair, he looked like a primordial god incarnate. Additionally, this form can double his strength and boost his defense, stamina, and other physical stats by a few factors. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he mobilized the fate law inside his body, and even borrowed power from Jin Chaos True World to bless himself. Then he punched Frowny Face Fate Annihilation Fist. The surrounding space in the secret realm turned gray as the power of fate became turbulent, causing chaos and destruction. Additionally, the pure physical force that could destroy millions of worlds exponentially made things worse. Meanwhile, Li Wen calmly looked at everything, and without even standing from his meditation pose, he waved his hand. Then, a bright red dragon made of flame manifested. In an instant, the dragon burned the fate power in the surrounding along with the physical force behind the attack, and it did it without any effort. Then, it proceeded to attack Wang Wei. Boom! Wang Wei lay on the ground with the lower part of his torso missing. His red skin was black while giving a burnout smell. Not bad, kid. I originally intended to burn everything except your head, said Li Wen. However, Wang Wei could only smile wryly and did not say anything. Not that he could sense the dragon burned his throat. As he tried to heal, he could sense a terrifying energy inside his body preventing him from healing. Is this immortal qi? He thought as he tried to use his Duyi realm to remove the energy in his body. It did work. However, according to a brief calculation, he might spend a few 100,000 years before removing a small bit. So he could only look at Li Wen with puppy eyes before the latter removed his power. Then Wang Wei used the power of time to revert himself to his previous peak state. Now do you understand? Asked Wang Wuqing. Is the gap so vast? More than you can imagine. There are classifications between immortal venerables, and Li Wen used the weakest power. Can you elaborate further? Immortal Qi has a purity level, based on a quasi-emperor realm's fleshly body, spiritual strength, soul quality, divine C, control of energy, understanding of law, and many other factors. They can refine different purity of energy. Visit. For a better user experience. So, immortal venerables are classified based on the purity of their immortal Qi. 1 to 3 leaves are low class, 3 to 6 leaves are middle class, and 7 to 9 leaves are high class. So, it's based on a person's foundation in the quasi-emperor realm, commented Wang Wei. So how is the difference in strength between each class? Li Wen just used the weakest 1-leaf power to defeat you. Meanwhile, 9-leaf immortal venerables can fight some Dao ancestors. So, is the power of high-level energy so magical? Indeed. Some immortal venerables are lucky enough to refine primordial chaos qi, primordial star essence, Dao qi, or other extremely rare energy, turning them into insurgent heaven-chosen capable of fighting great emperors. It seems like people underestimate the immortal path, commented Wang Wei. More than you can imagine, added Li Wen. How so? Asked Wang Wei, who wanted to know more. Not everyone is suited to become Tao ancestors. Just like cultivators need to have a certain Tao heart, state of mind, and willpower to control the grand Tao source, the same applies to Tao ancestors. And their situation is even worse. With the heaven will as protection, cultivators can become pseudo-emperors if they do not meet the requirement. However, Tao ancestors will die instead. It's that dangerous? Yes. So before someone can refine the Tao source seed, most emperors will test whether a person is qualified. If not, it's best for them not to waste such precious resources. What about immortal venerables? Is there any need for a test? That's the advantage of this path. The threshold is much lower, replied Li Wen. We should mention that some people are more suited for one path than another, added Wang Wucheng. What do you mean? Some people might pass the requirement for the Tao path. However, they fit better with the immortal path. These people usually have a higher chance of refining high-purity immortal qi, or other more powerful energy. Why do I feel like there is a bigger secret behind the immortal path? Visit. For a better user experience, you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.